Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Mtembei TV. This is your open forum political discussion show that gives you an opportunity to air what is on your heart and mind concerning our politics. Well, things are heating up. Raila Odinga, SABINA CHEGE, and Peter KENNETH were in Nairobi after the Mashemeji Derby, and things are looking up for the sports fraternity. The two teams receiving goodies from President Uhuru Kenyatta. Well, also Team Wanyonyi finally gets the ODM ticket for Westlands. What is the implication of this? Will he retain the seat? Is Harvey and team safe, or what will become of them? We need to hear what you think and feel about the whole thing. And DP RUTO continues with his politics of insults on his campaign trail around the country. What do you take of this? Must you badmouth everybody else in order for you to look good? That is what we'll love to hear what you think and feel about the same. It's important that we look at this critically. Our nation is at stake, and we must entrust it with rightful people so that we make progress. And of course, the storm about SONKO's mother's grave is still on. There is the push and pull. It's now emerging that the graves are not marked, the graves are not named, and so it's almost impossible for anyone to remember where their mother's graves are. What is this, and what kind of world are we in? Do we expect that right now? I mean, at this time and age, is that how everything is done? I think we need to have a rethink and reassess what is becoming of us as a people. Well, the link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to talk mbivu na mbichi ya vile siasa zinaendelea na vile msimamo wako na msimamo wangu unapaswa kuchukuliwa. Paul, Tony, thank you so much. Ungeapply mapema. We'll do our best. We'll do our best. Thank you. I've gotten the information. Felix Jakano, thank you so much. Anderson Nate, asante sana. Hi to you. John Kochok, asante sana. Kuna Navestas Limo, thank you so much. Favor Akita, asante sana. Andrian Omondi, karibu kwa show. Kempoi Felix Kipngetich, you're welcome to the show. The link is in the comment section. You can click on it, get in, let us get talking. Meril, asante sana. Vincent To, karibu kwa show. Diana Jayana, asante sana. Peter Okongo, karibu. Olivia Kemuto, you are welcome. Let's get talking. Fatuma Nasimiyu, thank you so much. Fabian Kemboi, we appreciate you. Kuna Habel Wawire, karibu kwa show. Kuna Hassan Rasta, karibu kwa show. James Okwiri, karibu kwa show. Kuna nani huyu? Charles Mkombozi, we appreciate you. Makto, karibu kwa show. Ithe wa Ngugi, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Kuna Johnson Lotodoi, wewe. Muluya Omwiki, KE, karibu kwa show. Kuna Cecilia Wavinya, mamake Lynn, karibu kwa show. Kuna Moses Wanok, wow. Anderson Nate, I think we made. Kuna Sydney Williams, thank you so much. Joel Gore, thank you so much. Milton Millis, is it Pogon or Forgon, whichever it is. Momanyi Bivika, alafu Olara o Abuya, nani huyu? Makori Richard, thank you. Charles Mkombozi, Alex Soe, thank you so much. Kelly Ashona, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. Ukondani Ombuya, Ombuya Nani Collins, Alafu Loibei Regina, Mr. Ondigi Isowe, thank you so much. Mato Mac Dates. Karibu sana. Kuna Ngoje Okoth Justus, thank you so much. Ripoti yako imefika kwa serikali, majibu ya serikali ndio yamesalia. Thank you those of you that are joining us. Please, let's get talking, get in the studio, and let us address these matters once and for all. Thank you so much. Sema Francis Nanui Francis Njeru, Sema Mtembei Raila TV. Baba is not leaving anything to chance. Thank you so much. Alum, kuna nani Godfrey Nyandiko, thank you so much. Johnson Olenge Obinda, thank you so much. Nani huyu Peter Kamau, karibu kwa show. Milton Millis, huyo tushaongea kumhusu. Kuna nani huyu Catherine Akinyi, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu David Olo anasema Ingwe 1 Gor 1, thank you so much. Leo ni ngoma. Kim Victor, asante sana. Richard Makiadi, yes, today I got it. Makiadi, karibu sana. Eric Robert, karibu kwa show. Huyu anaitwa Bira. Haya, msema Ruto for life. Eugene M Japani, karibu kwa show, asante sana. Nashukuru kila mmoja. Naamini kwamba tuko salama, na siku ndio hii tena ambayo lazima tujadili mbivu na mbichi ya vile siasa inakaa na vile kule Kenya inaelekea, na ni haki yako kuchagua yule unayependa kwa ajili ya Kenya bora. Usichague tu yule unayependa kwa ajili yako, chagua aliye bora kwa ajili ya Kenya bora ambayo inafaa kila Mkenya. Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Kenneth, thank you. Can you give someone else? I have a conference call in a minute. I will come back.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Ndeto, vipi?
Vipi mzee wa kanisa?
Salama. Wewe umefika church kweli wewe? Ama siku yako ndio inaanza?
Nimetoka kuprofesy huko.
Ai, wewe unabii wako na uogopa. Senator wa Kitui huyu ana nini? Wa Kitui ama Kibwaya? What? Ni Kitui ama the other one?
Wachana nao, unajua wamechoka. Unajua walienda press conference, wakamaliza, wakaenda road trip. Sasa nimeona wamerudi kwa wanabii. Wanaambia ati sasa wanabii wanasema tusipopigia Kalonzo kuwa vice president tutakuwa cast. Bernard umepotea.
Sorry. Nasema laana hii tumekuwa nayo tangu siku ya Adamu kwa Garden of Eden. Hakuna vitisho za laana saa hii tafadhali.
Sasa wewe ndio nabii, utuambie kama ni ukweli tunaweza kuwa cast tusipoweka Kalonzo. Hivyo ndo wamesema.
Biblia inasema laana isiyokuwa na sababu haiwezi kukushika. Sio lazima kuwe na sababu. Pili, mtu anayekulaani mpaka awe na mamlaka juu yako. So nani anatulaani ako na mamlaka juu yetu kuanzia saa ngapi? Nani amempa hayo mamlaka?
Na Sonko amesema ati Kalonzo anaambiwa achukue nini? Achukue speaker. Anyways, unajua kuna kitu moja imenishangaza. Huyu baba by the way ako na nguvu. Nilimuona akiangalia inaitwa nini? Mashindano ya kukimbia kidogo ako huko kwa AFC nini. Huyu jamaa ako na nguvu bana. Hata mimi siwezi fanya campaign kama hiyo bana. Wanacheza huko na Uhuru kidogo ako ile pande nyingine, Alafu kuna kitu nimeona huko nyuma na kina Kip ndo walikuwa nasumbua huko. Hata sijui amekuja hapa mapema kusumbua tu. Nimeona kuna raundini Rarua ama Raibina. Mtu akaniambia Raibina iko na damu. Inasaidia damu. Lakini
what Raibina? This is serious.
Raibina is red, iko na damu bana. Red army bana.
Raibina inaongeza damu ilini. Inaharakisha mgonjwa kufanya nini? Kurecuperate mapema. Recuperate faster.
Na RUTO
enhances an invalid to recover faster. So Kenya vile iko na anemia. Mtatuma mitungi za Raibina.
Na mnasumbua RUTO kweli. Ajui sasa aende wapi. Ajui aseme ni nani, kwa sababu mara nasikia kuna Peter Kenneth, mara kuna ule kidogo naona huko anajaribu minji kidogo, sijui leo wamekuwa heckled, amechapa mtu kofi akiwa juu ya gari juu ya kuwa heckled. Sasa simtaumiza watu wa UDA bwana. Muambie tu ni nani tumalize. Mtasumbua RUTO sana.
Hii ni mwanzo. RUTO ajipange tena. Nilimwambia ashapitwa na wakati hakusikia. So asiyesikia la mguu uvunjika mguu.
Amengoja sasa ajue aeke mama, aeke baba, mumemchanganya bwana. Mmempatia watu 4 running deputy, yeye hata ajui ni nani anafaa kuweka counter.
Lakini Martin, mbona alidraw mpaka hata Mudavadi? Hebu tuambie sasa ukweli. Mpaka Mudavadi amechukua. Si RUTO ameangusha Mudavadi.
Sasa unajua, ngoja Black akwapiulize. Unajua sisi tulisema tutaongea story yetu, acha hao waongee yao, wakuja watuambie. Waacha kushindwa wakituambia yetu, sisi hatutaenda kuambia yao, lakini tumewaambia tunataka minji sisi. Birds of a feather flock together. And they have very good chemistry.
Atafute dadake. Waanze kazi mapema, wasicheleweshe Kenya.
Anyway, salamu, I think nini nimesahau kwa topic. Insults hiyo tushazoea. Sonko naye wachana naye. Sonko hiyo anapiga story huko na alishindwa Mombasa, hata Tononoka hawakuweza. Yetu ni ile inaitangwa kilio ya chura aishini ng'ombe kwenda kukunywa maji. Umeona RUTO na Uhuru na Raila wakishangilia huko kama mabrother kabisa, na tunasonga hivyo. Wacha waambie waambie wendo wajipange, either ni Raibina ama Rarua, na wakicheza pia Kenneth ndio alikuwa amekaa kwa gari na baba leo, pia tunaweza enda hiyo side. Sasa yao kwanza wacha tuwachanganishe mpaka siku ya mwisho. Anyway, thank you.
So let's keep moving. I think Kenya namna gani?
Mzuri sana Pastor Ben.
Haya, mimi naona Madakarua frontline. Kwanza hebu niweke tu hiyo side.
Tuko excited leo, sijui kwa nini people are excited.
I think we are happy.
Yes, comping Mount Kenya.
Wacha niseme hivi, na hapo mnanisikia nyinyi wote?
Tunakusikia. Kuna kaele hapo nataka utuambie. Mbona tuko excited hivi?
Na wasalimia nyote. Na I'm very happy to see everyone in the panel. So, Mr. Bernard, I'm very much okay. The other day I dropped out due to the blackout. Since then, the blackout has been day and night, day and night. At least today I'm back. So, I'm very grateful. Na furaha yangu moja ni Mungu amenipatia hiyo muda yote na mpaka leo amenishindisha hadi masaa. Very healthy, bila shida yoyote, bila anything. I'm very much okay. So I thank God for that. Hiyo ndio furaha yangu ya kwanza. The second thing, in Azimio, we are playing games with the Kenya Kwanza. Tunawachezea akili. You know, there is one thing I'll say. Kalonzo, kununua Kalonzo, it's not easy. It's not easy. Not like Mudavadi ama Wetangula. Kununua Kalonzo ama Gideon Moi, it's not a walk in the park. Kwa hivyo, Kenya Kwanza, they are trying to impose their things into us. Well, hawajui Kalonzo ni nani. And let me tell you, these guys are confused already. That's why hawalali, wanasumbuka. Baba atachukua nani? Baba atachukua nani? Because wamechezewa akili. And that's why mzee akiwa amekaa chini anaonanga mbali kuliko kijana akiwa amepanda juu ya mlima. So hawajui, wamechezewa game ingine mbaya sana, game serious, they can never understand because they are confused. Wakiangalia Martha Karua ako poa, wakiangalia Kalonzo the same, wakiangalia Peter Kenneth the same. Yani they are really much confused. Hawa watu watachukua nani? And another thing, in Azimio, wale watu tuna expect wako kwa baba au wa running mate, si watu wa maskando. Sasa hiyo inawasumbua sana, si watu wa maskando. Comparing with the other side, huyo minji mnaita minji, historia yake tuko nayo. Rigathi Gachagua, historia yake tuko nayo. I don't know who else. I think Mudavadi, it's a toothless bulldog.
Kaburi dogs bana, akona vitu.
So wao wote tunajua nini. Weta alisign papers za kuuza embassy. Mpaka unajua. So those are the things that even Martha Karua keep on telling us. Martha Karua, it's a woman of few words. He normally say, I have a reason why I decided to join Azimio. One thing, watachunga rasilimali ya Wakenya. That's the first thing. Another thing, the leader is mature. Atafuti utajiri. He want to secure our properties. So Martha Karua ako aware. Another thing, the leader will fight corruption. Now, when there is that much corruption, even these promises we are getting from Kenya Kwanza, and even in Azimio, if there is such corruption, even those promises, they will never be fulfilled because at the end of the day, the promises need fund. They need money. So Martha Karua aliingia Azimio. Akona reason. So hii story ya nini, si tuko sawa. Mountain tuko poa. And Martha Karua, you see, she's doing door-to-door campaign. And I've been saying this, people didn't see this coming. And I said this like 3 weeks ago, a month ago, or even 2 months. In Mount Kenya, things will change in a way that people will not understand. I remember like 2 months ago, I said, we are doing something called civic education, step by step, step by step, step by step. And now people are catching up with it. People have come to see the reality about it. And as usual, Kenya Kwanza, they are throwing insults and tantrums now and every day. They are unable to concentrate with their manifesto. Now they are concentrating with our manifesto in Azimio. And you know what? They are waiting about the deputy, the running mate. Trust me, Kenya Kwanza itakuwa na shida ijawahi iona kwa hii dunia. And they are going nowhere. And I think the writing is on the wall. Who will be the next president of the Republic of Kenya? So mambo ya hiyo sisi tuko sawa. Mount Kenya watu wanajipanga. At least they were saying that Mount Kenya Raila hana kitu. Saizi hata tuko labda 50. Maybe it's 50-50. Na bado we still have a period of 90 days. Today it's 90 days. You see? 3 months. So things are working on well. Another thing, Ben, I would like to talk. Let me just talk about the topic of today. Raila and SABINA CHEGE, Peter Kenneth, all those people. You know, that's a way to confuse these people from the other side. Hawezi jua tutaenda pande gani, because our 4 running mates are legit. They are legit. Those 4. They can secure our properties. They can protect our wealth. Those people. So for that one, wacha wakae tu akifikiria ni wapi. Another thing, let me talk about Team Wanyonyi will get the Westlands thing. I think there's I don't know, the Law Society of Kenya, this guy. Huyo aende nyumbani tu, achane na mambo ya siasa. Hiyo pesa yake yake kwa mfuko akulange pole. Because Team Wanyonyi will get this thing. As he gamble, you know, you want to gamble. As he gamble, hiyo ni ya Team Wanyonyi, obvious. Hiyo ni ya Team Wanyonyi. So we go for that one. That's a clear thing. Team Wanyonyi will have that thing in the morning. Na hiyo story ishe. So hiyo pesa yake anaweza weka akulange. Aya, I'm going very fast because an introduction. DP RUTO, politics of insult. Hiyo tulishawazoea. First, the qualification to be in UDA or Kenya Kwanza. The first thing, you should know how to insult. Insult your leaders and rich people. The second thing, be a thief. Those are the qualifications. The third thing, be negative on anything that is being done by the government. Preach negative thing about government projects. Those are the qualifications. The fourth one, women dancing on the podium with no respect. Those are the qualities that UDA people, if you want to be in that group, you should have those qualities. If you are a person of integrity, you cannot fit in that group. If you're a person of integrity, you can never fit that in that group. Finally, let me close, Bernard, my topic. Kalonzo pia anatusumbua sana. Kalonzo anasumbua sana, and this is not fine. This guy, even though he is doing this like to confuse, to make Kenya Kwanza get confused, he might also confuse the voters, because there are some voters who are not well educated about the politics. As for us who knows more about politics, we can balance the talks, but there are some people who cannot balance the talks. They just watch what they see, they judge by that. So Kalonzo, I think even in Mombasa, what they're trying to do, I think it's not good. And if he continue doing that, I think he will mess up everything. And the way he said that he is fighting to make Ruto go home, if he do that in Mombasa, then the Ruto person may get the governor seat, because the whole DM will be vying for it, a chunk of votes. Kalonzo go with the SONKO, another vote. They divide the ODM vote. Then what will happen? This guy of Ruto will manage to penya, but it's a game of play. I hope ile game wanacheza itaingiana na hiyo kitu itakuwa sawa. So thank you very much, Bernard. I'll get another chance later.
Okay, asante bwana Kenywa. Yes, Skip, unasemaje?
Sikutaka uniruke. Niliona fununu ya kuniruka.
Yaani nyi wote mkiwa manabii, sasa mimi nitajificha wapi?
Huwezi jificha. Najua nataka kuniweka kidogo. Najua mimi natorokanga. I know what you're doing.
Karibu.
I think there's a lot of energy right now in Azimio. Tukiona hizo mambo ya sports, it feels good, doesn't it? I think I have to disagree with Kinywa kidogo about the vice presidents. You're not seeing what Azimio is doing right now. It's not about kutetesha watu. It might be part of the plan. kuteteza Kenya Kwanza. What they're doing is actually what you call, I don't know, when you're sampling products in a company, you send them over and you find public opinion. So what they're trying to find out is who is most popular. Wateka Raila next to SABINA. They'll put him next to Karua, Peter, Kenneth, Munya. You'll see Munya will be next, so that they can see who's most popular in the ground. But at the moment, we're seeing Karua is neck and neck. Not neck and neck. I think Karua is still ahead. Is more popular than SABINA. Lakini wakidecide SABINA pia ni sawa. But for me, Karua is just too powerful. That's an institute. When you say institute, you know what I mean. Institute, amejenga nyumba yake kabisa. SABINA is relatively still young, a few more years, and she will be formidable. But that doesn't mean that age is a problem. No. She can do it now. But at the moment, there's a more formidable candidate for all of us. Peter Kenneth, I think even if he's got wealth and stuff like that, I think his politics has been quiet for very many years. I think he should have continued talking to the people, agenda kwa ground, continuously talking to the ground so that they know who he is around Kenya, because he's on national politics. I should have been seeing him on TV panels. I should have seen him on NTV. I should have seen him on Citizen talking about politics. I know he's a very good businessman, but I think he should, put himself out there. I think we only see him every 5 years. It's necessary for him to actually build his political stand. As for Peter Munya is also very strong, but sisi tunamuona kuna kazi bado anafaa kufanya huko agriculture. He's doing very good work, and he must continue it. The other people in ODM that I think we can talk about, but I have to discount some of them. The first one is Oparanya. Oparanya that's a heavyweight. I think tunafaa kumuona next time. We need to look at that man and tumchunge kabisa. Oparanya is a good leader. If you look at Siaya compared to Kakamega, the counties that are next to each other, utaona Oparanya's county has built so many things. The road, the infrastructure is so great. Lakini ukienda to the next county, you'd see that there's such a big difference between these two counties that are next to each other. Then you realize that Oparanya amefanya kazi. That's a good vice president, deputy president for us. But unfortunately, there's also coalition politics they're playing in. You can't have two people from ODM vying for the same thing. Njoho, unfortunately, I don't trust him. He's got too many scandals also, allegedly. So we are Siezi he has to clean himself up in the next few years before we can actually even start to even consider him. Let's just be honest with each other. I know we like him. I know the youth like him. But here we have to be honest with each other. Why is Raila still with him? In politics, there's always compromise. Raila also alikuwa na go there. We cannot just close our eyes about it. But it's compromise. Sometimes you have to talk to the devil to politics is a very nasty game. Let's move to the topic today, which I've just talked about. And we talk about Team Wanyonyi. There's nothing to talk about that. That's done. That's a done deal. Westlands, tunampenda huyu mtu. That's my constituency in Nairobi. Hatuwezi kuongea. Politics of insult. Ruto amezoea hii tabia sana kununua watu to insult leaders that are coming around Central or coming to Eldoret, wherever it is. And then when it happens to him, he gets confused. He almost gets violent. Anataka kugonga watu. If you watch that clip, he seems confused. He never thought that people would genuinely do that out of their heart. Hata hajatumwa, they just do it themselves. He's very confused. He thinks he can hire a few goons and then it becomes a knock-on effect. People are becoming very tired. And politics of lies around Ruto is also coming in. And I know, Bernard, you are avoiding it up because I'm when mchungaji, when mtumishi. But honestly speaking, hii mambo ya mix politics and religion is not good. I think I used to respect Rachel Ruto as being a prayerful woman and somebody, lakini sasa hii mambo ya kuongea mambo ya ball, I think she's also delusional. I don't know why would she do that? Why would she talk about that? Mpaka the husband had to make it a joke the other day and say she was ati nilisikia kelele huko downstairs pia nikunywa hii maji ya bohol. It's not a joke. There are some people who believe that. Miracles are there. But mimi mpaka nione, I don't believe that stuff of the ball, and we need to discuss how these people are using religion against us, because we are notoriously religious people in Africa. Us na Latin Americans, we believe in God so much, and these politicians are taking advantage of our beliefs. And Rachel should be ashamed of herself. I'm sorry, I have to say that, Second Lady. It wasn't a good look. And we've seen you in the background for many years, and we respected you just keeping quiet. We know that your husband is not the best, but unakuwa mtulivu kwa sababu unajua Mungu anasema once you're married, you know, you stay married. You know, she's respecting the sacrament of marriage. Although this is a horrible person, I'm not going to mince my words about Ruto about that. It's not a nice person. Kalonzo. Sorry, I'm talking too long. Kalonzo, for him, I think his campaign was mainly about his deputy president. That was the main campaign, him moving to Nairobi, to Mombasa. The second thing was also to get more power in Mombasa. So he wants more seats for MCAs. He wants a governor seat. He said something very important. He mentioned that at the end of the day, he'll relinquish that power. He'll relinquish that seat if they talk about being the zoning. So I think in Azimio there's an agreement. You guys campaign as much as you want. Ikifika point, we'll pick the most popular person. But unfortunately, the person he's spearheading he's doing very embarrassing things. He's revealing secrets of the coalition. How do you reveal secrets of the coalition? Ile deal ya speakership. Was that something that we needed to know as the public members already? Honestly speaking, kuna siri zingine unafaa kunyamaza. You know, honestly speaking, those are boardroom meetings. Sometimes baba na mama wakiongea, tufai kujua mpaka mwisho. Like the school I was going to be taken to later on. It's not like me, I'll decide. It's my parents who will decide it because they have the finances to do that. I'm not going to decide I'm going to a private school or I'm going to decide to a public school. It's my parents who are going to do it. As for Kalonzo not wanting the speakership, I understand why he doesn't want it. He feels it's beneath him. He has the power to make himself an MP, by the way, as a party leader of Wiper. He's got 25 MPs, and I think within the constitution, anaweza jipatia moja, and then from there, he can then Azimio can elect him, can vote for him as a group to be the speaker. So Ataki, anaona it's beneath him, but he doesn't understand the third powerful position in the legislation. The fourth most powerful is the MP. MP is more powerful than a senator. If anybody did not know that. MP can control a senator has no power in Kenya. Senator is actually a campaign to be governor in future. If anybody did not know that, CS is nivo inakwanga hivyo. CS nivo. So that is what Kalonzo. He just wants DP. He doesn't care about his people. To omepatia speakership, he doesn't care about it. Nitaacha hivyo kidogo kwa sababu I'm just talking beyond my minutes, and Bernard Nikula. We can let somebody else go in.
Utapigwa fine baadaye.
Piga hiyo fine ni sawa.
All the same, the speaker is a powerful seat. He's a person to hold the presidency in case there are issues. So na yeye ni senior counsel aina gani aelewi hiyo maneno?
If the president and the deputy are incapacitated, yes, the deputy is next in line. I mean, the speaker is next in line for the national assembly, which is the MPs, not the Senate, not yes, the Senate one.
That is true, but the Senate is more powerful because it can impeach the president, and not the parliament.
No, but it has to go through the parliament first. It goes through both houses.
The Senate can reverse what the parliament has ruled. So that makes it the upper house, although they don't want to call it the upper house because of the push and pull of Kenyans as usual. But all the same, there are things, something I want to respond to on comment section. Kuna jama moja anasema the more we speak ill of William Ruto, the more we build him, make him stronger. I think that advice needs to be given to William Ruto, because he has not spoken about anything else since he started the campaign. He's talking about the opponent, the handshake, the Uhuru Kenyatta. Now that he's helping Uhuru Kenyatta be strong, Raila be strong, he's the one to be advised on that. Here we are only freely debating. And then there was an issue about Kakamega said... So sorry, they say if Azimio does not field in one candidate in Kakamega, they are capable of losing the seat. I don't think so. It's good to be on the safe side, but in my opinion, Baraza is going to carry that thing with a landslide. Even Savula will not be able to reduce his much. Malala is a weak candidate as far as Kakamega gubernatorial seat is concerned. He's very weak. Sioni upset anything. But all in all, you never know. So everybody should play safe and be sure to do what is required in order to get right people in rightful positions. It is that important. Mr. Kamau, there is darkness from your end. What is happening? Okay, inaonekana Kamau hapana iko. Kamau wewe iko, wewe hapana iko. Okay, Kamau hapana iko, kwa hivyo tutoe darkness. Remember the standing laws orders remain. If you appear without the camera, we get rid of you from the screen, because we must retain the quality of the broadcast for the people who view the show after we have finished. Okay, there are shows, like there is a show we did that had almost 8,000 views, and now it is closing to 12. So there are people who rewatch this thing over and over, and then if they come and see darkness all over, they will not watch now. And even if it is you, will you watch darkness? So it's important that let's keep that low with that. Na si eti tunaonea mtu yeyote, ni vile tu lazima mambo ya badilike ili tusonge mbele. Bwana umeinua mkono, kuna nini?
I heard you say that the Senate can reverse. What did you say that the Senate can reverse? The ruling from the parliament. If the parliament impeaches the president, it must go to the Senate to ipite. Isipopita, the president cannot be impeached. Oh, okay, I've got. That's what I just wanted an emphasis on. Although
Yes.
what normally happened is that the charge is read at the National Assembly, then the trial is done at the Senate. That's what normally happens.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Now let's follow the channel and whatever. Mkururo, Bwana Guru, how are you?
Habari
Salama, namna gani?
nzuri sana.
Haya, karibu, mawili matatu, tusonge mbele.
Asante. Sasa hii Baba Serina, you know, something that has shocked many people, and I'll say it here, is that the imagination of mother as a deputy president has caught up in Mount Kenya in a way that has destabilized Kenya Kwanza. Right now, there's a group of people who are now trying to portray SABINA as a much more likable character. But the truth of the matter is that Mother has captured the imagination of the people of Central Kenya, and she's the only one who is likely to change very many people who had already maybe made up their minds to vote for Kenya Kwanza, and those who are not decided. You will notice that when they went there the first time with Baba, they were actually a group of young people had been hired to heckle. The purpose was to show that what they are trying to do there is not possible because the community is hostile. But they failed to understand that they are dealing with a political animal, very well experienced, and a person who has gone through fire, has been baptized by fire. Mother joined politics at a time that was the most risky, especially for women. Goons were being hired to harass them and beat them up and throw stones at them and all that kind of thing. So you will also notice that when they were met by that small crowd of people, she actually ordered them to keep quiet and listen to Baba. She said she wants them to keep quiet and she doesn't want to hear any noises when Baba is speaking. And when a few persisted, she called the police. That is Mother for you. Now Mother, just after that, she's gone back to the roots. This time alone, of course, with those who are contesting using her NAC Kenya party tickets. And you can obviously see a leader who is respected and people are ready to listen to her. That is what is making KKA shaken, because she has a message, she is persistent, she is powerful. I doubt whether SABINA would be able to deal with that situation. And you know what? Mother is not one to coach once with, niceties. She will say it as it is. She told the people of Kirinyaga she is supporting Azimio, and she is going to contest with Raila, and gave the reasons, something that other leaders seem to be fearing to do. Even those who purported to be supporting Baba. So this is a courageous leader, and I doubt if Baba will have any other person except maybe Peter Munya who have that courage against the odds to penetrate the region. So as we head towards that D-Day, we are going to hear very many things. There are even those who are trying to divert our attention towards SABINA. And sorry to say this, it's not that SABINA is not qualified, but she lacks the characteristics that would be wanted for a candidate who is facing hostility in an area, and also the fact that she is also well experienced in government more than SABINA. She needs more time to get that gravitas. So I can certainly tell you here now that Bernard, if Karua becomes the running mate. I have been talking with several people who are already saying they would not go to vote because they see no motivation to go and vote. But some are saying, those who are saying they will not vote, if Karua is the running mate, they will rethink that decision and they will go and vote. So you can see the influence that there is. Therefore, although in this forum we may not say who will be taken as the running mate, that is an insight from somebody who is close to the ground and somebody who listens. And I can tell you, KKA has no answer up to now, because even if they were to react and bring in Waiguru, I don't think she would actually match the cut. The other alternative they have maybe is Alice Wahome, who is much old, and today I heard readers in Embu saying that they have no problem with any one of them being picked, and they mentioned Alice Wahome, Rigathi Gachagua, Didi Nyoro, Kidiki, but they said in no uncertain terms that Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula came to KKA when that deal had already been sealed. So for them, it is either a Mount Kenya running mate or nothing from the communication that they have made from Embu. So then you can see this pretense that KKA is having is hollow. They are also having issues. It's only that they are not as focal, or the people who are eyeing those positions are not as aggressive as Kalonzo Musyoka in the public domain. But the underlying sentiments is that they'll take nothing other than a running mate from the Mount Kenya region. That is the communication they have made today from Embu. So it is going to be a few interesting days that are coming. And I see both formations zazing each other. Even this issue of Kidiki is just a test. It's just a test balloon that was thrown to get the sentiments. I doubt whether that is the final decision on the running mate. But we are also aware, and the forum should know that I think each one of them could be having about 2 alternatives. There is a sentiment that if RUTO senses that Kalonzo will be given that position, they'll make the decision of taking Musalia Mudavadi. Reason being that RUTO thinks he has already sealed the votes of Mount Kenya, and therefore they can't go anywhere. And then on the other hand, there is nothing that Azimio will be coming to tell the people of Mount Kenya, because if they have not taken one of their own, then it will be easier for them to say there is nothing for you in Azimio. So these games are going to be played, and the lucky thing here is that the government has the last word, because they can even delay up to the last minute to see which candidate has been fronted on the other side. I am aware that the government does not work from the bruise. I'm sure they are doing very many simulations. They are doing a lot of research. And out of this, then they will pick the most appropriate according to what the other side will also do. So this is what is going to inform the next candidate. I'm almost certain there are several issues in Mount Kenya that will make the running mate be picked. One, there's a feeling within the wider Kikuyu community that Muranga has never produced somebody at the executive. That is one of the factors. Number two is that which one I have told you, the issue of if they were to pick Kidiki Gedule, it is likely that the candidate will come from Kirinyaga or Muranga. So these are the kind of games that will be played in the mountain, because it's almost a gone fact that the vote will be divided. Nobody will get 100% of that vote. So the issue here is how many votes will you be able to put on your side by playing around with the factors that I have told you. So let me stop there. I'll contribute later on other factors. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Guru, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mtazamo wako. Tutasonga mbele for gender balance. Mama Selina, are you ready?
Yeah, thank you so much,
Mama
Bernard.
Selina, just one quick one. I just wanted to make sure that people know Wadakarua is what you call an institute. That's all I wanted to say. She's an institute. Sealed.
Karibu Mama Selina.
Thank you so much. Naona mchatala ya leo watu yote wako kwa hii mkutano na wasalamia, na tunakubali maoni ya kila mtu, na hasa sisi watu ya Azimio ni ya kwamba tunatakia baba serikali ile itasimama, itatendea Wakenya kazi. Tunajua kuna intimidation mingi, kuna wakora mingi in the other side. So mi nafikiria Wakenya ile kitu wangeweza kusaidia baba ni apate the strong running mate, the no nonsense person, na nikiangalia hiyo na ikuta hiyo mambo yote kwa Martha Karua na vile ametembea leo, hiyo ndio wakati tunafanya siasa ya Martha Karua sana sana, si ya kupanda kari. Hiyo grassroots walking, ukitembea pena tukiwa kampeni ya Martha Karua unaesalia kwa sababu achoki. Mnaesa enda 5 kilometers akitembea na kuimba na wanakimbia. So mimi nimekuwa mmoja yake ya kufanya kampeni zake, na ninajua hiyo siasa ya Geshoko. Lakini hata leo mnaona vile baba na Sabina Chege, hii watu wanajaribu kununua coons, kushout, kwa sababu wamejua IPC inasema iwezi pitisha kama yote ya ina gender equality. Ukiana watu wenye walijaribu leo kushout, si ati wanashout, wanataka kupeana intimidation kwa baba ya kwamba the women are not in the right position to run for the deputy president. It is not none about Sabina Chege or Martha Karua. Then a strong person too, kwa sababu yeye na Peter Kenneth walisimama ya kwanza kukua na baba kama watu wengine walikuwa na uoga. Tukifika ndani ya kasi, sasa tunaenda na qualification penalty. All of us tumemaliza university, tuko na degrees na tuko sawa, but kuna ile experience, kuna ile inatakikana ukoma. Sabina Chege is a strong. Mimi kama mama siwezi sema anything against any woman, kwa sababu sisi constituency ya kina mama tunataka kusema wote tuko sawa, lakini kwa sababu wa mama tulikuwa tumekaa chini na tukapeana china ya mama mwenzetu. Hakuna msichana anaenda harusi peke yake. So Martha Karua has to have escort. One escort is Ngilu, one escort is Sabina Chege. Na wakati wa mama wa Azimio walikuwa wanaendorse Martha Karua, both Ngilu and Sabina Chege were there. Na Ngilu was given the chance to talk. So kwamba mimi niko sawa na 3 women being in that panel, kwa sababu najua Kenyans wanachakua the best. Na kwamba munajua kwa nini watu ya Okoa wherever wanaitwa nini KKA. I will still talk the same. I know somebody yesterday called me a seller. Keep you are not here yesterday. Mtu anaita Mala sijui Mwala, he came here, he accused me. Na akasema mimi ninauza wakale nchini. I'm not. Saa ile nyinyi wakale mko na Wakikuyu.
I
Na
wish
mko
us
na
there.
makabila
I
zingine
wish us there. Pole sana.
wanawasupport. These people, they need to know that kusimama imara na Kenya, it doesn't mean I have to be a Kalenjin to support a Kalenjin. And if it was like that, all these other tribes, especially Wakikuyu yenye wajai support mutu na wana support RUTO, are those people sellers? How watu wenye wana support deputy president from other tribes? Wakalenjin munawaita chinakani. That is why Penat, I wanted to come back yesterday and talk about it. Na ni kama wametumwa wakuje wanipike fita na wambia hole wao. They know I fought for Mwai Kibaki when the Kalenjins was in Raila. I was with Martha Karua and I fought for Mwai Kibaki. I have been in Kenya for the last 15 years or 10 years. I'm a member of NAK Kenya. In NEC, I'm a deputy national women leader in the party of NAK Kenya as I'm in diaspora. So nobody should come here from a Kalenjin community to intimidate me. I have a right as a Kenyan. Pole Penat, I had to say that because the lady who came here yesterday, I told her I look like you are a Kalenjin, and she said, how do you know? And we talk. We need to say the truth. I told them before, if I was to support RUTO, nitakuja kwa hii TV na niseme ile vitu itasaidia RUTO kuliko kulete ile mambo inamwangusia kura. So as hiyo nimewatia hapo, Peter Kenneth anatosha, everybody else anatosha. Kiti ya nyumba ya baba narudi kusema iko na kasi mingi. But Kenyans, tukitengenesha, baba alisema this is the third revolution. Wakati walitengeneza katiba, it was the second revolution. Who were in there? The Martha Karua, the strong people. Na nataka nikumbushie ya Kenya wa Kenya ya kwanza, tuko na laini mbili ya mpira. Tuko na Azimio na lineup yake. Tuko na KKA na lineup yake. Mtuambie keep, tunataka kujua kwa lineup ya Azimio. Ninaona kama hiyo watu 12 yote iko laini ya Azimio. They are very good defenders. Wanaweza shikilia mpira bila kuanguka. Ebu turudi upande wa KKA. Who are the people in there? Na ndio narudi vile Martha alisema ya kwamba uwezi peleka ng'ombe ama kondoo sako ukawacha chui ikachunga. Sitakwisha. Kuna sababu watu wametachwa, na kama mumetachwa kwa makosa, mko na right kukuja na kudefend yourselves. Lakini kuintimidate watu, it is 3 months. Naomba serikali ya baba, lakini nawaambia wa Kenya ya kwamba tupatie baba the strongest people, especially the running mate mwenye atafanya kazi asahau kusimamia serikali na anze kutengeneza campaign zake. Wacha niseme msimamo ya Martha Karua. Wakati alisimamia Kibaki, she stood until the last person mpaka she was called a man. Alitembea na mguu kwenda kuchunga kura za Kibaki. She did. Wakati alikuwa Minister of Justice, alisimama, akarudi kutoka Geneva, akakuta kama wamepanga kwenda kuapisha churches bila kuuliza Minister of Justice. And the churches that they were supposed to be sworn in walikuwa na toswari, and Martha Karua say, I cannot endorse. If you want to swear in them, me as Minister of Justice, I'm not part and parcel of it. Because kama uko na church corrupt Penat, na unataka serikali isimame imara, na wewe ni Minister of Justice, umeingia asubuhi, unapigiwa simu, unaambiwa kimbia State House, churches wanaapishwa. Kwa sababu Kibaki, I think he was not well na alikuwa sawa, so hii watu walikuwa na mtime. That is when Martha Karua resigned. She said, I cannot endorse. Mkitaka kuweka, weka. Mkitaka kuniuliza kama Minister of Justice, I will sit down with the committee and we give Kenyans the best judges. And that is why up to date, munaona mambo ya kotini, kuna mambo mingi kwa sababu walikataa kutoa wale watu walikuwa wapaya. Mimi hivyo ndiye nasema, that is why Martha Karua told Kibaki, chukua kasi yako, patia ile watu wanataka kufanya. I'm telling you, Kibaki akuchua sana. Martha Karua alikuwa ameresign. I think every minute alikuwa anaitisha, anasema anataka kuona Wangare, na walikuwa na mudanganya. That is what I can say. Wakati alitoka kwa wakati ya Moi, yeye alikuwa Minister of Keshoko. Na Moi anakuja, alikuwa Member of Parliament, opposition. Na watu wataki yeye aongee. Martha Karua akasema, this is my constituency. You are the president. Umekuja constituency yangu. I have to talk to tell you the problem of my people. Na aliambiwa uwezi ongea, and that is when she say, then I'm not a stooge. Let me walk away, do your work. So hiyo tu ndiye ningetaka kusema. Na pia najua kuna wengi wamefanya, kuna urafiki ya baba ya ndani. Baba mulisikia alisema wakati alikuwa amefungwa, Martha Karua was the young lawyer, na alisimama kitete kutetea baba wakiwa chela. Wale watu walikuwa wamefungwa. 1992, Martha Karua was in front na kina Orengo. Baba alituambia wakati Aida alikuwa anasumbuliwa kwa sababu Raila alikuwa kwa chela, who stood with her? Martha Karua. Sasa sisemi kwa sababu, kwa nini nasema hivyo? Kuna wakati Martha Karua na Raila wamekuwa in opposite direction ya siasa, but when it comes together they really work well. So mimi nataka kusema hiyo. Nimeona mambo ya Wanyonyi, na nikaona huyo kijana mmoja anaitwa ule alikuwa amesimama, naona kama amekubaliana. Nataka kushukuru watu ya Westlands na Azimio ya kwamba kotini si mwisho ya kila jambo. Nashukuru Azimio wamekaa chini, na kwa sababu timu Wanyonyi amewacha kiti ya gavana ya Nairobi na alikuwa anatosha na angeweza. Sitaki kuona pia watu wakiongea kinyume yake, kwa sababu alisema badala mimi nikuwe deputy, wacha nirudi kwa constituency. So the brothers wale walikuwa wamesimama hiyo kiti, nataka niwaambie asante kwa kuachiana pena this thing. Ule kijana batu ni mdogo, anaweza kuja baadaye, but kwa hiyo pia serikali ya baba kuna kasi mingi. Hiyo ndiye nataka kusema. Ingine, naona watu ya KKA wako na shida. Wangetaka nyinyi mutafute the weakest running mate ya baba. Wanatuambia baba hawezi. Sasa wanataka pia tuende tu hivi tulete mtu tu, atuendi kulete mtu tu. Tunataka baba kama amepromise Kenyans 100 days anataka kupigana na corruption. Nani atasaidia baba kupigana na corruption? 6,000 baba ameambia wa Kenya atawapatia. You need to have a very strong running mate. Na not only Kenya, asijui kwa nini sisi tunasahau international community, which watu ya KKA awana. Martha Karua na mambo ya human rights, she is honored. Kwa hivyo yeye hako na ndani na hako na nje. Tuna mambo mingi imeenda wrong Kenya, na tunataka kukua na deputy president hule ako na heshima zake pale nje. Akisema kitu inasikika. So wakati tunatafuta running mate, ile tunaambiwa Kalonzo, yes, alikuwa Bernard, ukioa msichana anafika nyumbani, kitambua kuwa na watoto watatu, she is very nice. Akifika mtoto ya nje, baba upati chakula, anaanza kukutusi mpaka watu wanashangaa, what is wrong with that house? So Kalonzo, you are a good man. Tumeambiwa leo na mbunge moja ya kwamba Kalonzo ni handsome. Yes, tunakubali is handsome. Ametuambia Kalonzo ni Mkristo. Yes, tunakubali hiyo yote. Lakini mimi pangu, uniambie msimamo ya Kalonzo. Watermelon, serikali ya Kibaki, alikuwa na baba akapita katikati. Tukaenda Uhuru Park, tukasema tuwapishane. Akangojea simu kutoka Nigeria, ati baba aenda anyongwe peke yake. Kama wewe ni kipenzi changu, tunaenda kwa shimo pamoja, tukiamuka tuamuke pamoja, tukianguka tuanguke pamoja. So mimi nikiulizwa kama ningekuwa mmoja ya panelist wale wanachakua nani is the right deputy president ya baba, ningeweka Kalonzo kando, kwamba kwa nini watu ya KKA wanatetea Kalonzo? They have a deal. Anataka akiwa deputy president, he can work with the other deputy president kucollide kumaliza serikali ya baba. So please Kenyans, Kalonzo, tutakupatia 2027 utengeneze serikali yako, ikiumba ya baba tutakuwa tumetengeneza vizuri. So can you wait na utuonyeshe msimamo, kwa sababu hata 2027 kama utakuwa na msimamo, batu watermelon lazima urekebishe. Pena tukiitwa mwisi mpaka utupu na uonyeshane kwa hata kotini, ukifunguliwa unaambiwa unapatiwa siku ya kukufuata. Tunapatia Kalonzo time ya kuchunguza vile anaenda. Asante sana, na kama nimechukua nafasi mnisamee, but nilifikiria ni mzuri tuseme yale vitu itasaidia wa Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you Mama Selina, hiyo ni kali. Nashukuru sana, ni muhimu tuelewe. It is that important.
Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, I was saying scrutinizing our leaders is our responsibility as Kenyans. Mtu asikuje tu aseme baba baba alafu nampatia kura. We must scrutinize them, know who they are, why do they want that leadership position, how are they going to perform there, what is their track record, their historical performance, because offices don't change people. It is people who change offices. If you hire in a hyena atakuja kula mbuzi. Huwezi kumfanya kubadilisha hyena akuwe mbuzi na akuwe rafiki wa mbuzi. It will not work. Now, as we proceed, let's listen out to this tape, and then naomba hivi a call to action. As you watch and participate, please invite somebody to watch with you. That's number one. Number two, participate into subscribing. Subscribe to Mtembei TV or follow on Facebook and all that. That's the only way you'll be notified every time we go live. And we go live more than 100 times a day. So there are 100 channels a day. So you if you're not a subscriber, you are missing a lot. If you're only waiting for this show, this is not the only show. There are other shows that are taking place even parallel to this. So being a subscriber and being a member of Mtembei TV, the membership is on YouTube channel. If you are a member, you will be in a better position to follow what we are airing more successfully. You get better notifications and all that. So kazi ni mbili. While we are on the show like this live discussion, please invite somebody to watch, share in your WhatsApp group, share in your Facebook groups, share around so that we beef up the number of viewers. Let this good information reach a good number of people. Let's not get this kind of wisdom being shared only among us. We have to spread it across. And number three, of course, you can support the channel by making contribution. The details of contributing towards Mtembei TV are available on the YouTube channel. You go to the description, wherever section,
you'll find on how to send, if you want to send your M-Pesa or you want to support the channel in one way or another. So I'm just bringing those as reminders. Unajua hatujaongelea hiyo kwa muda mrefu, inaonekana tumeanza kulegea in making sure that the channel is growing. Thank you. Hiyo ni vandu vaingo wamekataa hiyo mambo. Otoyo Mpole, namna gani?
Niko salama sana. Na wewe?
Tuko salama, tunashukuru. Karibu, tuambie mawili matatu, chunga muda.
Okay, asanteni sana. Kwanza mimi nataka kushukuru hii stage. Cha pili, kitu yenye ningependa kusema kwamba wakati tuko hapa, most of us ni watu tunafikiria, and then we must be having a lot of intelligence for mtu yote kufikiria anataka kuingia hapa. And that's why wote tuko hapa, and ukisikia opinion ya kila mtu, it's intelligent. But as much as tunakuja hapa, what is the biggest thing? Are we analyzing politics is the best, taking sides, kuaffiliate na party, or the best thing is kama Mkenya and being a Kenyan, do we have Kenya at heart kwanza? Because that is the key important thing and should be the main subject in everything yenye tunafanya, despite that in civil education. So mimi kama Mkenya, if I was to vote, ama kitu yenye ningeambia wa Kenya, I cannot advocate for hiyo AKK ama Okoa ama UDA. Reason is, ukiwa uko na bibi ama bwana mko kwenye nyumba, or you are the head of a state and you can stand in front of the public whereby unaomba watu kura more than 40 million, and then unasema on the podium in front of the camera that the president to reach you and not the other way around, then already there is a problem with you. Ukiwa you are in a government, at the time you are running a government, ifike to an extent, the currency has to be changed because there is hoarding of money. Then all of us, we should say no to that. That is the beginning point yenye nitaanzia. Cha pili, kuna mtu ameongea about affiliation ya parties, hiyo pande ingine, mrengo mwingine na mrengo wa Azimio. There are certain identities zenye tumekuwa nazo ama zenye kila mrengo iko nazo. That's why they've taken the sides they've taken. most of it ukianalyze vizuri, hii mrengo wa pili usio wa Azimio, the likes of people seconding it, there is a tendency that wangekuwa Azimio still awangepata a chance and a position in Azimio, and that's the reason wameenda kubagain upande ule mwingine. The Western fraternity, nitaongea a little bit about it. Ingekuja position ya vice president in UDA, in Azimio, whether wangekuwa in or not in, there are high chances that they wouldn't have gotten the position. And Kalonzo akitusumbua ama kisumbua Azimio, it's because of the same thing and for the same reason yenye anataka ama anataka kuweka kucompromise the Azimio part. It means he has no Kenyans at heart. Sisi kama a panel when you tuna discuss things that Kenyan can see, why can't we take the initiative of standing for our country? Tutasema Raila ni shujaa, Raila amepigania liberation, ukombozi unakuja, anafanya ukombozi. We come here, what are we doing to the country? How important are we helping him? Tukikuja, do we just analyze politics, take sides, argue or not argue? Because yes, tuna tribes, but the most important thing is the country before the tribe. Right now, Raila is talking about economic liberation. And we've had a very big economical problem to an extent. A country, for the first time in history, Kenya has had to change its currency. Kwa ajili kuna mtu, he had the access ya pesa in the name of government, and amechukua hiyo pesa akahold. Every citizen, whichever affiliation tunatake, you want to be a businessman, unataka ukuwe na kazi, uwe mwalimu, it's the economy, niyo pesa ndo ina run the economy. There is one thing that must have happened for you to see Uhuru very bitter, na kisema Raila pia memsaidia. If you don't have the economical power, you cannot even run a country. How will you pay the military? How will you do other jobs? And that must have been the thing, sabotage yenye he experienced in his own government, of which if ingekuwa the ODM leader na connection and the intelligence yenye ako nayo, I don't know what we could be speaking about this country. And that is a very dangerous sign yenye inatuonyesha we could have ended up back to the Moi era ama worse than the Moi era. Because most of the leaders in UDA, they have a price tag on their head. If it's not tribal affiliation, then everybody has a price tag. So unakuta some of the Luya leaders who don't have a position or they know they are going to lose, then they just put the price tag on them. But the country is more than the price tag, because after if you get that money today, tomorrow unafungua biashara ama unaeka something, watu wenye unataka kuuzia who are the subjects, they should be having something in their pocket to be able to buy the commodity you want to sell to them. In the current situation, nasikia mtu anakuambia he has the money, amefungua biashara, na anakuambia hana biashara, hakuna biashara. So it's high time for us to think very hard as intelligence Kenyans to decide how do we want to go about with our life and the future of our life. Kuna watu wengine, they are very happy ama excited with the political affiliation, wanasema I'm going to vote this, sisi tuta vote this way, but it doesn't matter whichever way you vote. The most important thing is the intelligence behind how you vote and why you should vote the way you are voting. At the end of the day, we have economical affairs that has to be taken into consideration. Chapili, when we are voting, when we are going to the ballot, mimi na wewe, today, we are going to define the way Kenyans who are 5 years below to 18, wafike 18, how they are going to live. Today, many Kenyans, as we are living and complaining, it is because of our fathers and our forefathers, the decisions they made, how they voted. Hatuna right ya kuvote until you are 18. Leo hii kuna mtu ako form 4, form 3, form 2, form 1, class 8, class 7. They cannot vote until wamefikisha 18. It will take quite a number of years. Ikiwa umepigia mtu kura mwenye anataka kumanipulate aeke position yake na watoto wake at the expense, na wewe ni mzazi, what kind of future are we creating because of affiliations, political affiliations? That's why it is very important for us. Tunaweza kuwa nimependa whichever party, a certain individual. It is very important to start to spread the gospel and think that the vote we make today, the impact is for the people who are 5 years, wako 5 years nyuma before they are 18. Currently, kuna hii group ya vijana wengi we see in the city. We voted SONKO and the stuff, and it was right now. There are these groups of young boys. Wanashika mtu wanamturn upside down, and even the academic. And that was the 2 elections that we did back. So the kind of young citizens we have should reflect how we voted, and we decided their fate. We decided their future. Watu wakisema kuna kazi, that's what we did. Do you want to do the same thing tomorrow? Some people who are still vying, accusing the government, wamesimama hiyo part ingine, saying the government has failed. Tangu weke mtu wa handshake, they are part of the government. Ikiwa mtu amekufungia nje from your own office because of your character, how do you as a Kenyan still gather the courage ya kwenda kuvote the same person na umpatie full mandate and power to be in office? I will honestly point blank say, tumalize mambo ya discussion in form of ati tunataka kuvote kula ama. If we can, let's convince Kenyans to vote on one way. Hata if it will not be 100% that, based on the intelligence tumeona and what we know. If ifike to a point where a leader anafungia deputy wake nje, he could be having a lot of passion for the country. But it is we who are intelligent and we are here today. We will decide the fate of the voters. Kenya, there are lots of naive people. They don't know anything. The more we analyze, the more tunafanya nini, sometimes we don't help them. Let's be realistic na tuangalie. Vile our sister amesema hapa, our mother, I could have advocated for Kalonzo. If the situation will have happened the same way, that mtu kutumia another means to want to go into power, and then the country has decided, the people have decided that we are going to take the liberation in this manner. How sure are we that atakuwa tena nini Uhuru Park? All those seasons tumevote 3 times, anapita katikati. Even if sisi ni Wakamba, tunampenda, we come, we analyze, tuko na votes, we come, we analyze, we compromise. It's high time we intelligent people start to prove the reasons why we shouldn't compromise at the expense of the future of the country and the offspring of the people behind us. Mi na wewe, we will eat today. Tomorrow tunaacha watoto. Tomorrow tunaacha the rest of the people. So let's be all reasonable.
Muda umeenda. Summarize please. Kuna mikono imeinuliwa, kuna maswali.
Okay, naweza jibu maswali kama kuna swali.
Yes, Mr. Guru.
Now, our friend Otoyo.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm very fine.
Yes, your elucidation of issues is very nice. But what do you do with a situation like the one I've seen today, where the clergy from the Kamba community have said they will be gathering very soon to curse those leaders, other leaders from that community who do not support one Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka?
Okay, in response to that, there's somebody who talked about belief, na religion, and the thing of church. We get convicted to believe that there's somebody who is supposed to dictate and decide for our future. We are the gods who are living. We make the decisions about our future, what we should do, and how we should live tomorrow. Wakati kuna clashes, it is the same citizen who killed the same citizen. So if we want to elaborate to people that if there is at all a God, it's the God that can curse you or bless you, not a fellow human being who thinks that they should have a right over your life. Let us start to teach people, the people who want to take control of your life, how much comfortable or how much powerful have they control of their own life? Because that is what we've been subjected as young people when we are growing. Tutakulani, heshimu wazee, tutakulani. And as I've said, the kind of life we live today is because of how our leaders voted. Kuna watu walitunadi. Do we do the same? Kuna watu walitunadi because of their stomach. Do we still do the same after we've learned, we've gone to school, we are civilized society where we can meet here, share opinion, discuss reasonably and understand stuff? Do we still continue believing in the same old cult? Swali nyingine?
Okay. Thank you. Kip.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm going to play the devil's advocate today. No, Uda umetoroka. Kalonzo Musyoka, I think we're playing him unfair. Don't you think with his age, he's 68 years old, by the time he's eligible for president for the next incumbent presidency? That's why there are many candidates happening right now, presidential candidates. I don't think it's unfair that by the time he's eligible, he will be about 78 years old. And that is when he'd have the reign. And if he was not deputy president, he wouldn't have a chance because he's had royalty with Raila for two times. And don't you think that Kalonzo has been respected in the nation as as a vice president, and also the fact that Kalonzo commands a true kingmanship with the Kamba nation? And don't you think that that is about 2 million votes that would do very well for Azimio? He's a religious person. Let's just be honest. He's a very religious person. And don't you think we should give him a chance? Why are we being unfair for him? I'm playing devil's advocate, by the way, guys. So, Otoya, tell us.
Okay. For me, I believe as a person, I would have equally been a good leader. It's not about age or something. First is about being a person of sound mind. He has been there. There are things that we don't have to believe that there's a certain system that has to work for us to think and account for it to be right. We should know the basic things we need, what is important, how long. He has been there. They have been there. And other people, leaders have been there. We know what has been done and what has not been done. Yeah.
Allow me to come in here on the interest of time.
Yeah.
Directly to keep, we are 49 million of us Kenyans, and almost half of us are eligible of becoming deputy president. So it doesn't have to be a particular person. Historically, we have had how many vice presidents? How many of them became president? So being vice president doesn't entitle anybody in becoming deputy president or becoming president. That's number one. Number two, what is there for all cannot be reserved for a few. The reason why we have election is because those seats are open and any Kenyan can contest for it. So it cannot be reserved for somebody because he's 78 or 18. It doesn't matter your age bracket, your aspirations, just like Angomudi was a vice president and he served very well quietly and he finished and went home.
And he's gone home and he's quiet right now.
Yes, I saw his launching his autobiography. You know, why do we make this elective seats as a matter of life and death? Kalonzo and team should wake up and provide leadership to the generation. Being a clergy, I will talk about those church people that Mr. Guru is talking about. It's straight to the point. Those are guns for hire. They are not speaking for the church. They are not speaking for God. They are speaking for their own stomachs, of which is a disgrace. You don't distribute curses around because you are what? Who are you? In the Bible, it's Balaam who was hired by Barak to go and curse Israel. And he failed on the mission simply because he was hired to go and curse. So, you know, people like, preying on people's ignorance and try to intimidate people. There is no causeless curse the Bible says will not land. Every curse goes in effect because it has found a reason to go to effect. For example, we have had too much teaching now, at the risk of sounding Bible. We have had too much teaching about generational curses. Okay, if you come from a polygamous family, you have this. If your uncle did this, you have that. If your grandfather did this, you have that. Now, that line of teaching is erroneous from the word go. It doesn't meet the biblical threshold of what a curse is and how a curse functions. The only way you get under a curse of your ancestors is when you do the same things your ancestors did. That reason of you participating in what your ancestors did is what attracts that curse on you. Now the curse has found a reason to land. But as long as you have not partaken into what your ancestors did, the sin of the father will not go to the son, and the sin of the son will not go to the father. Ezekiel 18. So tusahau mahubiri wa kutembea na briefcase na viatu zimepoint juu na suti za white
kudanganya watu wetu wanawalaani. Hakuna mtu amepewa monopoli ya kulaani mtu yeyote, haswa kwa swala la kisiasa. Kuheshimu wazee ni swala ambalo Biblia inahitaji na inafundisha. Kuheshimu nini? Wazee. Lakini hiyo heshima haitunzwi kwa sababu unaogopa laana. Okay? There is honor in honoring the elders, and it is a normal way of living. It's the ecosystem. How we need to interrelate with one another. We need to have our seniors, respect them, honor them, because you are headed there. Like history ya matusi ya deputy president kusema Raila ni mzee. Kwani deputy president akona speed governor ya kuzuia uzee wake? Ama anafikiria kimeza matembe namna hii atazuia kuzeeka? Uzee unakuja na hawezi kuhepa. Kwa hivyo kule unacheka, yule mzee ni hapo unaelekea. So mjinga ni nani? So
but then Bernard, you're compromising your own statement there, because you're saying that you should respect the elderly, yet you're not respecting Kalonzo as an elderly.
He has disappointed me as an elder because he's not behaving like an elder. He's behaving
It's
like
something you deserve.
Yes.
It's not a guarantee.
If you are an elder, like my senior preacher, Dr. Kayo says, if you are wearing white suit on your way to church, then you found children are playing in mud across the street, then you go and join them in the play. Then they spill mud on your suit. Who is to blame? Is it the children or you that was an elder that went to join them into the mud game? So there is no way Kalonzo will be playing the boys' games and we treat him as an elder. Let him play the elder. In fact, Kalonzo has a very good position to occupy and control Ukambani. Just be the patron of the three governors. Facilitate international connections zake and let the investment. Let Ukambani develop. Hakuna mtu atamuuliza kama ni elder. They will honor him for free. But now he's pulling down the governors so that he remains relevant. That is bad leadership, and we are against it. Tell him any day.
And can I add something?
Bernard.
We don't need regional affiliation or to discuss regional politics for we to have a better governance. We just need better policies and any leader.
Okay.
If policies are not good, we say no to policies.
Naomba tusonge mbele. Please, thank you. Nimeambia napeana someone.
Moja tu.
Yes, Mama Selina. Sawa.
Tuna claim Kalonzo ni Mkristo. Biblia inatuambia ukiwa Mkristo, hiyo heshima ya Kalonzo Penat na hii kutapatapa yote kwa Biblia inatuonyesha wapi? Because if you are our pastor today, ukienda kinyume ya upasta tutakuita nini? Because naona kila mtu anasema Kalonzo aheshimiwe. Heshima, amejiheshimu kwanza. Ya mwisho swali yangu, mnasema amekuwa na baba mara mbili. Walikuwa wawili wakielewana, utakuwa running mate na mimi nakuwa president. Hii ya leo tunaitwa Azimio. Tumekuja nyumba mingi, watoto mingi na mama mingi, lakini baba ni moja. Kwa hii mafamilia, there is no way Kalonzo will say nilikuwa jana ama miaka jana na hata leo nitakuwa. Hii ni mambo tofauti. It's a new beginning. So ile swali yangu mkiendelea mambo ya Kalonzo na anasema yeye ni mweupe kama pamba na yeye ni Mkristo, mimi nataka nione Biblia mahali Ukristo inaweka Kalonzo afanye ile tafia anafanya. Asante.
There's no scripture. That's exactly what I said. The Bible says give honor to whom honor is due. Okay? Give honor to whom honor is due. It is how you carry yourself that you'll be received. He says, if you are an elder and you behave like a child, he says in Galatians, I think 5, he says, a heir remains a child, he differs nothing from a servant. Okay? Although he's a heir of all things. So if you don't mature, although everything is in your name, you don't get anything until you grow to maturity. So as long as Kalonzo is behaving like an immature amateur in politics, he must be under governors.
Okay, you talk about honor. You talk about honor. You talk about honor. Why didn't he honor the agreement they had in NAC with Raila. Why didn't
And
Kalonzo?
Not even that. Let's do this. Let's do this. We will turn this one into Kalonzo affair again. I don't want.
Is there honor in politics?
Let's do this.
Is there an honor in your politics?
Ngoja guru wewe iko honor, honorable member. Is that not honor? Now, no. I'm saying this. Kalonzo has been playing manipulative politics all his life. That is the only politics he knows, and we blame him for it because he did not outgrow it. You can begin on the wrong note, but you don't stay on the wrong note. You correct it with time. Even in 2013, Kalonzo did not go to Raila and say, I love you so much, I believe in your ideology, I want to be a deputy. No. He was picked as deputy because he was rejected in K7. You remember the 7K? KK, something like that. And then his appeal to Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto is that just make me president, I'll protect you people, I'll take care of your ICC cases, I'll do They told him no. Okay? Now, when he was rejected there, he had no option. Then he runs where? To CORD. And then there, CORD gives, and mnajua baba anakuanga na intelligence. So, kile umeambiwa huko, si eti baba ajui. Wakati unarudi, anajua kile kimefanyika huko, kikakufanya nini? Urudi. So, aliporudi huko tena anataka kuwa nani? Akuwe candidate. Wakaambia sasa umekataliwa huku unataka kuwa sisi tukusupport kivipi? Ndio akatulia chini, mbia nyamaza utapewa kitu na so it's not sacrifice. It was political option that he had as an only political option. The same thing for 2017. And the only person I know who has sacrificed for this country is one Raila Odinga. These other people are just playing games. Now let's not waste time. Yeah, let's not waste time on them. Let them play their cards, but we should be vigilant as Kenyans to call out their ills and their evils and be able to deny them from taking advantage of the ignorance of Kenyans. So kama ni mapasta, tuko na mabishop. Kama kuna reverend, mimi ni reverend, okay? So don't let anybody intimidate another. Wakikuja na Biblia tuko nayo. Wakikuja na maombi tunajua kuomba. Wakikuja na matusi tutawashughulikia. Let's yes, Kemboy.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Nimengoja sana.
Bwana Kemboy, ngoja. Kama ni swali nakupatia, lakini kama ni kusubmit utangoja kiasi. Kwa sababu tunafuata come first served.
Sawa.
Okay, thank you. Just hold on, you will soon be there. Nataka sasa kuwa strict 2 to 3 minutes. 2 to 3 minutes. I'll appoint Keep to be my timekeeper. Please, you will be signaling me mtu akicross to the second minute, like Wangira, especially Wangira. You should notify me so that as Peter, ndio tusonge mbio, and then we will soon get there. Thank you. Mr. Wangira, how are you today?
Bernard, I'm fine. You know, you cannot give people 10 minutes, then you want to gag me to 2 minutes. Hiyo itakuwa ngumu hiyo. Umepatia watu dakika 10 hapo bwana. Na sijalalamika.
In fact, wewe ushaongea. Unapaswa tu kusalimia kidogo, tutarudi second round. Wale watu wajaongea mara ya kwanza wanapaswa kuongea saa hii.
Mimi sijaongea, I've not talked. Unaongea saa ngapi?
I heard you. It's okay. Make your submission please. Thank you.
Niliuliza tu swali, sijaongea. So acha nitumie dakika zangu 10.
Ni 2.5.
Okay. How are you anyway? How is everybody? Bernard, today after William Ruto was heckled in Kakamega, you know, this Tangatanga guy decided to come up with a fake video that was portraying Raila as having been heckled in Kasarani. To some of us who live in Nairobi, surely, and especially in a football match where AFC and Gor Mahia is involved. Does anybody in Nairobi think that Raila Odinga can be heckled in such an environment? Eh? Now, because they have been heckled in Kakamega, they must now come up with another story that Raila has been heckled in Kasarani. Is it possible for Raila to be heckled in Kasarani? Wacha niwache hiyo niendelee. On team Wanyonyi, Bernard, I'm happy that at least they have reached a settlement with this young man called Mike Gumo. Mike Gumo is the son of the former Westlands MP Fred Gumo. Because, you know, on Friday, the political party dispute tribunal nullified Tim Wanyonyi's certificate, certificate, and they ordered that there be nominations within 72 hours. And you know, Mike Gumo threatened to go to court, to the High Court tomorrow. And you know, the matters Mike Gumo was raising were very fundamental matters, because you know she was arguing that Tim Wanyonyi never participated in that initial nomination that took place on the 22nd of April, which is true. So she wanted the court to determine whether it was lawful for Tim Wanyonyi to participate in this ordered repeat nomination. And you know, that could have created a lot of complications for perhaps Tim, that perhaps he could have been barred from participating in the repeat nominations. And now that they have now sat down as brothers and agreed that he will be stepping down for Tim Wanyonyi, that's something to be commended. On the issue of the party lists, Bernard, there's an issue of the party lists and the two-third gender rule. You know, this is one thing that BBI was trying to resolve, and which Ruto told us that it was not necessary, because alituambia kwamba hatutaki kubadilisha, si kubadilisha katiba, ni kubadilisha uchumi. Now I understand even his own party, UDA, did not fulfill the two-third gender rule in their party nomination list. And you know, the list has been taken back to them, and they have been given around 48 hours to ensure that that particular list fits the two-third gender rule. And again, this issue of the two-third gender rule, you know, it's also contradictory to some provisions of our 2010 constitution, because our constitution talks of political rights. You know, it's a political right for you to vote for whoever you want to vote for. There's the issue of free expression of the voter. There are issues of sovereign power of the people. So if the people decide that the person they want is a man, are you going to force them to have a woman? For example, in Budalangi, already Raphael Wanjala is nominated as the ODM candidate in that area. So that is his personal political right to participate in an election. So can you withdraw, for example, Raphael Wanjala's nomination certificate on the pretext that ODM did not fulfill the requirement of the two-third gender, and award that particular certificate to a woman? You know, these are legal matters that, you know, could even end up creating further and further legal complications. And I hope that as we move forward, that perhaps we'll need to look at the constitution and agree on how to deal with this issue of the two-thirds gender test, because it's difficult. It's difficult to fulfill it in the manner that our constitution stands, because you're not going to shop for women on the streets to put them on the party list for the sake of putting them on the party list. Bernard, the issue of church leaders in this country, you know, I was brought up in a strong church where my father and mother attended, and it was a strong church under an old man now gone to rest called Silas Owiti. And you know, I never saw such circus when I was a young guy going to church, the Voice of Salvation and Healing Church. Hizi vipindiree zimejaa makanisani, sijui ni za nini. You know, now we are seeing, we have always known that there was the RUTO wing of the church. And today we are seeing now the Kalonzo Musyoka wing of the church. telling the Ukambani leaders that if you don't support Kalonzo Musyoka for the deputy presidential nominee of the Azimio la Umoja, then we are going to cast you. Cast people as who? You know, they remind me of my own relative who is now also deceased, who was a minister just like Bernard, but you know his mistake was every person threatening, every time threatening his congregation of casting a person A or casting a person B. So you know his congregation, whenever he was preaching to his congregation, he could always threaten people on how he was going to cast them. You see. So this is what I'm saying in Ukambani, you know, through the Ukambani church leaders, because now if they are talking of casting people who are not supporting Kalonzo Musyoka, this is now not the gospel. This is pure witchcraft, and this is now witchcraft being practiced by church leaders. And you know, it's a very, very sad scenario, Bernard, that we are now seeing.
Wangira umechapa 5 minutes.
Bwana sija wacha ya mwisho tu nipatie nusu dakika. Nusu dakika, I'm just finishing in a half a minute. Anyway, now finally, because you had on me, Mount Kenya. Yeah, I'm just finishing. Mount Kenya Jubilee leaders. Mount Kenya Jubilee leaders who are running on the Jubilee ticket. You know, I'm happy that now they are placing the Raila's R on their posters, which means that they now have confidence in Raila Odinga and they are not ashamed in being associated with Raila Odinga. I've seen that one in the posters of Jamle Kamau, who is running to become the Muranga governor. I've seen it in the posters of Kanini Kega, among many others. That means that they are now coming out very bold and they are saying that they are ready to be associated with Raila Odinga. Kwa sababu wewe ulipatia watu wengine dakika 10 na mimi umenipatia 2, ni sawa tu Bernard. Asante.
Asante kwa kutumia dakika zako 2 vizuri mpaka ukaandika composition nzima. Tegea hapa tutarudi kwako baadaye, na tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Naomba kila mmoja tuhakikishe kwamba tunafuata huo mkururo, and then for me to help you save on the time, you don't have to repeat what other people have said. You don't have to share on every aspect that is scrolling there. You can pick RUTO politics of insult and address that only. Then you will come in later and then talk about SONKO fighting for his mother's grave, things like that. So you don't have to finish the entire composition in one giving. We are here for 8 hours. We are yet to finish. We are now in the 2nd hour. So relax. Hata kama wale ambao mtaenda kujenga taifa kama mimi kesho asubuhi, tuko pamoja hapa kwa hapa. Taifa tutajenga, lakini hili tuanze kwa kulijenga. Felix Chris, how are you?
I'm fine, bro. Good evening, everybody. Or good morning.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Actually, I'm speaking on behalf of diaspora voters. This time round, Qatar were privileged, and I'm happy that is a handshake government. We're going to vote. Actually, I just want to talk to my Luya brothers, because for the Mulembe nation, we are being castigated that why are we in Azimio and we have nobody to advocate for our issues. But I would like to tell them that the other side, KK, they have Mudavadi Wetangula, who are our brothers. Mudavadi has been a VP in Western, but if you observe the road from Chavakali to Mudet heading to Mudavadi's side, there are no benefits. As from Busia, we had Uncle Moody. Uncle Moody was so mean in that he gave us just a half of the tarmac road. At the same time, there are no benefits. But somebody like Raila is a selfless leader. Having come from Nyanza, he doesn't segregate development projects and whatever. You can see all the current projects going on in Western today. It's because of his selfless attitude, and you know, he has that hand to give. Yeah, UDA and whatever they're saying that Raila is mean, he doesn't give about the churches, whatever. Let me ask you something. If I give you today water to drink and the borehole is completely dry, I have not refilled it, where will you take that water tomorrow again? I saw today Sonko's Bowsers heading to Mombasa, and I really pity Mombasa guys. They're now clapping that at least for us also we can enjoy the fruits Nairobians have been enjoying. You guys in Nairobi, what have you enjoyed from Sonko? For real? Eh? You keep on distributing water, a drop of water in Bowsers, and yet the taps are dry. Are you really helping people? Yeah. What I really want Kenyans when you are voting tomorrow, I'm talking tomorrow because we only have 90 days. In fact, it is now 79 because we're on another day. Can't we have small countries, even though they're not democratic, like currently in Qatar? Unfortunately, I'm talking my background, I'm in Western now on leave, but Qatar people are already small boys at age of 18. They're enjoying their economic sweat. You know, somebody doesn't have to dish out handouts that tomorrow go and buy mandazi or what. The youth are just benefiting. Why can't you have such kind of Kenya? You know, when Raila talks about Singapore, Singapore was like Kenya a few years ago. And now Kenya, we are borrowing from countries like Singapore. At one time, Kenya lended Singapore. Let us be that way. Qatar is a very small country. I wonder when Qatar gives us some money that Turkana we are dying because we don't have food. That is so shameful, for real. China, they came to help us to construct roads. They should not be giving us rice in the name of hunger strive. Turkana people are dying. We are the ones who should be taking our rice from Ahero, Pekera, wherever, taking to China. So guys, whether you are a Kalenjin, I'm very happy. I can see Mama Selena here, I can see Kemboy, I can see, I mean, this is the face of Kenya. Yeah, it is not about my people, mtu wangu. Let us shun those kind of politics and let us vote wisely. Let us have a very nice Kenya. Where Kibaki left us, Uhuru has now given us another step. Let us have now economic revolution. That's all we want, nothing else. Thank you so much and have a good night.
Okay, thank you so much, Felix. We appreciate it. And just to emphasize on the Luya or Western Kenya people, we fight for a cause. We don't fight for an individual. We have served and participated in the cause of Kenya for as long as Kenya began its existence. So we refuse to be dragged into selfish politics of mtu wetu ako wapi, mtu wetu ako wapi. When Kenya gets, we get. And I
Correct.
believe the right politics that we need. Because when you make Kenya better, every Kenyan will be okay. And when every Kenyan is okay, we are okay. But if we have to fight for our own, at the end of the day, we'll end up messing up the whole country for every other person. And so I appreciate the Mlembe Nation for that.
Thank you.
Bwana Mike, karibu sana.
Thank you, Bernard. I will talk in point form. I'll try to be brief. Somebody, I think it was Otoyo, who said, as we discuss, and I agree with him, that as a panel, as we discuss the politics of the day, we need to put it in a context of the bigger picture. And for me, if you've been following me, I've always been encouraging us to discuss about the value system of this country, which is actually gone down to the dogs. And that is the software of our country. Until we address that, we shall be saying who is good, who is experienced, who is educated. All those are the hardware. There's a software called a value system that is lacking in us, that if not addressed, all this good English we are speaking passes through the right and goes through the left. I've just attached something here. A research was done in 2016 by Standard newspaper, and it says that 50% of the youths don't mind shortcuts to success, don't mind stealing, don't mind corruption as a way of getting where they want to go. If you look at the configuration of or the strategy, one of the political camp has used, it has targeted that group of people who have declared that the end justifies the means, and that's a very dangerous ground to approach, and that's why somebody has just said bulldozers are being taken to Mombasa, People are now changing the narrative of who a leader is to mean that if you are rich and you can distribute money and help the poor, then you are a leader. But that's not the definition of a leader. A leader is somebody who inspires people, who gives people a vision, who makes people have an agenda to follow, a bigger picture than the current situation in which they are. If you look at all the leaders that are being remembered, if you look at Mandela never did any harambe. If you look at Mahatma Gandhi, if you look at Martin Luther King, he was not rich. These are people who inspired their generation to move from where they were to a better place. In Kenya, leadership is giving out money in funerals, churches, buying school buses, assembling border borders and showering them with money, and then saying that you are concerned about the poor. If you manage the resource of a country well, you'll address all these other things. The cost of health in Kenya is very expensive. If a country is well organized and it makes healthcare free, the way it is saying, 30% of the money people in slums use goes to health. It means they will have saved 30%. You don't need to go and give them that handout. You need to make the environment right for them to wake up, go work. If they fall sick, they know they can go to hospital. You need to make education free and accessible. So those are the infrastructures, and those are the things governments do. They don't give money to people in form of handouts. And that's why most of these people are very quiet on devolution and taking money through the institutionalized channels. They want money to be hoarded in an amorphous body called grants, that we shall give you 50 million grants to do business. Those are loopholes for even corruption. So as we interrogate these other things about randomness and all that, we need to look at the bigger picture of this country. How is it configured? The foundation is wrong. First of all, our leadership is based on money. Already that is wrong, because somebody said yesterday, 60% of people go to parliament and wash
One
people.
moment, Mike. One moment, Mike. Keep, what is it?
Mike, you've said something very important. I have a very quick question before you continue. If you're in objection of giving money, then why are you with Azimio if you don't like money being handed out and there's the 6,000 Kenya shillings that is going to be given to the poor?
Thank you. You see, the money that is being given to the poor, and there's a program all over. One of my relatives went to UK, a graduate, and the husband is a citizen. When you go there and you start life and you don't have an income, there is a stipend or something that enables you, give you dignity, and it is institutionalized. It doesn't come as a favor or a gift. The same way money is being given to the old. Can you say that is a handout? That's not a handout. That is to the vulnerable and the people who need their dignity to be lifted. And at some point, these 6,000 will not be permanent. Some of these people will. People are very dignified. Nobody wants to be a beggar forever. Once they get on their feet, I'm sure they'll come out of that bracket, because it is reviewed. The program is reviewed annually. It's not permanent. You cannot be driving a Range Rover after 5 years and you are on a 6,000 shillings stipend. So what I'm saying is that the money given as handouts in Arambe's funeral is not what I'm advocating for. I'm advocating for programs that are institutionalized. These programs are in UK, in America, where people get support from government so that their life and dignity are preserved. We can't have people dying like dogs in a country that has been had its independence for 50 years because they can't just have a meal. I think that's what I meant. Or Bernard, did I say something very sensitive that is attracting
No, that was devil's advocate here.
Okay, thank you.
Let's do this. Let's allow Mike to make his submission, please, so that we save on the time. As long as there's back and forth, we are spending too much time. Kemboya is waiting. Emmanuel has been trying. When Emmanuel, make sure if you're using phone, Emmanuel, if you're able to get me, please do what? Restart your phone. Restart your phone afresh so that you can configure your gadget properly. You will be able to stick on the screen. Right now, you're buffering forever. It means your configuration is not right. Thank you. Mike, continue, please.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, Bernard. Yeah, I started from I started by giving a background so that we speak in the context of what I'm trying to say. But now getting to the details, because the details still reflect our social fabric, the foundation, which is wrong. If you see people insulting each other, insulting old men, we mzee, mganga, mchawi, some of these things still go back to how we have configured our politics. That Kalonzo can go and hire Sonko to come back from the dustbin to be his attack dog, because Kalonzo as a person is a good man, and we agree. He does not know how to insult, so he has to get somebody who is good at vulgar language. So because he knows that's what runs our country, and that's the big problem, that in politics you have to get somebody who can be very vulgar, and intimidate you with the insults, and then subdue you. That should not be selling, and that's why and this is unfortunate. We don't have to talk over it over and over, but you can't have a leader lose his son and you say he has sacrificed his son. What about if you lose your child? Should we say the same? You see these insults again. There's a way they come back to us, and they confirm that we don't have to go that way, because God, or what the other people say, karma has a way of dealing with your with your misfortunes. So the insults are not necessary, but unfortunately they come from our leaders. But if our foundation was right, we would call off such people. But the reason is we cheer them, it means there's something wrong. And as a panel, we need to continue having this discussion so that we take this country back. On the issue of deputy, I think I'll just be quick and summarize on that. Guru said something very, 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 very correct. There is a lot of analytics that has been done by both sides, so definitely. We cannot give it only one side. But the person who will have his way is the government, because of the intelligence. And the government is basically where Uhuru's supporter or Uhuru's candidate is. They can even have two envelopes presented, and one is you are told that should this person put this, you put this. So I think the chess game has also been complicated by the late entrance of Martha Karua. He has pulled a checkmate that you are damned if you choose this one, you are damned if you choose the other. Because from where I sit, Martha Karua addresses all issues, so that even if Ruto was to choose somebody from Mount Kenya, it wouldn't be a lady. And if it is a lady who didn't match, she wouldn't match the credentials of Martha. Now, if she chooses a man, it still work for Raila again, because Raila has chosen a lady which addresses two things. She might not be popular, but she's right. And there are voices that will vote for the right thing, not the popular thing. There might not be many, but those are the voices that I think Raila will be looking for. So I think there is a checkmate that has been done by the late entrance of Martha Karua. And I gave you a clip, Bernard. Moses Kuria said 6 months ago that Ruto should pick Martha Karua as the running mate, and it will be game done. I think behind the scene, Martha must have been approached by that camp, but they are like oil and water. And I think she rightly told us that she has chosen the lesser thieves, which is of course Azimio. So I think on that, the issue of team, that is good, because it settles the anxiety and the fears that the ODM guys in Nairobi had. Thank you. I think I'm a very disciplined person. I've taken less than
for blowing your own trumpet, you have spoiled. We were about to give you an accolade for keeping time, but now because you played Kalonzo, now it's you have spoiled for yourself. Yes, Otoyo, what is it?
Okay, I just wanted to emphasize or add a little bit small thing on the question Kip asked about the money thing. In foreign countries, anyway, I'm in Norway. And in foreign countries, what they do, if you don't have a job, when they give everybody 6,000, it creates jobs and it rejuvenates the economy. In that, when you have that job that you are doing or something that you are selling or producing, there will be always the circulation of the money, that somebody has the money, can buy something, and the other thing can be bought. And if we have a leader who keeps the money, takes it in form of taxes and keep it, then the liquid, the solid form of the currency, then is not in play. And we need money to push business, push job and create job. That is the importance of having a bit of amount for every citizen. It runs the country, and
but I disagree with the Scandinavian way. The Scandinavian way is too much. You guys take almost half the tax of an individual, and you agree with me. I'm in Central and Western Europe. Uko juu kwenu, uko Nordics. You take too much tax from the people. Naumizanga watu.
The reason they do that, Kip, sorry, let me help you. The reason they do that is they also do too much for the civilians. I'm sure they don't pay any medical. I'm sure the schools are free. I'm sure there's no that you don't collect garbage and pay. You don't do private garbage collection. Most of the countries that do that take care of the things that you would have done yourself. So they have made it in a very disciplined and organized way, as opposed to giving you money and then they come back and collect it in form of garbage collection fee and parking fee and all that.
But it kills the capitalists, you know. Unajua nyi watu huko mnakwanga soft huko Sweden, Manowe. Hapana, kujeni hapa Central Europe. I know Otoya has a sound system. This is a DJ here.
Yeah.
Somebody is asking on the comments, is Otoya a producer?
I'm a part-time DJ. But
reggae sound system. I know these people. I need to come to one of your gigs.
Yeah, and then nakwanga event pia organizer na nini. Yeah, but hiyo tu ni kama ni side hustle. By the way, hapa niko kwa my small office.
Send me your number privately, please. Please send me on the chats. I want to.
Okay, I will do that.
I have family up there.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Before Kemboy comes, let's listen out to this shortly.
Hi.
Okay.
It is unlikely that Mount Kenya region is going to produce the next president of this country. At the same time, given our voting numbers, we are entitled to produce the next deputy president of this country. And in my own individual capacity, as a member of parliament for Atondo South, I want to endorse the Honorable Mother Karua for the position of deputy president. She has the integrity, she has the stamina, she has a record, she has a clear starring record as a crusader for both multipartyism and for human rights, for defense of the constitution, unflinching. In fact, they used to say the only man among the women, even during Kibaki's time, that is a kind of character who does not know the spelling or the meaning of the word corruption, full of integrity, and any candidate who is dreaming of getting Mount Kenya votes need to start talking to Mother Karua as the next deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. I've heard some people go around the country say that other parties are tribal parties. Let me say one thing. We once had one party, not just a national party, but the only party called KANU. And it was not just a national party, it was only a party. We saw the consequences that that party took us through. And you know, there are some designs of other people to take us back to that one party dictatorship. We went to the street to fight for multipartyism. We are not going back to the streets again. We are going to be there, and nobody has the right to brand other people small parties or tribal parties. I think by the new year, personally for me, when I come back, because I'm I want to take some back seat for some until the new year, but we'll go all over and wacha tukutane kwa uwanja. May the best man win. Let no one go there and brag that they're national party or that the tribal party. I know also some people want to remove our region from the equation of the next dispensation because they think they have got our region in the pocket. I want to say, oh wow, things are just about to unveil, and I hope that they change their thoughts and their orientation towards that dictatorship mentality that saw this country almost go to the dogs. More kits for registration, because one of the things that is frustrating the exercise is the issue of roaming kits, when the kids are roaming all over. I think that's not helpful. If we are to extend time, let us also add the number of kits so that we have them at polling center level, not at ward level. That is what is going to help.
Those of us who are in Jubilee, we support Jubilee nominally. We will not support the intended resolution to support Raila Odinga. Our candidate as UDA supporters are, our candidate is Deputy President William Ruto, and therefore we don't mind. If Jubilee was to team up with ODM, they support Raila Odinga, that is their business. Our business is to support UDA and support its presidential candidate. And Kenyans are facing many problems. They have a problem of the healthcare collapsing economy, and therefore to that extent they don't feel incentivized to vote. Be that as it may, we urge as UDA youth to register in numbers and to ensure they come and exercise their democratic right.
What we are telling all those people who have been very, very busy advocating for the different parties of other regions, we want to tell them that the only party that can be able to articulate issues of Mount Kenya is Jubilee. And we are going to continue. We know we had 11 parties that came together. We know the party that has exited Jubilee is URP. So we are going back to TNA and the other friendly parties who will remain in Jubilee. So we are going to rebrand and relaunch Jubilee this month. We are going to come with a very, very aggressive campaign to sell Jubilee. And I can only tell you to watch the space. That is our party for the region.
Okay, thank you. That was a good point of information from Mike. Asante sana. Kemboi, namna gani?
Aya, sawa sawa, asante sana kwa nafasi. Nimepotea kidogo kwa hii channel, I think mwezi moja iliyopita. Nilikuwa nimeenda ground kidogo, nomination process ndo tumemaliza, ndo nimerudi sasa kwa jiji. Nataka niongelelee mambo ya deputy president issue kidogo kwa mrengo ya Azimio, ndo naona mko na kizungumkuti kubwa sana. Na hapo ndo nataka nianzie. Kwa Azimio already tumeangalia our spanner boys ya Kalonzo, the likes of Mutula Kilonzo Jr., the newly recruited Sonko. Tunaangalia kuna huyu SG wa Wiper anaitwa Enoch. Already, in fact, Enoch is one of the panelists that's supposed to determine the deputy president. Na Enoch mwenyewe leo asubuhi ametuambia ya kwamba if that panel is not going to produce Kalonzo Musyoka, then things in Ukambani will work very, very different. And the reason why you see Azimio la Umoja is really is sidelining Kalonzo Musyoka, it's not that because Kalonzo, these issues that you have been talking here, it's very, very personal issues where Kalonzo is being sidelined. You know, Raila Odinga does not really trust Kalonzo Musyoka, and he does not really recognize him at some point. You see, even before he came to Azimio, Raila was just ignoring Kalonzo Musyoka. The person who brought Kalonzo is Uhuru Kenyatta. So you see the way Raila is tracking Kalonzo. Kalonzo ni mtu anaweza sumbua baba kwa serikali. Kalonzo ni mtu akiingia kwa serikali na baba. Kalonzo ni mtu anaweza letea kiburi baba kidogo kama Ruto. Atakuwa kidogo ataleta kizungumkuti za hapa na pale, kitu kama hiyo. Na pia atakuwa na ambition zake za 2027 kwenda mbele. Na there's no any other year that Kalonzo Musyoka has negotiated for presidency like this year 2022. 2017 he just supported it unconditionally, 2013, but this time round he has supported with minimum, with what's it called? With minimum,
irreducible minimum.
Yeah, irreducible minimum. Yes, he has supported this 2022. Kama si hivi, we cannot go that way. And already you have seen now, he has put our spanner boys wa Ukambani wameweka locked. Hata hii mambo ya mapasta ni siasa, lakini you must have to recognize it. It's politics. Those preachers were saying it's either Kalonzo or you go. Itulie kwanza. Na umesikia leo Sonko akisema kama si Kalonzo, baba sahau hiyo kiti ya president. So and if you have been following politics very closely and you have friends pale juu kidogo kwa national politics, ile fununu ambayo tunapata yenye napita kwa Azimio ndani ya nyumba ya Azimio inasema ya kwamba Peter Kenneth ndo amepewa hiyo kiti ya deputy president. Hiyo fununu inapita of which ni ukweli. Sasa the thing that they want to give Kalonzo Musyoka is the speaker. How can you give Kalonzo Musyoka a speaker, a person who has become a vice president? Now, if Azimio is somehow wise, that seat of the speaker wape Peter Kenneth, Kalonzo achukue deputy president. Ikuwe game done. Because you cannot risk 2 million to gain 40,000 votes. 2 million votes of Ukambani. Because Central hapa mambo ni ngumu sana. I'm done with Azimio. Let me move to Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza.
Hold on, Kaboy, before you move.
Yes.
What makes you think that Kalonzo Musyoka has control over the 2 million votes from Ukambani?
Okay. You know there are these three governors who associate themselves with Raila very closely, and they think that they demand the votes from the Ukambani region. They are cheating themselves, because these governors control the votes at the county level. But Kalonzo is the William Ruto of Rift Valley. Are you getting? And he's the Raila Odinga of the Nyanza region. So you cannot just go and pick some three governors there and say that you man the region. Kalonzo speaks on behalf of... Yes.
Boy, were you here in 2007?
Yeah.
Kalonzo ran as president.
Yeah, Kalonzo walked out.
And ran for president all the way.
Yes. Yes.
Did Raila beat him on the ballot?
Yeah, he beat him, but Kalonzo actually got some votes from the Ukambani region.
There's no problem. The question is, did he beat him?
Yeah, he beat him.
So that
boy has
means
just answered you.
he walks
He
away.
said he got some votes. some from Ukambani.
Some votes, okay, but
some
he was
from
beaten.
Ukambani, not even all.
He didn't get all.
Okay.
He got some.
You know my point is.
Oh, Jakemboy, relax, okay?
Yes.
Whatever narrative you people are pushing, that without Kalonzo, Raila cannot win, it is neither here or there. Raila won in 2007 without Kalonzo, without the Mount Kenya vote. So the scenario is not the same. Now Raila is friendly to the mountain and is friendly countrywide.
No.
So
remember,
what has fixed? Where is Kalonzo fixed in such that without Kalonzo, Raila can't breathe?
You know,
in 2007,
even 50-50 of Eastern is enough. Even 50-50. Akichukua 50 ya Central, achukue 50 ya Eastern.
No.
It's enough.
No.
And
You know,
No, hey, hold on a second. Kemboy. Why are we discussing?
Let him explain himself. Kemboy, explain yourself.
You know currently kama wamefanya hii dynamics ya 2022 politics, hii kitu tumejaribu kuangalia game nzuri sana. The winner is most likely to get close to 9.5 to about 10 million votes. That one will be the winner. And number 2 will be down by around 1.5 1.1 million votes. That one will be the gap.
You know, I'm the data king. Show me the data.
Okay, ukifanya mzuri hiyo statistics regionally polepole, of which tukienda nje itakula time sana sahi. But ukiangalia hiyo Kalonzo must get no, sijaogopa. Tungekaa chini na wewe tungefanya mzuri from Rift Valley to the further end, tuzunguka all 8 regions, ungepata hiyo value. Sasa ukiangalia Kalonzo must get hiyo, lazima apate hiyo 2 million ya Ukambani region, ndo aingize hiyo arithmetic yake mzuri kwa Azimio vile ilikuwa imepagwa. Lakini sasa you see, even if Kalonzo loses 500,000, if Kalonzo is not picked as the deputy president, I lose 500,000. Well, Baba gain that 500,000. It's a bit technical.
What do you mean? Where will he get? He will get elsewhere. And then number 1, number 2, it doesn't mean that when Baba loses, RUTO gains. Yes. So, like, take for instance, Kalonzo chooses to go all the way. He's still eligible. The presidency card can be submitted by June 6th. So
okay,
there is no. Okay, for example, there will be low voter turnout, not because there is voter apathy in the country. All right,
especially Central.
And then also the figures you are using to analyze. Most of them are fake because
Ben, he's dead me on the numbers.
The result for 2017.
Bernard, I mean, the numbers. Let's show him our numbers. You know, we have the numbers here. Atuambie, tumuoneshe tu. I have the dashboard here ready for him. Najua hapa mtembee tuna data analyst.
Najua tunakuja hapa.
I also have my numbers, I also have my numbers.
Send me the spreadsheet.
So your numbers that you are using are from the 2017 whatever results that were disputed in the Supreme Court and they were thrown out. All right. So most of them, in other words, were cooked numbers. They will not give you the accurate statistics of exactly how the country is in their voting reality, because the true results for the elections are still in the server. Nobody has them. Okay, and only the people who have accessed the server can give you the accurate data on how really the country voted. Wachana na hii the one that was cooked in Karen and then displayed on the screen, and you are told that so and so has won. So if you are using that one as a basis for your data, there is a high probability that you are looking in the west when the answer is in the east. So I want before Kip comes in to give us those figures, let Kemboy finish his submission, then you come in. Thank you.
You know, even you have a bit digressed, because my point was just talking about the Kalonzo Kalonzo neglect effect. That was what I was talking about. If you neglect Kalonzo, what will happen? That's what I was talking about. Kalonzo, the Ukambani region, there will be a bit fallout, and it will be a plus to William Ruto. Let me move to Kenya Kwanza for the issue of deputy president, alafu nimalizie Nairobi, then I give you. Kenya Kwanza, we have 3 potential people. That is the Speaker of the National Assembly. Number 2, we have Madhira MP Rigathi Gachagua, and lastly we have Professor Professor Kindiki. In Kenya Kwanza, the analysis, and in Kenya Kwanza, kama umefuata siasa na unapata fununu kidogo, Professor Kindiki will be the deputy president of William Ruto. If the other side I've told you is Peter Kenneth, if things go the way they are as per now. So what removed Rigathi Gachagua? The basis was that president of Kenya who came from Nyeri, Othaya, and Rigathi Gachagua was put aside. They came to Muturi. What removed Muturi? They said the relationship of Muturi with the president is still so unconsequential. There's some very good relationship bado na president, and that's why he was put aside kidogo, na pia alikuja nyuma kidogo, alikuja nyuma sana kwa Kenya Kwanza. And now William Ruto remains with Kindiki as his favorable aspirant. And the fact it does not come from this other part of the mountain, it comes from the farther end. Nikimalizia Nairobi, let me analyze for the governor.
Kembo, you failed. Mbona ujaongea running mate ya KKK? Mbona you're not talking about Anne Waiguru?
Anne Waiguru is a no. I'm telling we know Anne Waiguru, that's why even sijamwaga kwa nini analysis, yeye akwa kwa plan.
Basi tuambie yetu yenu, the one for Kenya Kwanza. Tell us your running mate. Mmeingia Kalonzo, wanna hear yours.
What
I've said Kindiki.
Kemboy, what happens to my senior brother, my DVD, with his junior brother?
Okay. Bernard.
Yes.
You remember when William Ruto went for a week last week part 1, he went 1 week to Western before he came to this economic blueprint that is currently doing it. He had initially went to Western for a week. And kama umekuwa ukifuatilia akiwa Western, ile vitu ambayo alikuwa akiongea was trying to fix the mind of lawyers that hii kiti ya deputy president amtapata. If you are very keen, they were saying ile vitu tutapata ikuje nyumbani ndio tunataka ya kwanza. Hata ukisikia mwenye Mudavadi alikuwa anajaribu kuongelesha watu pole pole in that mood, hivyo that mood was to fix them. That's why Mudavadi is nowhere to be seen in that list of Kenya Kwanza. Well, they agreed ile a third of the government.
Mnataka kuacha party leader, okay? Two party leaders, ANC party leader, for the Kenya party leader, and you go for Kindiki, who has no party, has no MCA, has no governor, has no senator. Kwanza, in fact, patieni tu Waiguru is better off.
You know, Waiguru cannot meet that arithmetic. Na kitu ilitoa Waiguru, kama wewe ni mtu umekaa na Wagikuyu sana, na mimi nimejaribu kuwasikiza. Mimi napendanga siasa na kuanga hapo City Hall ama hapo katikati ya town Jivanji. Na kuanga hapo kidogo. Ukijaribu kuwasikiza hawa Wagikuyu, they don't believe the leadership. Yani wanawake, the positions, yani wanawake yako huko juu. There's that perspective of cultural perspective kidogo hivyo. That. And don't ask me for Mother Karua. Let me proceed to Nairobi.
Naweza sema something about the Western.
Just hold on. Let him finish.
Bernard, you'll allow Kemboy to go with that. Bernard, you'll allow Kemboy to go with that, and an old man gave us a lecture on how the Gikuyus had a lady as a leader in the 16th century.
That's what I'm saying.
We understand the history of Kikuyu is they have had women leaders.
Kemboy said he got his information from Bunge la Wananchi pale Jivanji.
Okay. Because the history of Kikuyu, we know it very well.
Difference. So
okay, let me finish. Nikiingia kwa siasa ya Nairobi kidogo, mimi kwa siasa ya Nairobi utanipata Lang'ata. Mimi nafanyia mtu anaitwa Nixon Koriri generali, na hapo ndo niko sahi sasa tunafanyia yeye kazi. Na kidogo vile nimekuwa ground kidogo kwa wiki moja, nimetoka huko Rift Valley, nimekuja hasa kwa ya Kurir. Vile tumeangalia governor, walitoa timu Wanyonyi waka replace na Igathe.
Lakini mbona unaangalia mambo ya Azimio? Mimi nataka kusikia Kenya kwanza. Nataka kusikia mambo ya Koskei. Tuambie Koskei, how affordable is Koskei? Sakaja Koskei.
I'm coming there.
Ongea tafadhali. Tunaokoa muda.
Sawa sawa. Ukiangalia huyu Igathe, unajua sasa kwa hii siasa Igathe ni mtu ametolewa hii kampuni ya mafuta hii inaitwa nini? Rubis. Akaletwa hapa achukue kiti na fujo. Na inaonekana kwa ile arithmetic tumepiga, hiyo Sakaja mambo yake Kenya kwanza mambo yake itakuwa ngumu kidogo. Kwa sababu ukiangalia Igathe amekuwa endorsed na baba. Na kuwa endorsed na baba, hapo kura ya Wajaluo yote inaenda hapo. Na Mgikuyu akikuja kwa debe apate hapo Igathe na apate Sakaja, Mgikuyu atapea Igathe. So that game is complete. Itakuwa Igathe.
Thank you for accepting that, my brother. Thank you. Nairobi is locked. Yeah. Thank you. Asante sana Kembo. You're mature.
Hiyo governor tumewajia. Haya, tukuja hapa chini kidogo kwa women rep. Not women rep. Senator. Sasa kwa senator hapa, you know that Wagikuyu Nairobi ni wengi. They are the highest population. Na Mgikuyu akuja kwa ballot hapa, apate huyu anaitwa nani, Edwin Sifuna, na apate Margaret Wanjiru, Mgikuyu atapiga kwa Wanjiru. Na wale Wagikuyu bado wanaamini kwa UDA, wataenda hapo. Are you getting that point? So kwa kiti ya senator hapa sana, ukipiga arithmetic, Wajaluo na Waluo waende kwa Sifuna na Wagikuyu wapiga hapa yao 900,000 na Wanjiru aongezee wafuasi yake kwa sababu alikuwa MP wa Starehe zamani. Wanjiru has a higher chance ya kuwa senator. Hapo kwa women rep sitaongea. Tuache nimalizie Lang'ata. Lang'ata constituency tuko na huyu mtu anaitwa Wanyonyi na profesa wa law anaitwa Nelson Havi. Kwa hiyo muda kidogo nimekuwa Nairobi kufanyia korira hapa kazi, najua tunaenda kidogo tunapatana na hawa watu. Hata Nelson Havi kidogo amesema imekuwa mlima. Wanyonyi amechukua hii kitu. Hiyo ndio siasa iko. Mimi nimemaliza.
Nawapatie surprise kitu yenye inaweza fanyika Nairobi. Sakaja anaweza ingia. 2, the tendency the tendency ya general election itakuwa vile results zimekuanga kwa server. The point ya kuwa part of the government ni watairetain vile Gwambo ipata kwa server. But otherwise impact na influence itakuwa kidogo irrespective of the candidate. Serikali ndio imekuwa ikimkatanga nje.
Otoyo, I don't get you. What are you saying?
Are you getting me now?
I'm getting. I don't understand what you're saying. Not.
Okay, I'm saying
he's being careful. He's using riddles. He's being very careful.
Yeah. There is a big probability that in Nairobi, Sakaja is still likely to win. But if Igathe wins, there will be some fixing. And general election, there is a possibility that the normal usual trend since how Raila or people have been voting in Western, in Central, it will still remain the same. But the essence of being part and parcel of the sitting government is to sustain the Raila win. And RUTO is outside. So the impact of the formation might end up to be very minimal, but the result will always remain the same as per the data, as always it has been. But since Raila and the government is on the same side, then the result is likely to remain as it is. The central, they are likely to still give UDA because they will just maybe in a certain way not vote for Raila. The Western, they will still dump it for Raila, but they will choose their local leaders. But the end result, if the government is pro-Raila, then it will still retain the same statistic. But most likely, the format statistic of voting, it will be the same. When people come to the ballot box that day, people always change their mind that day. So that's the way probably it's likely to be. So Western will remain. If Raila had some from the Kamba nation as it was, it is likely still to remain. And also that's where Kalonzo has been equally at a certain point gambling on.
Okay,
Let me talk something small on Jubilee.
Hold on, Kemboi. I want to respond to Otoyo. The Sakaja scenario of Nairobi. Sakaja has no constituency in Nairobi. His command for Nairobi is very minimal, except I saw him eating chapati and dancing with mamas in Kawangware.
That's what I'm saying.
That's not how to get Nairobi. Nairobi kona na mikakati yake.
That's what I'm telling.
And also the Kosgei name is not to be taken lightly. So even if he will get the Kikuyu support, he won't get it 100%. One, they will not leave Igade and go for Sakaja. Okay, then come to the Luya and the Luo will vote together. Okay, Baba amesema. Kama Baba amesoma, sisi tusome.
Take this to the bank. Take this to the bank.
Yes.
You'll call me when they reach at the ballot.
No. Forget that.
Trust me, they will pick the. I want to tell you the formula of the voting in West.
I'm a voter in Nairobi. I've been voting since 1997. Okay, in Nairobi, I've never voted elsewhere. So the politics of Nairobi and how they are determined. Watch it. The tribal card is too heavy in Nairobi than anywhere else here.
I'm saying when they come to the ballot box, I'm not saying what the politics says. The politics, it will be that. But that moment when people come to the ballot box, at the ballot box, it's you and the paper alone. Yeah.
Ndio nakwambia Otoyo, ballot box. Yeah. I'm talking about the ballot paper in the hand of a Nairobian voter.
Yeah.
All right. He's not going to vote based on the current politics. Okay. He will vote according to the pattern of his people. So if the people are pro-Azimio, that is how he's going to vote. He will ask, Waluya wako wapi katika hii siasa? All right? That will inform his vote. Atauliza Wajaluo wako wapi kwa hii? He will not vote individually until mengia kwa box nini.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
When Team Wanyonyi was pulling out, he didn't pull out that because of Polycarp Igade or something. You know, when you come into the house, the political house, you also need to get affiliation, people of identity, to be able to push some political things. So if one party, if every party or in every place, you can only have one candidate. But the candidate who is still pro your party, he can still squeeze in another party and come through another post. So at the end of the day, if you take Sakaja, he will still play the. Sakaja has been Uhuru's man. There's one thing. So if this guy Wanyonyi was there, then the vote will have been split in a way. But the thing is, we still want to keep the probability of the vote
Interjection,
together.
please. Interjection, please. Bernard, can I ask Opia a question? Otoyo.
Moja kwanza, he has not finished his point. Ebu Otoyo, hurry up, conclude your point kwanza.
Yeah, I'm very sure. The reason why Wanyonyi accepted to go to Westlands, he came to understood the arithmetics that is there. Because there's also something always about the number after election.
You are pushing this a number after elections, to deny the traditional scenario of voting in Nairobi. What was the difference between Sakaja and Sifuna 2017?
Sakaja and Sifuna.
The king, yes, the king of data, you can give us the results for senatorial 2017 in Nairobi. Sifuna and Sakaja. What was the difference?
I think Sakaja came through the thing that happened in the server. Most Nairobi people, they came like that. But the Nairobi politics is, when it comes to numbers, as you've said, the central people, they will still vote Igade. That one we are 100%. But when the Luya and other people come, they know how they're going to vote. Trust me. And not to compromise with that, if they had this guy, then either Sakaja and Sakaja and this guy, neither of them maybe could have not made it. It could have been a split into the two between the Luya votes. So as a party, you also look after the election, despite the party you are. That's why you can defect, you can be pro another party, and we also have this regional identity. There's this thing. Yeah.
Let's do this. Let's do this. We are spending too much on that, too much
Okay,
time on that. I would just say, after we get the data of how much Sifuna got and how much Sakaja got, then we'll be able to balance between, if, for example, right now, the Luya vote in Nairobi, let's assume it's a swing vote, okay? It's a swing vote, because the Kikuyu vote is already taken, all right?
Yeah.
900.
Yeah.
The Kamba vote is already locked. The Kamba and the Kikuyu in Nairobi are already locked.
Yeah, yes, it is 51% on Sakaja versus 42% on Edwin Sifuna. Remember, like Otoyo said, it was rigged. So 800,000 versus 674. So Sakaja won with that. Like, unasahau ilikuwa gift ya Jubilee to Sakaja.
Yeah.
Okay. So we are talking of a difference of 200,000.
In fact, the reason
that 200,000 was because Sifuna came in very late. Remember, he went for nomination in February and lost.
Yeah.
Then he came to Nairobi. Everybody mute your mics, please. Very late.
Yeah, even nilikuwa nataka.
Hey. Naomba kila mtu keep your mic mute. Thank you. So Sifuna came in very late in the day, and he still got 600. Now Sakaja, remember, Sakaja got almost the highest number of the Kikuyu vote because of the Jubilee and the SONKO issue. Now, when we remove the Kikuyu vote from Sakaja, the Luyas alone, let's say the Luyas are angry with Azimio, okay? They will vote for Sakaja. Who else will vote for Sakaja in Nairobi? To displace the Kamba and the Kikuyu combined.
Can I give a small comment? The reason why they chose Sakaja against Sifuna, or they gave Sifuna to go to Nairobi and not another candidate, was because the Luos and the Luya, they will still vote the same way. But if you want to split and you want the number in parliament for your side, then you give them their same identity, but as a party, you take the seat. So there's the party seat in the House, and then there's the individual seat.
Toya, let me emphasize this again. It was a gift from Jubilee to Sakaja. Hiyo ilikuwa zawadi. I don't want to say any more. You know what I mean. Hiyo ilikuwa zawadi kutoka Uhuru. Sakaja got that seat kama zawadi.
Okay, thank you. Let's settle that. Samson, what were you saying?
Okay, yes, I wanted to ask Mr. Otoyo to know that the reason why Sonko beat Kidero is because of Kamba votes. Take it to the bank. Anytime in Nairobi today, where you can group Kikuyu and Wakamba, forget about that seat. That is a done deal. Let's not just lie about among ourselves. Majority of Kambas have migrated from Machakos, and they're actually voters of Mavoko. They're actually voters in Embakasi East and West, and actually they own and control Embakasi West. So you can't actually, as per now, the estate with the highest number of population is Embakasi, the two Embakasi. You need to have your facts, Mr. Otoyo. So that is actually a done deal. Sifuna
thank you.
and Margaret Wanjiru, you cannot compare the two. Actually, Sifuna is campaigning for Raila. He's not even campaigning for Senate. That one is a done deal. You cannot compare Sifuna, okay, where Sakaja is going to divide the votes of Kikuyu, where they are going to divide the votes of Kikuyu equally. Sakaja, that's a done deal. Let's just forget Nairobi, Huda. Let's just forget. Huda can look for votes in Central and Rift Valley, but Nairobi, no. We are locked in Nairobi. Blue.
Okay.
Can I say something?
God.
Let me say something on Jubilee.
Hey, naomba hivi. We want to move forward. Kemboy, you're waiting for data from Kip. Nataka Kip apeane hizo data moja kwa moja. You will respond at it
I'm
at
ready.
once. We move to the next person quickly. Kip, go ahead.
Okay, this was data from, by the way, Daily Nation. I think Black was asking where it is, so it's a national newspaper, and it was also duplicated by the Star newspaper. So usinione hivyo ati naleta things from nowhere. I'm going to soon add the latest polls into the database for Mtembe, but for now, let's just look at what we have now. You know, polling in Kenya is not mature enough yet. So we can only use what we have. Can you see my screen? Bernard?
Go ahead. Yeah.
So I'm just gonna go to just the thing that imenumiza sana ni hapo kwa Central kwa inaitwaje Eastern. So I'm just gonna escalate the map a bit. So there are three tables we have here. So the first table we have is RUTO's table, Battlegrounds, and Raila's tables. So you've got 8 million, and then Raila at that point had 400,000 more than RUTO. But where unasema Kalonzo is going to make a big impact, I'm telling you, we don't even need Eastern. I'm just going to go by provinces that we think we have, or we know we have. Coast, hata kama nani anakuja, hata kama ni nini, Kalonzo comes and messes up Coast. It's still Azimio as a whole. It's still Azimio. They'll still vote for Raila. Hata kama wata mess with the MPs, whatever it is. So tumeacha Eastern. Nairobi, we've just discussed now, that is gone. Wanasema ni battleground, I do not believe that. Tukikuja hapa Nyanza, hiyo pia tumeenda nayo. Western, tumeenda nayo. Aya. So that is according to provinces. Aya, tukiangalia provinces, the provinces have picked, it goes to 9 million. Because Kisii, Lamu, Nairobi, Nyamira, and Tana River are gone. So what are you talking about? This have not even, I have even reduced some of the counties that Raila was given from that data that we were given. Because if we look at the previous dashboard, tutaona hapa kwamba they are all blue. It's all ours. The only one muliba ni Nyamira. Na hata sijaangalia mambo ya South Rift. If we come and pick the counties now, we increase the counties here and say that we're going to pick some from tutapick Kajiado, we pick Isiolo. I need you to question me at any point and tell me which ones RUTO has other than Central. From just the database that I have here. Utuambie ni wapi hapa, kwa sababu these are your yellow zones here. Kemboy, from the what do you call it? From the battlefields here, which ones do you have? I'm gonna expand it here. This is not my own data. Msione hii nimeiba. Garissa, mnasema mna Garissa, I don't think so. Mna Kajiado, I don't think so. Kisii, tuko na Simba Rati there. Marsabit, muliba last time. Because if I look at Marsabit, you said it was yours in the last election. It's red. But I don't believe that. Give me a county that you believe is yours. West Pokot, 200,000 votes. You claim it was yours last time. Do you believe West Pokot is hata kama tuko na nusu ya hiyo sahihi? West Pokot, Turkana, Narok, Samburu, Wajir, Kisii, Nyamira, yes. That is close to 2 million votes that we have, that is a so-called battlegrounds. If we take the whole of the battlegrounds, see, Eastern we don't need Eastern. And if we take half of Eastern and half of the battlegrounds, I'm telling you, the mathematics for Raila is so well done this time that RUTO only has, and I'll only go to the counties that we know he has: Bomet, Baringo, tukuja Elgeyo Marakwet, tukuja Kericho, we come to Kirinyaga. What else do we have here? Meru, hata tuwapatie Meru tu. Samburu, that Samburu is not there. Tarani, yeah, we can give you that one. Uasin Gishu is yours. Nakuru is also 50-50, I'll be honest with you. Laikipia, tunaweza hata kuwapatia Laikipia. But honestly speaking, if we go to any mathematics, when we're picking through this database, we'll see some of the counties that you've actually picked up are questionable. For me, it is, honestly speaking, Sasa Bomet is becoming a bit of a battleground. That's a lot, about 20% gone. And Bomet is not a joke. Bomet has about 300,000 votes. If we take 30% of that, what do you think? You know, Baringo is not fully Kalenjin. You know that. Baringo.
Wewe keep sema ukweli. Wacha kudanganya watu about Baringo and Bomet. Be speaking the
keep
truth.
Bwana. Keep I'm from Baringo County, Bwana.
Okay, so you don't tell me that the Samburus there do not have a word.
Who told you Samburu is Baringo?
Bro.
Who told you Baringo is Samburu?
Yes, there are Samburus in Baringo.
Who told you? Can I tell you who are the residents of Baringo? Stop cheating people here.
Can only rebut when the submission is done.
Hold on a second.
Nikwambie Bernard, hapa tuambiane ukweli. Mambo ya kusema oda na mtu anasema uongo hapa haiwezekani.
No, I have to dispute that. Okay, I'm done with my submission because I need to have that argument with Sarah right now. Hold on a second.
Can I respond?
Yes. No. I want to know about this Baringo just being purely Kalenjin.
Okay. Hold on. Before we go to rebut Baringo, let Kemboi finish his response. Then we'll go into that to Songambele and a debate. Kemboi, respond.
Okay, Keep. Personally, I'm from Baringo. and Baringo it's purely for Tugen, El Chamus, and Pokots. Samburu are just on the further end of Nyahururu. They are not even Jengia Baringo. Let me go back to your results. Your results, kidogo, I've tried to look to your results, but it is basically based on null hypothesis. I don't know if you understand. It's basically based on null hypothesis. It's not.
Fafanua. Use simple English. Tell me like I'm a 5-year-old, please.
Okay, your null hypothesis, as in, you have just highlighted how the voting pattern it may look like. Are you getting?
Yeah, I've shown you data. Show me yours.
I don't have here because my leo sijatumia laptop, nimetumia simu, but ningekuonyesha. But I'll send you. Niko na namba yako you gave me the other day.
No, Kemboy, you know,
Kemboy, to help this debate, we'll give you time. Go switch back to the laptop, come back with the data, we'll revisit that subject so that we balance things once and for all.
Okay, let me finish.
Okay.
Sawa. Acha nimalize. Acha basi niruke kwa Jubilee, but huyo keep nitamuhandle. On the issue of Jubilee.
Behave. Don't use that language. I'm your senior. You can't handle me.
Yes. So, as in, I will give you the data.
I'm not in the age set, brother. You know.
It's okay, Kip. Please. I want the debate to move on, please. Kemboy, dakika yako moja imeisha.
I apologize to keep kwanza. Alafu, I wanted to talk about Jubilee. Kidogo, I was at home before I came to the city. Na hapa Nairobi, Jubilee is going to get seats here in Nairobi. But coming to Central is not going to get even a single seat. Mali Jubilee itapata kiti ya governor peke yake. Ni Kimemia na watachukua hiyo peke yake.
Kemboy unadanganya bana. Kemboy unadanganya from Nyeri.
Samson, you're out of order.
Give me time, please.
Kemboy. Yeah, I will appreciate if you give reasons.
Yes, I'm coming there. You know, in Nairobi.
Come there. Please start there.
I'm starting there immediately. In Nairobi, yes, I'm doing it quickly. In Nairobi here, if you see the people who are pushing Jubilee, it's ODM. The people who are pushing Jubilee, it's ODM. If you come in Central here, Jubilee is purely ODM. And the other day, Baba said, if you are in Jubilee and you don't post this picture, you're not going to be given money for campaign. Na ndo tumeona aspirants wengine wameanza kujifanya wameanza kuweka mapicha sasa ya Baba sasa, lakini ground hakuna, wanataka tu pesa. Yeah, that's the reason. Central here, Liki Nyanjui basically has no ground in Nakuru. Ni town tu peke yake hapo, huko ndani kwa
Kemboy, unadanganya bwana.
You're not from Nakuru bwana.
So Kemboy, you know, Ngoja Samson. Kemboy, you know you're giving us your conclusion on matters, but not giving us reasons why you are concluding that way. You are jumping from one location to another location, then to another location. Can you state to us why should the Jubilee, being the regional party of Mount Kenya, okay, as at now, or despite the fact that it's being revamped by the president, all right, be rejected? What are the reasons?
Number one, I wish you could have been near ground hapa chini Nakuru. Mali MCS ameweka tu posters peke yake afanye campaign. Mali MP
I was in Nakuru, bwana. I was in Nakuru, tried to listen to the politics there. So you know, unajua bwana Kemboy, I want us to debate here with facts, number one, and number two, help the Kenyans understand. The reason why we are doing this show is not for people to come and say what they want.
is for us to educate Kenyans and let Kenyans understand their country so that they will make an informed decision. So ukisema tu hakuna Jubilee in Nakuru and you're not giving us reasons, while the sitting governor of Nakuru is Jubilee, okay, the good sides of the members of the assembly are Jubilee, ODM, then there is the other parties. So you cannot say that there is zero influence of ODM in Nakuru. There is zero influence of other political parties in Nakuru. It's only UDA. From where?
Okay.
Yes.
Kemboy, can I
if you are
advise you
there,
a little bit? A little bit. In both Azimio, it's a team of parties. The party that the central people have to represent their agenda is that Jubilee. In UDA, kuna vile wamenyonga zile party. So, the way you've been told, the governor, the Jubilee, they have to have the numbers to be able to negotiate after the win and be part of the government. For them, they can either sabotage, go on this way. That's why the reason I said, there's first the connection. And then after that, there is the numbers that you as a party, how many people or members have you in a parliament or something? The reason why even handshake took place when Ruto wanted to sabotage the government was because the ODM members had to cross over. And if it was not the ODM members that crossed over, the president could have been impeached with Ruto a long time. And that is where their first problem, biggest internal problems come from. So any party that wants to go, that's why unasikia hata kwa Jubilee, Ruto alipoingia aliambiwa ile party yake disband akakunja. So the same philosophy, it applies in UDA, it applies in everywhere. So there are many parties that come. That's why even Moses Kuria, he's in UDA, but he has his own party. But he's a UDA. So there's that one. Another thing, when people want to go to the voting, there's something here that you people, maybe I don't know how many know how it is done. If you are going to vote, we have an identity that is regional within either Nairobi. So you'll find people say like, oh, Luos, Luya, so whichever tribe, come and vote faster. They make sure, even the way they organize the stuff, they come very early and then they're in the line. And then after the voting, it is just going to be chaos, which part of it is also created with the government. There will be tear gas and then there will be no more like proper voting until that time goes. And then at the end of the day, what will be counted in the ballot? There will be the majority. So if you think of just the data or hearsay, you've never been on the ground, you don't know how it happens, then you might not know. So already the people always going to the ballot, they always have a strategy. They know exactly how it is to win a seat. You don't sometimes win because you are popular. There are a lot of things that also happen in between here. Your people come, they vote first, and then goons, they start to disrupt the voting exercise until that time is gone. And then when the time is gone, what is there is what is being counted. And that's why I tell you, sometimes the results that you can get can be shockingly surprising. So if you don't organize yourself and your people on the ground, in fact, it is very easy to beat somebody when statistically the media lies to you or gives you the lead, and you sit back and you get the confidence that you have the win. This thing, even in the nomination, you don't have the win until your name has been announced, until even you can win at the tallying station. But when it comes up there, you are not the winner. And when you just turn a little bit, the goons and everything, and then there's a new ballot box. So one thing, as Kip has said,
please, we need to redeem time, please.
Okay. So as Kip has said,
let us deal with the matter that is arising, not to introduce new matters in between a matter, because that creates confusion. So, Bwana Kemboi, you need to substitute you. Please, sasa nitaanza kutuma watu quarantine.
I wanted to ask a question. to Kemboy.
Yes. A question to Kemboy.
Yes. Can I
Yes.
continue?
Let me
Kemboy.
see. Just hold that question. Hold that question. You will get an opportunity to ask him. I want us to exhaust what we are dealing with Kemboy over. Kemboy should substantiate for us why he feels that there is zero influence of Jubilee in Nakuru, zero influence of Jubilee in Mount Kenya. Because according to him, the seats for Jubilee will only come from Nairobi. So that's a very huge bite. That
is a question I wanted to ask Kemboy. My first question is, Kemboy, where are you voting? Which is your polling station? Can you tell us?
I'm voting from Langata.
Langata. Then stick on the politics of Langata. About Nakuru yo ni kukunywa chai ukiendanga. And that is why I like so many things. I talk on where I vote and where my county is. So if you are voting on Langata, talk about your gentleman. Anaitwa nani? Munasema anaitwanga nini?
Korir.
Who is your MP yako ya Langata ni nani?
Nixon Korir.
Bas, ongea kuhusu huko, wachana na Nakuru. We can tell you about Nakuru. Some of us we traverse this country. So hii mambo ya kuenda kupata kwa hoteli and then mnapata vitu shalo. Hapana. We need to talk the truth so that Kenyans should understand. So talk about Langata. Alafu mimi ni interject mambo yangu ya Baringo yenye Kip anataka kunienjoy hapa.
Okay, madam.
Kemboy, lakini Kemboy, nataka you show me the data later on, and Sarah, I'm not going to debate with you. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Let's now leave it there. Kemboy, go bring us data. We'll pick that later when you come. Kip and Sarah settle maneno ya Baringo moja kwa moja, turudi kwa Andrew Samson, Jakindu Bay. Hawa watu tumeweka sana, please.
Ni mimi ama Kemboy?
Kip na Sarah sort each other on the matter.
So ni mimi ama Kemboy?
Baringo. Hapana, si Kemboy ameenda kutuletea data. Atarudi na laptop. Okay? So maneno ya Kemboy tumemaliza. Aende kuleta laptop, alete data. Keep your statistics in Baringo are questionable by Sarah.
Yeah, so Sarah, let me ask you a question. Hata kama the population is small, don't you think the Pokots are not people? Don't you think the Samburus are not people? Don't you think
we don't have Samburu in Baringo County, please?
They are there.
Where?
Ilchamas, people from Ilchamas.
Ilchamas are not Samburu.
No, I'm giving examples of other. I'm just giving examples of other people. I'm saying other people.
They are not. They are not to call Samburu the Ilchamus Samburu.
I did not say that. I was giving examples of other communities, and they're also Kikuyus and Turkanas.
So Samburu, we don't have Samburu in Baringo County. You know, get it very clear. And Bernard.
Okay. So umetoa Samburus, you've removed it out of the.
The tribes which are in Baringo are the Ilchamus, and that is in Baringo South.
But aren't they people? Ilchamus are people. Pokot.
Are you getting? So you want to tell me Samburus are in Baringo?
I'm telling you what I know.
What do you know about Baringo?
I'm from there also.
Which place?
Nini?
Ni kitu gani? Mimi huwezi kunitisha kitu, acha nikwambie, tuambiane ukweli hapa. We need to speak the truth here.
And I'm saying the truth. There's some Burus.
Which truth are you saying? You are just lying here. You are lying.
The two of you. Ngoja Sarah, ngoja Kip.
Yes.
I told you I'm not debating that. There's Samburu.
Both of
There is
you.
no Samburu in Baringo County.
Ngoja,
Mark it very clear.
Sarah, ngoja. Okay?
Sarah, you qualify to be my vice president. Ano post.
Wewe toyo wewe.
Hata Wakambo apige kelele.
Please, Bernard.
Let's do this. Ngoja. You let Sarah give us the communities that are in Baringo, okay? Let Kip give us the communities that are in Baringo. We contrast and compare.
Okay, then I give her the Samburu people, then I leave it alone. You're right. Let's leave it at that. So.
No, I need to tell you the truth, Kip.
Sawa, then we leave it at that.
Keep quiet and wait and hear what I'm telling you. One, Bernard, we have 6 counties in Baringo County. Wanasikia? The first one, that is my own county, that is Baringo Central. Baringo Central, we have the Samors and a bit of Aror. If you go to Baringo North, the Arors. You go to Baringo South. The Baringo South, we have the El Chamus, Dorois, and a bit of Turkana. And hatuwezi kukosa hapo Waislamu, the Nubians. Masikia? Ukikuja Mogotio, we have the not Lembus and Eldama Ravine. Mogotio and Eldama Ravine ni watu wameenda pamoja. We have there the Arors, we have the Lembus in the 2 sub-counties. So, Tiati, we have the Pokots. And the Pokots are neighboring with the old gems. So when this guy is telling me that the Samburus are in Baringo, hata yeye ni kushanga, hata ni kama nimeshikwa na kichaa kwa kichwa. So vitu zingine Bernard, we need to tell our people the truth. The only place that we have cosmopolitan is Eldama Ravine and a bit of Baringo South, that is Mariga Town and Mogotio. 3 places. You cannot tell me Baringo North iko cosmopolitan, never in history. You cannot tell me, even if Baringo Central is the headquarters, story ya cosmopolitan, labda uniambie watu wenye wamekuja kufanya kazi within that Baringo, but they don't vote there. So we need to tell our people the truth. Tusidanganyana hapa. And Bernard, let me tell you, last week I was in my own county for the whole week. Nasikia? People of Kanu, they are affiliated to Azimio. But ukiona wametoa posters, nothing like any picture of Raila. We've been even asking them in our WhatsApp groups, put your own picture, put your presidential picture. Ndio tuambiana hapa ukweli. That is why we are saying Baringo County, we are voting Kitenge. Hatuna mambo na Sud, tulisema Sud inaenda Ward 11. And you know what I mean by Ward 11. So Baringo tunaweka Kitenge. And Baringo, we are not voting party, we are voting individual. So tukipata mtu wa Kanu ako na sera zake za maana, we will vote that individual. And that is why I was telling you, Mr. Bernard, the other day, my MP Baringo North, Baringo Central, my MP Baringo Central came with the first seat that he has for 5 years. He came with Maendeleo Chap. The other day, akatoka Maendeleo Chap na akakuja nini? UDA. We don't vote party in Baringo County. We vote individual. So mambo ya kipi ya kuniambia hapa Samburu, mimi sijui Samburu yake, labda ni gogo yake alichanganyikiwa na akaleta ikuje Baringo.
Don't be abusive.
I'm not abusing. I'm also a Maasai.
No,
I'm also a Maasai.
Sarah, you made a point. Sarah, if I made a confusion between 2 communities that are closely related to each other, the Elkamas people, please nisamee. That's what I meant. Sasa unakuja unanigonga hivyo just because yaani unafikiri ni point kubwa sana. Ngoja sana.
Unakujanga na kifua, so lazima leo nikupige kifua.
Na kifua hapa sasa.
Umekuja na kifua sana.
Nimekuja na kifua na ndatasema kwani unafikiri
Vice President imetosha sasa. Imetosha miski.
Hapa. No, hold on a second.
Let there be order now.
Can I just say something? Just because I confused 2 communities doesn't mean ananigonga hivyo vibaya sana.
Which community did you confuse? Because I've been telling nilikuwa nakueleza lakini unanipinga. Enda ukunywe chai, naona akili imesonga kidogo. Kunywa chai ama nikutumanie nini? Sprite.
Now please, let's not generate this debate into unnecessary exchanges. Are all the communities in Baringo in UDA? Sarah has said no. Are they going to vote one direction? She has said no. So Kip's point is other communities within Baringo will vote differently, and that will affect the outcome of the elections. It can tilt in whatever direction it takes because no vote is unnecessary.
So sioni kwa nini tubishane on such a matter.
Correct.
Bernard,
Thank you.
in
Yes.
Baringo, as we don't vote party, we vote individual. Even if leo deputy president atoe muti yake na aseme huyu tumpigie, na sisi hatuna haja na huyo jamaa, atarudi nayo. Leo Raila atuletee na hiyo jamaa hatuna haja naye, atarudi na jamaa yake. Sasa sisi tunapiga mwenye tunajua kwa ground.
Can I ask you a question,
Now,
Sarah?
traditionally, is that what has been the case, or this is a new phenomenon? Sarah.
That has been the case, because even the last general election.
The quick question I wanted to ask Sarah is the Alkamas very closely to the Samburu and Masai people? They are very close people. They are very close in that community. And you just said it right. My point was, not the whole of Baringo is Kalenjin. There are other communities there, the Turkanas and Pokot, and what I said, the Samburus. And I apologize to the Alkamas community. I confused the two. But that is what I was trying to put as my point. But she came and shouted at me like a little child, and I don't like that. It warrants respect. Unaona Kemboya anaheshimu hapa. I can't hear you, Bernard.
Take it easy, please. Let's move on. Sarah, network imekataa, pole sana. Utarudi baadaye. Wapi Kemboya, I'm not coming back to you. Twende kwa Andrew moja kwa moja. Andrew, Samson, Jakindu Bay, tukisonga namna hiyo mpaka kwa Chege. Dakika tatu strictly.
Oh, yes, Bernard. Yeah, the Lord's day. Today is the Lord's day, as we are waiting for the day of the Lord.
Amen.
So
amen.
now, amen. The panelists, Ipu, I see Otoyo there, new scholar, and Kemboi Yomune, Bwana. Tabo, take it, sige. Now, your vice, today is Women's Day, my friend. Take it easy. Mother's Day.
But
Mama
tutasaidia Kemboi. Sarah amesema tofauti. El Jamus ni cousins, inakuwa Samburu, El Jamus na Masai. So nilikuwa nataka kusema hivi. Kip amesema ukweli, na Sarah hawezi sema El Jamus si wa Masai, and they are the first cousins of Samburu. Samburu na El Jamus. So the three communities, hiyo ni ukweli Kemboi, ya kwamba El Jamus hawa ni Masai, tunawaita Samburus, Masai, all of them are brothers. Ndiye sababu wakiwa na mkutano wanaitana kutoka El Jamus, yani Baringo, wanaitana
Pole Mama Selina, network yako imejam.
El Jamus ni
No, Mama Selina imekataa.
Vindicated. Umeona hivyo? Vindicated.
Hiyo atiarifu wale mtatupeleka mbio mwaka hii. Waacha tu. So I love the clarification, and I think it's okay. Mama Selina, are you back? Okay. Wacha tuende kwa Andrew, wewe endelea tu moja kwa moja tafadhali. Tuende masaa. Watu.
Yeah, okay. Before I go up, there is some things we need to put the pieces together. Look this way. It is like you tell a Kisii person that we don't have Somalis in Kisii town or in some part in Nyanza. And when you look at MD Jonet Mohammed, then you wonder.
One moment, Andrew.
So what we are saying, look at that way. Whereas Somalia is far away, but if they can be found in Kisi, how about what people is talking about? So the answer is obvious. For me, I look at that way, from that way, so it can be challenged. So people, I think, wherever, if somebody say that this pen is fake, you need to come with another one and prove yours to be fake, or to be original, or it is a copy, whichever argument it can be. That is, I think, the best practice, which can also settle issues. So I go straight to
Andrew, 1 minute. One
yeah.
minute. Let Mama Selina finish her sentence, then you will come in.
No problem.
Okay, thank you so much. Kumbe simu ilikuwa inaenda Bluetooth na mimi naongea. So mnaweza kunisikia sasa?
Uko sawa?
Thank you. So Eljamus na Samburu na Masai hawa ni jamii moja. Lakini Eljamus wanaishi Baringo, Marikat, na tuko na Pokot wenye wako Kitani, wote wanaishi Baringo, na kuna Turkana. So wakati Kip alisema Baringo si ya Watuken peke yake, he was right. Lakini hata Sara alitaka tu sijui hasira yake na Kip ni nini. Otherwise vile Kip alisema Samburu angemrekebisha kuambia tuko na Wamasai wale tunaita Eljamus. That is what I wanted to clear. Ya kwamba mkae mkichua Baringo iko na kabila hiyo yote, na Samburu na Eljamus na Masai are one. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the clarification. We appreciate it. Please, Andrew, move on.
Okay, thank you, Penas, once more. So for me, I would only look at
Bernard, I wanted to comment on the same, please. I'm in darkness a bit.
Mondo
Wanyomba, Wanyomba, niteke kaigere.
Relax, unakuja, please. Na mbele. Endelea Andrew, tafadhali, dakika zako zimebaki 2:30.
Thank you, Wanyomba. Weka weka. All right, so the white elephant in the room is seen properly. You see our katiba, whatever you see around all these things, the center is katiba, our constitution. So if I look at what happened in Sonko in Mombasa, ask yourself a question. Is it a coincidence? Is it today that you remember you had a relative the other side? Why, is it the first time that he has visited there when you were in a governor for all this? But that one is very clear. So we have a problem with our constitution. So how do we solve this? 2, Karonso, as things go, being a running mate to Raila and the Katiba is not already been settled, still things may not change. It may continue to go the way we are saying. About the gender issue, still constitution is an issue. That's why IPC, they have taken that and they are not very strong to input it. Because you see now they are trying to solve the problem, but it is just may not be the best, but that is a remedy.
The Bluetooth device is ready to pair. Power off.
So for that reason, I can also say about the preachers, the men of Korah from Mukambani who wanted to cast those who are not for Karonso. I think it could have been that they are praying for him so that he can win. And if I thought they will cast, then it means they will make the him lose even, I think. Because the Bible they are talking about is the same Bible says, even those people who are voters, they ask for them to pray for them. So if they are praying, the voters are saying, we want this way, and they are saying, we'll cast you, then they may end up now even making the person they are thinking maybe is going to win or lose it. So I could only say also about our brother Oteo talked about elections. Why? Let me comment on that, because that issue, you cannot maybe be able to put wounds in every poll station, and it's not very cheap, it's expensive. And remember, the government is also very strict on this, because there will be nobody will do that. Actually, the polls will be very smooth. That is what people are going to vote very well with a lot of whoever will bring problem, because that's why the administration are very serious about that. So we don't want to buy that thing that some people come and begin to come and interact. No, because even the one coming to interact is known. If he's not voting there, you will not be around. So I think it's not a very cheap exercise. It's very expensive to put all those wounds there. If putting the agents in every poll is very expensive, some places they will not have. So how will you be able to mop all of the wounds and put there and say they are supposed to go and vote? So who are those? Then which means people are going to vote, and if they are going to interrupt the election, it can't work. So that one may not work well. To some extent, yes, but not every place. Other places, things will go smooth as required. Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. There's another person talk, and as I listen.
Very quickly, nimegongwa na comments. Sawa, it's Mother's Day today. I apologize for the heated conversation with Sarah. Ningekuja pole na ningegoja Mama Selina akuje kunisaidia. So if Sarah, you felt I was too harsh on you, pole. Sometimes tunakubali kama tumeenda mbali kidogo. Yeah, pole. We shouldn't be like that. Happy.
Okay, thank you. Let that be settled. Samson, karibu tafadhali mbio mbio. Chunga muda. Anybody who goes behind the camera is kicked from the studio. That's the new law. You can't join without your camera being on. You can't see the screen without your camera being on. Thank you.
Okay, can I proceed?
Go ahead, please, Samson.
Okay. So thanks for the chance. I would like to start with the discussion of probability. I wish Kimboi would be here, because I'm a statistician. He said that that is a null hypothesis. But you see, every hypothesis is tested. Whether you would have said alternative, you can only say alternative is true or null is true after testing. So all these predictions, anything of predictions are hypotheses. So whether they are alternative or null, they are not actual data, or they are not the actual result. So even him will have said wait to test. So we are still estimating. Now, that's a response to Kimboi. But now I want to start by saying that.
Hold on, Samson. It's just a quick question to you as a statistician. Do you believe that the statistics or the polls that are done in the individual parties or coalitions are more accurate than the ones that are given to the newspapers and other polling companies? I believe that, but don't you think that the ones that are in Azimio and the ones that are in Kenya Kwanza are done more accurately per constituency, so that they can do a bigger win, but they will not show the public?
The question is hard, because you have to know the financier of the poll. There is nothing of volunteership. Like, there is no research which is done by volunteer. Will there be so? It will be more relying. But the moment we don't know the financier, that's the reason why Otoya will tell you that you may rely on a wrong data. So unless we know who finances them, as statisticians, all statistics are being financed. That's the reason why, to give you a good reference to that, if you are to do as an economic research today, the one of the validated data will be one for World Bank. And look at the finances of World Bank at the entire countries in the world, or who are partners to the World Bank. But now when you come to do a research, people will question who finances you. So that's a question that has never been answered. Have I tried to answer you, Mr. Kip? Yes, they're reliable, but unless we prove the financier, you can relate that with the US data scandals. Now, let me...
Ngoja Samson. Umekimbia mbio sana. You want to tell me that the finances determine the outcome of the statistics?
Yeah, of course. Unless the researcher become neutral.
Ngoja.
He who pays the piper decides the tune.
You're just implicating yourself. I mean,
he who pays the piper.
You want to tell me that if we hire your company to do for us the statistics, okay?
Yes.
And we say you make what this marijuana presidential candidate.
Okay.
No, it'll be more. No. It'll be more conclusive.
You see, Mr. Bernard, you will not pose it that. You will not pose it that way. You will come and tell me that Mr. Samson, with your company, do a research that shows that I'm leading. That is the way.
So how do you do a research that shows that I am leading?
Yes, that is how they are shown. Even if you, for example, if I hire you, or if you are the judge, I will tell you, judge this case to show that I'm innocent. That is how judges are done in Kenya, or most of the cases are judged in Kenya. Shows that I didn't steal. That is a problem, but you will understand it politically.
Samson, if that is what you are doing, you should all be arrested and taken to committee. Because
it is unfortunate,
I will not.
That's the reality.
I will not give you my blood sample to go and find out what is ailing me, and you tell me that the person who paid the laboratory will determine the outcome of my blood sample.
That's a political statistic.
You're looking at it wrong. It's basically no. Wait. You pay a statistic company to do a poll for you if you're viable for a particular constituency. Some people go to a specific even presidential watakuangalia wasema, hey boss, you're not viable. So the more money you pay for it is the more accurate your answer is, so that you don't spend more money. Sasa
okay,
kama
now,
Kenya Kwanza watafanya hivyo, kama Kenya Kwanza go on, sorry, because you're the expert. Sorry, Samson.
Yeah. Well, Bernard, as a journalist, now you have now get agenda. We have set for you agenda of research. You can find out who financed every statistic that you see, the star poses, the citizen poses. Now that is your task. And that's the reason why if you have to do poverty index in Kenya, no any other company can trust the poverty index given by Kenya. It has to be from World Bank and external data. Okay, if you have to give the HIV index, you cannot give me, you a doctor from Kisumu, you cannot tell me the HIV rate in Kisumu. That is biased. You will give me a biased data. Okay, now let's move from there. I believe I tried to give you an example. Now, I was trying to say that considering the past election, apart from the 2007, 2013, and 2017, Andrew can bear me witness that this round, Raila has tried to consolidate Kisii and Nyamira. I don't know, but this is one of his best shot. I don't know, but you always get it wrong. I don't know whether there is some positive change, but going forward, you can see that at least this round, Nyanza votes are a little bit solid than 2013 and 2017. And that is going to balance much of the votes in other counties. Then when you come to Nyeri, Kemboi said that all Central are going to vote for UDA. I'm from Nyeri, for example. Actually, the current governor, Kaiga, would win even if he will run on independent. That guy has really worked. He's a teacher. He has really worked in health center. Nyeri is one of the counties which is now performing best in terms of health indicators. And I can tell you that guy was bought by UDA because he had some level of trust. He doesn't have influence as per se, but the ground I've seen his work, and they're going to vote him. even though he's in UDA, but even some Azimio fans are going to vote him in UDA. So central people, I saw one. Well, I saw Peter, but I think he has logged out. They are a bit quiet. They are hard to predict. You once in a while you have seen Sudi crying. They are hard to predict for sure. You cannot tell whether they are going to turn out to vote. You cannot tell whether they are going to give 50-50. We are not able to tell whether they are going to give the majority of votes to RUTO. Of course, there is a possibility, but what magnitudes of the majority of votes can go to RUTO? We don't know whether it can be 60% or 70%, and we don't know whether the turnout will be impressive. So it's something that is very hard. They are hard to understand. I can tell you, the central people are hard to understand, and that's the reason why RUTO has made several campaigns in central than any other part of the country. And as a friend to him, because I understand him very well, he's a person who is hardworking. RUTO is really hardworking. Although he falls to, he assumed Nairobi, and that has really affected his ability to win. But he's a potential candidate against Raila. Raila needed this kind of a candidate for sure. So I can say that it is a big mathematics for RUTO. We pray for him to be a good opposition in this manner. If he becomes president, well and good. But if he becomes opposition, these are the challenges. Now I'm just discussing post-election, because now it is very hard to change a mind of someone who is not going to vote for RUTO, or people have already decided. Now, in post-election, the way Ottawa was saying about the numbers, are the candidates from Central or from any other region who will be elected in UDA will stand with RUTO if he loses? I don't know. That will make a strong opposition or a weak opposition. And we don't want to have a weak opposition, because now we have seen we don't have opposition. Opposition was bought. I don't know whether they were bought or they were the one who bought government. So we want someone, for those who are supporting UDA, we beg you to elect, we are going to elect good candidates from Azimio. But we also ask you to elect leaders who are able to stand with us, whether they're in opposition or in government. Just see the way we have stand with you. With us, we have been in opposition since Eva was born. By the way, since Eva was born, I found myself, our people in opposition. And we have played that role. Sarah, we have played that role very diligently, okay? Until we have been given that name. We are people from opposition. So vote your candidate wisely. We want people who will be strong in government, and by chance, if they become in opposition, we don't want weak people like like Ali Jaguar.
We want people tunaweza enda maandamano.
Surely Jaguar
Takiumana maandamano.
It is hard, and Sarah knows this, because I know you have been in politics for a while. It is hard to be in opposition. It is very hard. It is very.
We don't know how to be in opposition. The Kalenjins, we can never be in opposition, and we have never been in opposition. So when the government, Baba will, we will be there, but we are not strong opposition.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's my submission, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, let's bring in Jacinto Bay. Jacinto Bay, are you ready? Daddy Kindu Bay.
Niko ready.
Karibu namna gani leo?
Nawasalimia wote, Mama Salina wote, keep Otoi ready.
Tuko ndani.
Salama kabisa. Otoi. Mimi nataka kusema kwamba nataka kukumbusha kwamba opposition au bila opposition, mimi niliona wakati tulikuwa na hatukuwa na chama kingine, na hatukuwa na vurugu, hatukuwa na ukali wakati parliament ilikuwa inafanya kazi. kulikuwa na watu wanaikosoa serikali na walikuwa bado wako kwa serikali. Wajumbe akina Orengo, akina Shikuku walikuwa wanaikosoa serikali mpaka wakati serikali iligeuka kuanza kutisha, ndio watu walitaka serikali yani vyama vingi. Lakini kabla ya hiyo hakuna mtu alikuwa anasema juu ya chama, kwa sababu watu walikuwa parliament ilikuwa na sauti, parliament ilikuwa nzuri. Kwa hiyo mimi naweza kusema kwamba sisi kama Wakenya tunaweza kuchat mtindo wetu wenyewe, sio tu unajua hata hiyo opposition mara nyingine wengine huwa wanataka opposition ya fujo, ambao kila kitu mkianza kuzozana wanazozana tu, wanafanya kazi inakuwa ni ngumu nchi kuendelea. So ni lazima tuangalie hata hiyo opposition tunataka kuoppose namna gani. Tusiopose tu kila kitu, tuwe watu ambao wanaangalia kwamba nchi ni yetu, watu sisi wote ni wananchi wa Kenya. Kwa hiyo ni jambo la busara kwamba hata kama tuko na opposition, isiwe tu opposition ambayo hamwezi hata kusalimiana, hamwezi hata kuongea. Ukiongea na mtu wewe unaonekana unataka kukaa upande ule mwingine, hiyo haifai. Tunataka hata tukiwa opposition sisi ni ndugu moja wa Kenya wote. Hiyo namna hiyo. Kuna kitu nyingine nilikuwa nataka kusema ni kwamba hii mambo ya independent tufikirie vizuri sana. Kusema tunachagua mtu binafsi, ni lazima tufikirie sana hiyo kitu, mtu binafsi, kwa sababu kuna kitu moja ambapo nimesikia. By the way, wajeni niseme Happy Mother's Day kwa kina mama, hongereni. Nilikuwa nataka kusema kwamba kusema tunachagua mtu binafsi bila kuwa na chama, mara nyingine huwa inafanya wengine wanapoteza sauti kwa parliament, kwa sababu akiwa ni mtu mmoja hana watu wa kumsaidia. Saa zingine wengine huwa sauti zao zinapotea, hawajulikani. Huwa tu wanajulikana wakati wa campaign, anasema mimi nitafanya hivi na hivi. Lakini ni vizuri mimi kwa maoni yangu ni kwamba ni vizuri tukijenga hizi vyama, kwa sababu bila kujenga vyama hizi tutakuwa na vurugu. Unajua, mkiwa na independent wengi kwa parliament, inaweza kufanya hata serikali ambayo mmechagua isifanye kazi, kwa sababu kila mmoja atavutia upande wake. Kwa hiyo inaweza kuleta kazi ikawa ni ngumu sana kwa serikali, alafu mkaanza kulaumu serikali kwamba haifanyi kazi, lakini hao watu wenyewe hawafanyi kazi vizuri. So ni lazima tuangalie hiyo, isiwe tu kwamba tunachagua mtu binafsi. Lazima tujue tunapomchagua tunataka awe na upande mmoja ambao anaegemea, ambao wanaweza kumsaidia kuvuta, kama kuna point wamsaidie kupitisha hiyo, kwa sababu bila hivyo saa zingine hizi zinapotea tu bungeni bila kusikilizwa. Nimeona hapa topic ya kwamba Sonko, mimi nimewaambia na nitarudia tena, Sonko ni mtu ambaye hafai kwenda kugombania mahali popote saa hizi, kwa sababu alipewa kazi, ameshindwa, ni muongo. Vitu ambavyo anafanya hazifai kwa kiongozi. Sielewi saa zingine sisi, saa zingine ni kama tu tunasema Yesu akiwapo hapo tunasema tutolee mwizi huyo, Yesu muue au mfunge Yesu. Hiyo ni makosa. Alafu tunachagua viongozi wabaya, alafu tunalalamika. Sonko tulimchagua, after short time tunalalamika. Saa hii tena huyo Sonko tunataka tena kumchagua ati anapelekwa. Ndio maana kwa maoni yangu Kalonzo hafai kuwa deputy wa Raila. Kalonzo hafai hata kidogo, hafai. Jambo la kwanza ni mbinafsi, jambo la pili ni corrupt, ni corruption. Corruption sio eti mpaka upewe pesa. Corruption ni kwa sababu ukijipendekeza wewe kwamba mimi ni mkubwa, siwezi kuwa kama ninyi wadogo, hiyo ni corruption. Haiwezekani kuwa mimi hapa wengi na washinda na miaka, nisiwezi kuja hapa niseme sasa mimi siwezi kuwasikiliza kwa sababu ninyi ni wadogo. Hapana, sisi wote ni Wakenya, sisi wote lazima mko na mambo fulani mimi najifunza kutoka kwenu na ninyi mnajifunza kutoka kwangu. Hizi ndivyo ulimwengu ulivyo, ndivyo hivyo inatakikana. Na siwezi kusema sasa Kalonzo hawezi kusema yeye hawezi kufuata amri kwa sababu yeye ni mkubwa, yeye amesoma, yeye ni senior counsel. Hiyo ni kuonyesha adabu mbaya, kwa sababu yeye ndio kiongozi, anatakiwa aonyeshe kwamba anatii sheria. Si yeye ni mwanasheria, anatakiwa afuate sheria. Huwezi kuwa eti wewe ni kiongozi alafu wewe unavunja sheria. Hapana, hiyo kwa kweli haifai. Na mimi naomba kabisa kwamba Raila, mfuasi wa Raila awe mwanamke, mwana mama. Mchaguo langu mimi, chaguo langu wa kwanza kabisa alikuwa Ngilu, lakini hata akichagua Martha Karua nitafurahi sana, kwa sababu Martha Karua ni kiongozi ambaye ana record ambayo ya kutetea wanyonge, ya kusimama na Wakenya hata kama hakuwa kwa serikali. Na hata akichagua SABINA nitafurahi, kwa sababu kwa wakati mdogo nimeona SABINA ni mtu ambaye anaelewa kwamba sisi wote wana Kenya ni kitu kimoja. Sehemu zote za Kenya zinatakikana zipate maendeleo sawa. Sehemu yoyote ya Kenya inatakiwa ipate maendeleo sawa, kwa sababu Kenya ni kama mwili. Kama kidole chako kinauma, mwili yote inauma. Kwa hiyo haiwezi kuwa kwamba mtoto mmoja huko Pokot analala njaa na mwingine tunakula. Hiyo tutakuwa wote tunasikia vibaya. Kwa hiyo ni jambo la busara kabisa kwamba achague mtu ambaye hatampatia vurugu, kama vile naona Kalonzo analeta vurugu. Akichagua Kalonzo kutakuwa na vurugu siku zote. Na mimi nimefurahi kwamba Bernard, hii Mtembei TV iko na variety nyingi sana. Nimeona kuna tacticians wako hapa, kuna wale ambao wanatabiri wako hapa, na kuna vile washauri. Kama mimi natoa tu shauri kwamba tufanye mambo fulani kama wa Kenya. Kwa hiyo nimefurahi sana. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, thank you. If there is no matter rising, Mundu Wanyomba, how are you? Monyomba. Wana nyumba, are you there? Amumenyakuliwa. Okay, tukimsubiri Mundu wa nyumba arudi, twende kwa Toro. Hey, Toroitich, unmute, your mic is still off.
Sasa unanipata vizuri?
Uko sawa, endelea.
Habari ya jioni. Na wasalimu nyinyi wote penye muko kwa hiyo different time zones. Kwanza kuna kitu nilikuwa ninatafuta kabla niongee. Nilikuwa natafuta channel yoyote yenye iko ya Kenya Kwanza, watu wenye wako na forum ya kuendelesha siasa za Kenya Kwanza. Sijui kama kuna mwenye anajua yoyote akanielekeza. Juu nimetafuta the whole of YouTube, Facebook, wapi sijaiona. Anyway, nimefurahia sana kusikiza kidogo tu, isipokuwa nimekuwa nikiwa on and off. But bado mimi niko pale pale hivyo kwa mapendekezo yangu ya kuwa wapatie mama Ngilu Martha Karua akuwe running mate. Tuachane na SABINA CHEGE kwa sasa. Naona kila mahali kila mtu ni SABINA CHEGE, but I think mwenye anatoshea nafasi vizuri sana ni Martha Karua. Anyway, ile ingine ni kuwa hiyo siasa ya Kalonzo Musyoka na SONKO wake imekuwa ni too much. Nitakana tuwapatie airwaves blackout, wasikuwe tunawaongelea sana. Ni kama tunawapatia mileage, wanakuwa ni kama watu, lakini wao wanaturudisha nyuma. Kazi yao ni kututega. Hata ukisikia speeches zao wenye walikuwa wanaendelesha huko hivyo Mombasa, wanataja Azimio wakisema kuwa hawana shida na baba. Hakuna siasa yenye wanaendelesha, as in hawapigii baba debe, wanarudisha nyuma tu. Ni hao wanajipigia wao wenyewe. Mombasa wanataka kusema kuwa wako na foothold huko hivyo, but how is that advancing Azimio? No way. Anyway, mimi nilikuwa nasema niache, nimekuja kugundua kuwa of late, before tumalizane na BBI, RUTO alikuwa proactive. Hiyo UDA ilikuwa proactive, walikuwa wanajipanga, wanafanya mambo yao kidogo. Nasikia wamechagua sijui nani ni party chairman, kina Mudhama nini, walikuwa wanaendelea kujipanga. With that speed, I think by now walikuwa wanatakana kuwa wameshachagua running mate wao. But since baba ingia kwa equation, wameanza kuwa reactive. They no longer dictate the pace. Wamekuwa wakingojea yenye baba hapa anafanya, meaning tuko mbele yao. So hata opinion polls, nilikuwa nasikia mwingine akiongelea kuwa opinion polls kuwa UDA wako mbele, but the truth is Azimio imechukua, tuko mbele, na mahali penye tumefika tuache hata kureact sasa na current news. Tunatakana tuanze kuwa newsmaker kuanzia na Tembei TV. Like right now tunatakana hata tunaanza kuambia kuhusu our 10-point agenda. They don't know about that. Wao wako tu kwa yao hiyo bottom up moja hiyo, na wale versus wao wengine, na sioni ikiwa inaweza saidia mtu yoyote. So yangu ni hiyo tu kwa sasa.
Okay, thank you. Mondo wa nyumba, you back? Ni kama nyumba yuko. We go back
Bernard,
to yes.
Ninataka kusema kwamba kitu Toroitich amesema ni jambo la muhimu. Inatakiwa tuanze kupreach 10 point ndio tuzungumzie juu yake, kwa sababu hawa watu wanatupotezea wakati wanafanya. Watu hawajui tunasimamia nini, tunataka kufanya nini, tunataka Kenya ielekee wapi. Asante.
Okay, thank you. One moment, let's go to the shops kwanza tunarudi.
Na hii kitu ya kiama, the elders wamekataa RUTO.
Hold on.
Kikosi chake cha Kenya Kwanza, sijui ni Kenya ilikuwa wapi hapo mbele, wakienda huko Busia wanasema eti RUTO aongeze Mumias pesa, inaweza ikaajiri vijana wengi sana kazi na shidwa. My God, where was he before when he was the Minister of Agriculture? Ni kukula, alikula hicho kiganda akakimaliza chote, akakula mahindi akamaliza, na saa hii na wahakikishia mumjaribu, just like that guy, mtaona ile mambo itaenda kuwafanyikia. Hata Mkombero ni soko alikosa na kasava, hakuna kitu mnaenda kubakishiwa huko. Trust me, believe me not, hakuna kitu. Mtaona mambo ya Firauni, mtashangaa sana.
In 2020 tumetengeneza mkataba na Jubilee
Hiyo mkataba ilikuwa nasema that Kalonzo will be supported for presidency. Mimi nitasema kwa sababu siogopi. Tulikuwa tumefanya hesabu tukajua yule mtu ambaye atachukua kura za Central from UDA is Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. That is what we did. Na mkatuchezea tu karata. Tukasema aidhuru. Lakini sasa ndio mwisho wa ngome. Sisi tumesema hivi, Kalonzo Musyoka is not attending the interview on Monday. Mr. Wekesa, andika mahali notes, Musyoka is not attending. Alafu wewe usidhubutu kutoa majibu ya kusema ati Kalonzo hakukuja, alafu utapatia mtu mwingine deputy president. Si museme kitaumana. Baje ubiuba. Bas, mtajua kilichomnyoa mkanga. Nirudie tena. On Tuesday, Wambua my friend, ukijua mutangazi Kalonzo Musyoka as deputy president, uwo siesimu no hivi, wawe nuge.
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Kiti kinakombewa kinaitwa deputy president. Wanasema wataki majibu ingine isomwe isipokuwa ile ya Kalonzo.
Na hiyo video ya Mtembee ya Kiamba Kikuyu elders nani Mtembee ameweka tu sahihi. Yeah, the elders
inbox me the link.
I've just done that on WhatsApp. Nimetuma tu sahihi from Mtembee.
One moment, and you are behind the camera against the law.
Mstakio utajitetea ukiwa wapi?
Mondo wa nyumba. Welcome back. How are you?
Thank you, Bernard. How are you today?
I'm well.
And the other members, have you asked how they are? You tell me.
Yeah, they are still breathing, like in a
thank you.
In our village.
Asante.
Yeah.
Sasa saa zingine mtu material zake za contribution for the topics zinakuisha kwa sababu wenye wana contribute hapo wanaongea mambo ambayo inafanya mtu asikie washwa. Hata unataka kuongea saa hizo. Members of the panel who don't know me, I'm based in modo wa nyumba, si nyumba, nyoba, Mukikuyu nyumba. Modo wa nyumba ni mtu wa ya rika yako ama mtu wa mko pamoja, na ndiye mimi hapa. Kwa hivyo mimi ni Mukikuyu. This is for the benefits of the people wenye hawajaniona hapa kwa hii program. I'm based in Nakuru. Not only based in Nakuru, I was born in Nakuru, raised in Nakuru, schooled in Nakuru, then went to University of Nairobi, came back to Nakuru to work. I've worked for the last, how many? 39 years in Nakuru. Okay. Although having worked in 39 years in Nakuru, I worked for 4 years, Samburu, and my last station before I resigned was Koibatek. That was part of Baringo. When it was made a district, I was in charge of public works. I was the pioneer public works officer there, the head of that department. So when I talk, I know about Samburu, having worked there for 4 years. I know Baringo, having worked there for 8 years. In fact, I was commuting from Nakuru to Damaravin. So when Kip talks, when Sarah talks, when Honorable Selina talks, those are places that I know. So it looks like I'm going to take a lot of time. I will be very brief. I don't want to take all my time commenting on other people's contribution. But I felt lost and disappointed. Sorry, Bernard, please let me comment offline kidogo. You see, sometimes when somebody is talking there and you want to raise a point against his points or her points, maybe it should be immediate. Because when now it is, I'm talking about Kemboi. Kemboi is not even on the panel now. And I wanted to raise issues that he had raised there because they were wrong. Let me start number one. Lee Kinyanjui is going to be back in Governor Nakuru. I did campaign to him last time. Okay, the other one I had done for Kenodia, I went in. Kenodia, we knew each other in person, but he didn't actually disappointed me. I did for Lee and he entered. Lee is going back as governor of Nakuru. Nakuru City. And I said here the other day, I was part and parcel of the people. In fact, if you go to Nakuru website, you'll see my contribution in terms of raising Nakuru to a city. It is there, Nakuru website. So Lee has done a lot. There's a lot of work going with the main road, Nakuru. It's Kenyatta Avenue. It's beautiful. It's a project worth 68 million to pedestrian and all that, trees and all that. It is really picking up a city. Lee has done a lot, and many other projects. It's a roadworks. Like me, I do roadworks also, and I know what he has done. So when Kemboi was talking about Nakuru, and it's in Langata, he is not an authority here. Maybe me, I'm an authority. I've been in this town for all my life, actually. So when I say I worked in Samburu, I was still a resident of Nakuru because my family was here. I also travel every weekend. For 4 years, I was in Samburu, Maral. For the 8 years, I was in Ravine. I commuted daily for those 8 years from Nakuru. It's only 60 kilometers to Ravine. So I felt itching when Kemboi was talking, and talking almost authoritatively. He was wrong. Lee is going back. And even today, I was in a campaign situation or church. I'm a Catholic, and I'm known. I've done a lot of work for Catholics. So I've even been a chairman of a parish. So I'm in his group, and you are winning. Where is Kemboi? Can somebody pass that information to him? Now, let me, then I'll touch very briefly because I've taken a lot of time. Before I move to the other topic, Madam Sarah, Honorable Selina, they have a point. Those are places I know. Having worked in it was a district now. Koibatek was born out of Baringo district. Okay, but when the counties came back, they were again joined to be Baringo County. So I used to travel all those areas, even in Baringo. The engineer in Kabarnet was my friend. All those Mogotio, wapi, hizo vitu nakuelewa huko kote. So Nani was mistaken, Kemboi. What I wanted to confirm is the Selina and Sarah, actually they're talking the same language. But I almost got disappointed as when I've observed this channel for a very long time, many months. And you see, Jakendube is my age mate. Selina, Honorable Selina is my age mate. I used to be in the background because I was fearing to come and be harassed or exchange words. Because when I was young, I used to be a fighter, both physical and also orally. Okay, you could not joke around with me. Now I'm an elder. I fear a situation where there's quarreling. And in fact, I just take off now. Okay, I'm an old man now. So what I'm saying, especially between Sarah and Kemboi, it was almost getting overboard. Please, let's keep it down. It's really different. Because Sarah was itching. I was also itching. That's why I was raising my hand. Because Kemboi is saying something that about Nakuru. Me, I'm Nakuru now, Kiamunyi. So I know all about Nakuru. And I've given the history. I was born in Joro here. I've grown up all here. And you can see I'm age mate yakina Madam Selina and Jakendube. So you can see I know about Nakuru. Now, so I don't know. Is my time finished, Bernard? Because I wanted to touch very briefly, not on all topips, but on one or two on the things of
tell us about JMCs. Tell us about the JMC and the Masai and the El Jamus. Tell us that.
Now,
El Jamus and Samburu and Masai. That is what Kip was saying.
Yeah, because you're confusing us. Kemboy came up with the Nakuru thing, which Sarah then disputed. Then I came with the Samburu thing, which Sarah then disputed. Then Selina came and corrected my argument, and we wanted to hear your opinion about that. It's about the communities and why there's a bit of confusion and why there's a bit of heckling and shouting. I mean, it was a bit heated, which is not supposed. It's not part of our spirit in Tembe.
Yes, Kip. You see now, you three, Kip, I don't know where you come from. Sarah comes from Baringo, so she's an authority.
I'm a neighbor. I'm a neighbor.
Selina,
I'm in Elgeyo Marakwet.
Yeah, okay. Madam Selina comes from Baringo. You is Elgeyo Marakwet.
No, she's from Nandi.
Oh, Selina is from Nandi. Okay. All of you are talking the same thing, actually. The only thing, the difference in here is the being specifications, you know, specification in this way. In fact, when I was in Samburu district, it was a district then, this way back. I went to Samburu in 1991, left there 1995 for Koibatek. I was in Koibatek from 1995 to 2003 when I resigned. So complete that time. So all of you are right. And that's why I say maybe we keep the language low, because you may say there are no Masais in Nini. Then the issue here is the number. The number may be so small. That's why Sarah was saying something like this. Is it the James? Is it the El Molo? Because, for example, in Samburu, we even started a new road from Samburu to then Baringo. I'm forgetting the name. It's almost many years back. So
it is Tiati. Tiati, that is West Pokot.
Come again?
The Tiati, that is East Pokot. Now it is called
No,
Tiati.
it was on the lower side between Samburu. It's only the name is escaping because it's a long time. I resigned. I left Samburu in 1995. That's around 27 years ago. It's way back. So the name is missing. But we opened a new road between Samburu and it was Baringo then district because of security, thefts of cows and all that cattle. And so I'm saying all of you are right, but some specifications were not right. Because when Sarah says these people are not there, maybe the number is so small that she'll say that particular Nene is not the ethnic group. But now Selina, I think, is even more to the point. She summarized between Kip and Sarah. I feel Selina has now covered that ground. He has brought those two issues together. You're not. In fact, you're not even arguing. All of you are talking the same thing to me. It's only that some specifics are different here and there. Is it okay, Kip?
Yeah, it's okay. It was.
I don't want to go into details about the
okay.
gems, about the Endorois in Keisinana.
No, it was the
like Bogoria is the Endorois.
It was
Endorois. Yeah. In fact, my first time to go with a DC to that, the very first DC, we are the pioneers for Koibatek district, and the DC was called Kade. There was a fracas in Kisanana. Endorois were demonstrating, and I was very fearful because I thought they are violent. They aren't. There was something that had gone wrong. So msafara ya DC alikuwa Mkamba anaitwa Kadhe. Tunakuta watu wamefunga barabara, wana twigs, wana nini. I had not been exposed to that sort of thing. I thought they would be violent against that. They didn't actually. They were asking for their rights. So the Endorois and all that, and our friends here in Nakuru, even Wakiri, kina nani is my friend.
Kina Kiplenge.
Kiplenge, hata bibi yake tunasoma kanisa moja Catholic hapo Mlimani, Holy Trinity.
Bibi ya Kiplenge ni member of parliament, anasimama Nakuru.
Na tunajuana, nitamsupport. We have been with her. In fact, I was their chairman one time of that even Holy Trinity Church. Kiplenge tunajuana kwa kakesi alinifanyia. Lakini mama ndio tumehusiana sana kwa kanisa. She has been a leader. Hata kujenga hiyo nyumba inaitwa parish priest, I did for them. I'm an architect by profession. And she was heading the committee that was working on the parish house for Holy Trinity Church.
Ndio ukatengeneza ile hiyo kanisa iko Napkoi hapo, hiyo Trinity Church, hiyo Catholic. I think we need to talk about this later on, hiyo mambo ya kanisa, because I'm a Catholic.
Which one?
Hapo nini Napkoi. Kuna Trinity
Church.
Yeah.
I've done a lot of work for the church.
Tendwa, hiyo iko Tendwa hapo juu.
I don't know it, but what you can do, keep.
Tumie number.
I've done a lot of work for churches pro bono, okay?
Tuongee mambo ya kanisa. Tuongee mambo ya kanisa baadaye, because
ni sawa,
tumie number tafadhali.
Haya, sawa. My time is finished. Bernard, you see now, I don't know now, whatever Kemboy is, I was feeling a bit uneasy when he's talking about things and statistics and all that. I'm on the ground myself. Nimeamka hata nimepata njaa, ndio nakunywa chai na mkate. Sijui nitakaribisha nani. Mama Selina, sijapita kwako bado. Wacha hata nisiongee topic za leo, niwaachie hapo Bernard, nitachukulia.
Na kwa nini utapita nyumbani kusalamia watoto? Ndio unipatie ripoti ya Kenya.
Nitapitia huko leo, nimeshinda pandia panaitwa Mangu Catholic Church, huko tulikuwa na aspiring MCA aspirant hapa Nakuru West.
Okay.
No Menengai West ward. So I'll pass there as soon as possible.
Na ukienda kefe salamia my sister anaitwa Ulisa Mary Chepto.
Anafanya kefe?
Yeah.
Niko hapo na marafiki hapo kefe, nitapita. Umesema jina?
Mary Chepto.
Sasa wacha niandike kwa sababu unajua tumezeeka. Chepto.
Yes.
Repeat again. Maybe.
Chepto Mary, unauliza Mary.
Weka namba hapo kwa private chat hapo nyumba, tuchukue na Selina hapo tafadhali. Wewe ni mtu wa nyumbani kabisa.
Okay.
Weka private.
Thank you.
Hata kikale najua chamge nini redo najua hizo vitu. Asante bana.
Thank you mtu wa nyumba. Thank you please.
Usiseme ile watu wanaambiwa wachiwe na kumbe ni mbaya. Unajua ukichua luka ya mtu anakuambianga ile ngumu mbaya, alafu unasema mbele ya watu unachekewa. Unasema ni mzuri.
Na kuhakikishia kwa sababu nimezaliwa hapa Njoro, nimekaa na Wakalijin, nimesoma na hawa na Naikuru hapa. Anyway, yangu siwezitaja, inazijua ni vile lugha sasa. I can't be fluent now.
Okay. Asante bwana nyumba for giving us that confirmation. Kemboi, we send him to go and bring us his data. We hope he will arrive, because even Caleb went to bring us a video 2 weeks ago. He's yet to arrive. So we hope this time round there will be delivery of the data. Toro teach, uliuliza swali kama kuna channel ya UDA mahali popote. Kulikuwa hapa na wafuasi wa UDA waka break away, wakaenda kaanzisha UDA TV. I don't know what happened to it, but I don't think it exists. But there is somebody who hosts something. I don't know where. Nilisikia tu wakizungumza hapa. So I don't know. Kama umetafuta YouTube hukupata, tafuta Facebook. Kama upati basi haipo.
Kuna moja nili kama cross ilikuwa inazungumza ni kama walikuwa sehemu za Kisii, ilikuwa inazungumza watu wengi wa UDA ndio walikuwa wanazungumza. But sijaiona tena.
Oh no, hiyo inakuanga tu special episode ya hata sisi huwa tunabeba hiyo kama bunge la wananchi, we go get people talking and then we record and then air. But a live show like this one for UDA sijaiona unless otherwise. So kama unajua kule iko, mwelekeze bwana Toroitich, is interested. Naomba sasa tumlete Sara afanye
ama hata political analysts.
UDA political analyst.
Hebu ambia Cheraisi afungue. Cheraisi anajua.
I'm just curious.
Cheraisi akikuja hapa, Samuel mwenye wako UDA, mnaambia Cheraisi afungue anything ya UDA kwa sababu yeye anakuanga K7. So he knows how to walk about it. So you can ask him to start UDA.
Unasema Honorable Chalaite. Selina.
Nimesema Cheraisi, kuna mtu anaitwa
Cheraisi.
Samuel Cheraisi anakuanga hapa, si Chelaite.
Sawa,
Chelaite yako nyumbani.
Tunakuanga na ingine
kwangu
inaitwa
pia.
kuna kuanga na ingine inaitwa Kenya, kuna ingine inaitwa Kenya Digital News, lakini hao wakwangi na live stream. They're also very popular, but they don't have a live stream. Kwangi na discussion kama hii. If you know the owners, mwambie aweke live stream ya UDA, but I don't think.
Actually, reason yenye nilikuwa ninauliza ni kwa sababu I'm curious. Unajua wengi wenye hapa kina Kemboi unapata lies zenye wako nazo ni nyingi and themselves they believe. So nilikuwa niko na shangaa, do they even have a political analyst channels, vitu kama hizo? I just want to hear them because watakuwa wanaongelea nini. Even chama yenyewe imekuwa formed on basis of uongo na radicalization. Anajaribu kuimagine. Anyway, it's nothing.
It's basically
Okay, Black is on the comment section. He seems to have information. Black, you can come and give us information where your channel is, if one exists. But wanasema njia muongo ni fupi, huwezi kusustain. And then also on the other hand, to run this kind of a show is not an easy thing. You can start, but to sustain it is not easy. It takes more than money. You can pay for everything and still not be able to stay there and to discuss the way we do. So,
Bernard, let me ask you a question. How many months have you been running from Sunday to Sunday?
Sunday to Sunday, this should be the third. Is it the third or the fourth month?
Ulikuwa umeanza before Christmas, by the way. I met you before Christmas.
Yeah,
Ulichukua break kidogo, but you've been working for months like this without a break. Ile siku unakuwa break for two days, watu wanakuwa wagonjwa.
Yes, because previously we used to do weekends only, Monday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But now when we started Sunday to Sunday, it's not easy to sustain that. You must be completely cold.
Cold turkey, watu wanakuwa wagonjwa bana. Wanaanza kukupigia simu usiku. Bernard, where are you? Hata mimi nilikupigia simu ni aje bana.
Bernard.
Yes.
I have a request and to all the people here. Is it always possible? This is my opinion. That no matter whichever affiliations we take or at the end of the discussions, that we should always try to advocate for something that if me, Regan Onyango Toyo, if I cannot go and stand in Kiambu and people feel that I should stand or I can stand in Kiambu and beat Moses Kuria and represent the people of Kiambu or Jubilee, then as a country, we have to accept we really still have a long way to go.
I agree with
Maybe
you.
2 generations to come, but not now. Maybe
No, but that's
now.
why I've said, okay, get my point. That's the reason I've said, if we don't preach it, it's you. You know, the reason I've brought that question here, there's somebody who has retired and is very proud saying how he worked. It was very good and he's proud that he retired. There's somebody who was talking about Kalonzo. And the same change or the advocate or the problems we are talking about here, they've been there and they've been there and they've been there. As much as we still try to advocate for stuff, why can't we bring an ideology, philosophy that at the end of the day, if somebody will ever have to come across this video as a young person, it can trigger them to think, why is it that we still feel that is an identity that should give us the dignity of what we deserve as human beings and not the personality of a human being that should table us what we want? Because huyu ametengeneza mabarabara, ni mundu wa nyumba, but he has been in Rift Valley. So if we don't change that narrative, we say that one has to come. If we don't visualize, speak it, push it for them, how are they supposed to start to think about that after we are gone?
let me ask you, if the Kalenjin, let me say about a member of parliament for Nandils, is a Kalenjin, he was born there, the parents were born there, and now they are calling him Kipsigis. Yes, he's a Kipsigis, but born in Nandi, raised in Nandi. If that one can come, somebody can come and speak something like that in the community, and they are one tribe. Not somebody has worked somewhere and worked somewhere. So that's what I'm saying. Alfred Keter is an MP for Nandil constituency, and he has been there for 2 terms. The parents are from Kericho, and everybody know that, and they love them the way they are. But now somebody will come and say, why are you voting these Kipsigis? So if we cannot even finish in our communities, how do we extend it? So it is difficult, something like that.
I can answer you in that. Instead of saying, why should we vote him, he's not from here, is equally what we can say, why can't we try somebody from far and see if, I think if you were to be a Kamba leader or a Kamba personality with identity, and we choose you in Nyanza, it means probably if you don't deliver, then there's still possibility that you lose that seat. Sometimes we don't achieve because the people we choose are people we know. I don't care anyway, he's still a member of the family. But I know we might
People
not...
say, but like Junet Mohammed, Baba say he was selected because of Baba. Yaya ako Migori, not because he stood in Migori and people elect him. I remember again the Indian who was the mayor of Kisumu, or he was member of parliament. It is also Baba who told the community to vote him, not him staying with people in Kisumu, doing a good job, and now he say, I want to stand. So you know that from Junet Mohammed and that Muindi in
That's what I try to say. Is there power in the word what we say?
Bernard.
Because if we say the opposite, that's why we sometimes say, like right now, when Uhuru holds Baba's hand and say he's the best choice against what has been said before. Definitely, even if it is not all, and he is elected and he delivers, don't you think it's a process that will build confidence?
Let's do this. You know, we are digging ourselves into one area. Jakindube, what are you saying?
Nataka kumwambia Otoyo kwamba,
hold on please. Yes.
Nataka kumwambia Otoyo kwamba kuna kujenga nchi na kujenga taifa. Na kujenga taifa ni kuleta watu tuwe wamoja. Tukiwa na umoja ndio unaweza kwenda kusimama popote pale. Na hiyo ndio kitu ambacho kilienda wrong wakati baada ya uhuru. Kabla ya uhuru tulivumbua kwamba lazima tuwe wamoja ndio tupate uhuru. Baada ya kupata uhuru hiyo kitu iliharibika. Na hiyo ndio Raila na Uhuru wanafanya. Ndio maana tuna kitu inaitwa azimio la umoja. Tukiamini na tuhubiri umoja, hii itaingia kwa watu pole pole. Ndio watu wajue kwamba sisi wote wana Kenya ni ndugu moja. Tunafaa kushirikiana, kufanya kazi pamoja. Na mtu tusibaguane. Ndio maana tukibelieve hivyo, tukiamini kwamba sisi ni Wakenya, unaweza kwenda kusimama popote. Lakini ni lazima tujenge nini? Taifa. Kuna taifa na nchi. Kujenga nchi ni kujenga mabarabara. Kujenga taifa ni kujenga watu, kufanya watu wawe wamoja, ili tujue kwamba sisi wote tunaweza, tusibaguane. Kwa hiyo ni vizuri tuhubiri vile unasema na kukubali, lakini tuhubiri azimio la umoja. Azimio ni kama vile azimio la Arusha ilikuwa inawafanya Watanzania kujua kwamba wao ni Watanzania, wanatakiwa kuwa wamoja na kuna mambo fulani wanatakiwa wafanye. Ndio na sisi tunapohubiri azimio la umoja, tuwe wamoja, tutoke katika hali ya kubaguana kikabila au kijinsia. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you. And like it's been pointed out, we have had glimpses of people who are from different descent taking elective seats in land that is not their indigenous land. Mama Selina mentioned Junaid Mohammed. There is Shabir Shakir, Kisumu. There is an Indian guy, I think in Wasingishu. There's another one in Meru. Okay, so we are on our way there, but we are not yet there. Secondly, I think the drafters of the Constitution missed the opportunity to help the Kenya to galvanize by making the governor seat electable. Because during Moi's time, you see the disease, it will take like Raburu served almost everywhere in the country. And by him being sent by the president as a representative of the president, there was a way of having a foreigner, but doing local work for the local people. And then we had schools like me, the primary school I attended. Majority of the teachers were not indigenous. They were from other counties, other districts. And so we had quality education because it was not localized. But today, I come from Navajo constituency. It used to be this district hospital. Okay, the district hospital was almost 90% run by nurses who are the wives of the people who are the ones that are well-to-do. Okay, it's like everybody agreed the way they marry teachers or marry nurses. So they come and localize the hospital, and then they begin to profile people. There was a time we found somebody who was having a challenge on the road, so we carried him to the hospital, only to reach there and we were told that the doctor has gone to drink in that bar there, and he said if a patient will come, he should be called from the bar to come and attend to the patient. And then we ran into a scenario whereby a nurse tells an old woman, an old elderly woman, "Bia wewe dawa yako imeisha, ile dawa imebaki hapa ni ya wajukuu wako, enda nyumbani." Now we have that manner of mismanagement because of this thing that in hospitali yetu viongozi wakwe wakwetu na wake zetu na our own people. So I in my opinion, if we would have let the governor's seat, okay, remain an appointee of the national government, then we retain local leadership, ile tunachaguana ma MCAs nini, but yule kiongozi anayekuja asikue hapo, because hakuna vile tutadili na mundu wetu, boma letu, watu wetu, as long as tunajitawala sisi wenyewe, and then we are pushing everybody in his direction. Like now in let's say Kakamega, how do you, if you want to be governor, you have to get the Wangas, add to the Patotos, and carry some Bateres. If you can combine 3 sub clans, you are good to go. So we have just devolved tribalism from national. Now we are splitting it into clanism at the county level, and even in the clan they will say these ones just came, these ones are the ones that were born here, and so we'll keep fighting over that until we grow up to understand that a nation is built by nationalism. A nation is built by nationalism, and what we lack in Kenya is somebody to rally us into nationalism. Our founding fathers played politics of convenience. Politics of convenience was it's easy to play the tribal card to retain power than to play the national card and get power. So they reverted to the default mode that the colonialists left, other than them pushing like Nyerere, wote tuwe wa Tanzania, tuwe kitu kimoja, wewe ni Mtanzania kwanza kabla ukue Mchaga, kabla ukue Mhehe na hiyo mambo ingine. So they failed to do that, which we are praying that with this Azimio government we will start that journey of getting us feeling Kenyans and safe in the hand of any Kenyan. Ukienda hospitali, hata hospitali siku hizi tunauliza nani daktari wa hapa anatoka wapi. But any doctor should take care of you is a doctor as long as he's competent. But if we continue with this tribal mentality, we'll end up now choosing our incompetent people, give them the work and they don't perform. Contracts zote, watu wanachukua pesa wanalipa barabara, like barabara yetu ya Nambacha to wherever. I went home and it was black. We were driving. I was so excited that I thought Tama has arrived. So we stopped. We got out of the car only to go and confirm the person who was given the contract alimwaga maram, okay? Akamaliza kumwaga maram, akakuja na lami na akamwaga juu ya maram. It is just painting it black. And then, you know, you fail to understand. Is it that tumerogwa? What is the problem? And so we need to go back to finding Kenya, and the Kenya for all Kenyans. Kenya for all Kenyans. When we find that Kenya, nobody will worry about anything. Hakuna Mkenya atalala njaa when we find Kenya for all Kenyans. Lakini tukitafuta Kenya ya mtu wetu, watu wetu, kabila letu na hiyo mambo ile tumesafa for 58 years now, it may go for another 50 years. So I love your approach, Otoyo. It is a good thing and we need to pray for the same, but tufanye kazi kwanza. We will not get there by wishing. We have to accept to work towards that. If there's no matter rising, naomba sasa turudi kwa debate. Hata huko nasomewa Wycliffe Machora anasema, Bernard, please reduce too much talk with others. Also give a chance. I was explaining something. Mwache kunionea. I have powers to end this show right now.
Overlord. Unaanza kuwa kama overlord. But today's debate was very good. I think it's been balanced. Acha kukuonea.
Let's make progress. Mama Selina, endelea.
Thank you so much, Bernard.
Ilikuwa tani ya Sara. Wacha Sara make submission alafu tarudi kwako. Sara, your turn to submit, please.
Okay. Lakini utanipea ruhusa kidogo ni chatue mambo fulani hapa.
Okay,
and I think I think nilitoka Mama Salina akiongea kuhusu hii mambo ya All James. And if she knows a person by the name Olempaka took the case to High Court, and then High Court haikumsikia, they went to the other country. Hiyo kesi ilifanyika, the Maasai, the Samburus walitupwa nje, the All James are their own tribe. Hawana ukoda yoyote. That is why even they don't even call the other one. And I will look for that papers tomorrow and I will bring it here. And Olempaka is the team lead of All James. And the All James right now in Baringo South are 10,000 in number by the voters. That is why if you see the area MP of that side, he analalia kabisa All James because apate hiyo 10,000 amepita kwenda parliament. So Olempaka himself mpaka hata kuna mahali deputy president alimwambia he will be given, I think he will be given a nominated MP under the minority group. So that is the thing of All James. They don't have any relationship. Kama ni uko ni ile baba moja mama tofauti, ile umbali. Hakuna mambo ya kusema ati ni ile cousins ya umbali. So All James walisema we are very few and we cannot be lined with Samburus and the Maasais. And then they went to court. Kenya High Court ika default tower. They had to changa. And then they went, there's a country they went. And then wakamaliziwa mambo yao, wakaileta Kenya, wakakuja they have been approved. That is now the minority group and some other groups I think the Ogiek and others. So that is
The
my
Okiek is well because Okiek inajulikana. But maybe the
and
El
also
Jamus, no, maybe the El Jamus, they wanted to be minority ndio wapate ku representative. But
and that is why there are only 10,000.
They are
In fact, the
10,000 and
latest, the latest.
But now, my dear,
If you let me tell you, Madam Salina, if you go now to Marigat, the James land, Talabani, kuendelea na uende useme huko mimi ni Masai, hautakaribishwa. Wacha tu nikwambie ukweli. I've been there for campaigning for my
they are
former,
changing, but they are changing. Lakini ikiwa na mkutano kubwa ya Masai,
and now I'm telling you the current one. That is why
we
I
are
was
not.
disputing
You know
with
what?
Kip.
You are not my sister. You know what, my sister? We are not going unless Jamia Masai.
Ladies, order.
Okay, fine.
Everybody, thank you. Let's do this. Mama Selina, you gave us your side of the story. Sarah, she's give her time. Let her substantiate. You will rebut. But Sarah, do we create tribes by court order in Kenya?
No, there is a tribunal. There is a tribunal they went for, and I will give it out tomorrow. It is not now. I think that thing I left it in my office, so I'll bring them tomorrow. You know, if you are a politician, you need to know each and every places. How did these people came out? Hii watu walikuja namna gani? Ukiingia that place, you will talk about their own people. And that place, you cannot even enter that place without this guy called Olempaka. Olempaka is been the activist of these people, the James. So ukifika pale kama Olempaka hakuna kura. That is why unaona Mheshimiwa Kamuren ako bamba to bamba na Olempaka. Kwa sababu gani? He needs those 10,000 votes. So I will bring it out tomorrow kindly. It is in my office and I will bring it tomorrow.
Pokot Kalenjins.
Pokot, yeah, it is part of the Kalenjin.
Well, they are going towards the same method as
and they are going towards the same method because these Pokots of
so that's what
Kiati.
we're trying to say with Mama Selina. They're originally from the same community. They are together.
But now we are going as far now.
Sinasema, they're defying, but the original argument from Mama Selina and I were like, they were still part of the same community. That's why I said Samburu. And that is why you ukakuja na fujo. And I was trying to say, I might have mentioned the wrong name, but my reasoning wasn't to come and tell you lies here. That's what we're trying to say. You already came very strongly and says, you're lying. But you did not let me substantiate where I was coming from. And now we're giving.
But I said it. No, ulikuwa unasema, ulikuwa unapinga ukisema. Even the Pokot right now. The Pokot.
What I was trying to say.
The Pokot of
Hold on, both of you. Thank you. Let her make the submission. You know, there are two things here. Okay, we are talking about the traditional family setting, and then now this artificial setting that is being done by the court of law, which, in my opinion, does not negate the traditional family setting. Like us, we are Banyalas, and we are in Kakamega. Okay. We are known as Banyalas of Kakamega. But the original home of us, we came from Busia, migrated. So we have brothers in Busia, others, they like our family had 5 brothers, 2 remained in Busia, others went to Bungoma, then others went further east to Kakamega. We still have that family come together because we are sons of the same family, but we are in different location. And the people in Bungoma speak Bukusu. Then us, they are Banyala, but they speak Bukusu because that's the predominant language of the place. But in Kakamega, we speak the Kinyala of Kakamega. It's different from the Kinyala of Busia. But we come from the same family lineage. So we can declare that us who are in Kakamega, we don't want to be identified with the Bukusus. so I would want us to capture this with that understanding that we don't cancel the traditional setting because of the artificial arrangement, because it's just like that is for administrative purposes, labda kuna kati ambayo serikali inapeana kwa minority groups. So we could say those are political arrangements. They are not necessarily the really nitty-gritty of what constitute these particular communities. Because kama sisi ni watu wa mtu mmoja, alafu we are all sons of the same person, then we went into different direction, our blood is the same, hata kama tuna bear different names.
Even the culture, even hata vile wanakaa, even how they talk. Like now, Sarah, in the Rais are Tukens, but they want to call themselves, they are small tribe in Baringo, they call it Rais, but they are Tukens. So kuna vitu ingine hatuwezi, kwa sababu unless wapatiwe wawe tribe alone in Kenya, because kama El Jamus wameenda kotini. Saa hii Kenya tunajua tuko na 43 tribes, na ile watu wadogo wale wanakuwa Mombasa, sijui wanaitwa nini, walitoka wapi? Those are the last people Uhuru alienda kuwapatia ID wakuwe wa Kenya. So when the Ma community come together, like now the let's say kama Kema, Amerus, Embus, Kikuyus na Wakamba, unasikia Kalonzo anasema these are our cousins. Hakuna vile utasema Kema wanaweza kujitawanya. So the Eljamus tradition yao vile wanakaa, they are Masais, they are Samburus. It is only walipatikana Baringo, but anyway, that is another day. Tunangoja kwa kaseti isemekane this is a minority group, wamejitoa kwa community ya Wama, wanaitwa nani, watakuwa na tradition yao inaitwa nini, what will they be? They cannot be Tuken, they cannot be Ma, what will they be? That
Okay,
is
thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
They are the old gems.
You're behind the curtain. Ulizima kamera yako lakini tulikusikia. Thank you.
Na Alex angekuja leo tungesikia mambo ya Nyamira na Kisii sasa. Hii ingekuwa hot sana.
Kuna huyu Mr. Ondigi Iso anasema tell Sarah that the good example is Nyamira and Kisii counties. They are all Kisiis. Okay? They are all Kisiis but different counties. All the same.
Alex akuja tuambie mambo klani hizi.
Sarah muda wake malize tafadhali. Let her make her submission. We move forward. Thank you.
So I think that is my submission about the tribes, and you will go. You Google, you will get them. Msikuja kupinga hapa na kesho mkipata ukweli mnaanza kukunja mambo zingine hapa. Wacha tuende to the topic of today. I think mambo ya Sonko, wacha nianzie nyuma nikikuja mbele.
Kucha pole, atukunji mkia hapa. Nani anabeba mkia kukunja? We kucha pole.
Kuja upole aje, kwani nimekuja mbio? Ama nimekuja na mbio gani? Unajua ukianza ukinianzia pia mimi yangu pressure inapanda na tutaanzana tu hapa.
Kujanga na ukali.
Hakuna kukuja na ukali.
Get out of that topic now, please.
No, you people you want to dictate people and you can mimi siwezi kuwa dictated. Wacha tu nikwambie ukweli.
Wewe umesema utakuja naye kesho na watu watakuja nini? Nikakwambia watu hawana mkia ya kukunja. That is what I told you.
You told me what? Here, please,
Hatuko hapa kuquarrel, Madam Salina. Na kama unataka kutuquarrel, I'm also good in that.
Ladies.
I'm also good in that, Bernard.
Subiri sana.
Ukristo tunaweka kando kidogo na tunakuja kuomba msamaha baadaye.
Ngoja kwanza. Please, just make your submission. Huh? Don't get at each other.
You know what, Bernard?
We are debating for Kenya.
And that is it, Bernard.
For who to score or who to fail. We are debating for. We understand Kenya well. Let us inform Kenyans on what is underlying so that they can make an informed decision. Let's not go personal.
Na kila mtu apewe jukumu yake kusema yake. Kama if you differ with me, we enda mali you get in agreement with the other person because I cannot differ with you. Mimi leo nikisema sitaki kusikia Madam Salina, I get myself busy. Ikifika tani yangu ninasema yangu wenye wanataka kusikia, it is okay. Kama utaki kusikia, because in this all we get in agreement and we differ.
It's
So let
okay,
me
sir.
go to the topic
You
of today.
make your submission, please. Thank you.
Let me go to the topic of today.
Yes.
I think let me start from behind kina ya Sonko ndio nikikuja huku mbele. Nianze na I think reverse call. Acha nikuje na reverse. Sonko fights for the mother's grave. Unajua mtu kama Sonko kama ulishindwa na Mombasa no, kama ulishindwa na Nairobi, please, Mombasa ni nchi nyingine tofauti sana. Ungekaa hata uchunge hapa muende Ukambani. Like me here in Wazingishu, nikishindwa na Wazingishu, nifuge tu Kerio River niende Baringo. Yeye anaenda na rivers kwenda wapi tena? Hii haiwezekani. Hata kama mzazi yake alizikwa huko ama alifanyiwa nini. But East West home is the best. Like you Bernard, Nairobi ikiumana utarudi Bungoma tu. Pale tutakutana hiyo center tu. So for Sonko hapo amekosea. Amekosea kabisa. And then nini inafuata? You know saa hizi na macho ina sasa shida ndio hiyo. DP RUTO's politics. Politics of insult and campaign. Mimi hakuna mali natetea kila mtu because ukikuta pandi ni matusi, ukuje pandi ni matusi. Me what I wanted to say about this politics of deputy president. Kuna mahali nimesikia saa zile kitambo nikiingia, I was watching from backyard. Nilikuwa nasikia watu wakisema ati nini? Mbona mupatii Musalia? Mbona mupatii sijui Wetangula? Mimi ile kitu nauliza. Bernard, nimeoa bibi, niko naye kwa nyumba. Ni kweli? Jirani amekuja amepigwa transfer, nimemhost. Siku 2-3 apate kwake. Nitamwachia bedroom yangu na bibi yangu. Si ataishi sitting room mpaka atafute nyumba yake. So that is akina Kalonzo akina nani walikuja kutusaidia. Walikuja kutusaidia kama watu ya UDA. So that is why they have never dismantled their parties. Bado tu wamekuja na hiyo na kusema Kenya kwanza. Ndio ikigumana, funga farago yako, kanyaga nje. Huwezi kuja kuingia kwa bedroom yangu na ujui nimetandika namna gani. No, we have people like the people who started UDA wako pale. Even me, siwezi kubali ati nimejenga nyumba yangu alafu nakuja kupatia jirani. Haiwezekani. Jirani nitampatia zile manyumba ile ya wageni huko, akaekae huko. Na sitting room tukuje tukunywe chai, kama ni dining tunaenda kukula pamoja. So UDA wako na mtu yao. Nyinyi mko na mtu yenu. Sisi tuko na watu wetu. And we cannot already we know who is the deputy, who will deputize number 2 deputy president. We know. But saa hizi tunachungana. Nyinyi mnatuchunga tutangaza yetu, sisi tunawachunga mtangaze yenu. So wacha ifike D-Day ndio tujue vile mlipuko italipuka. Period. Hiyo tumemalizana. Sabina Chege and Peter Kenneth, take Nairobi. What I normally want in this republic, if the rally is for these people of Azimio, let it be for the people of Azimio. Musiende watu waziende kununua watu, and then wakati mtu anasema Azimio, watu huko nyuma unasikia watu wanasema UDA. That is hiyo ni sijui nitasema ni ushamba ama ni nini. Hiyo haiwezekani. Patia mtu time yake. Mtu tuseme sasa, tuseme my home county, tuseme Raila akifika, tutamkaribisha aseme yake, akuja auze sera zake. Isipoingiana na sisi, si tutakaa chini na kusema kweli hii sera ya huyu mzee haijatuingia, twende hivi. Lakini hiyo kuhalt ati huyu akisema UDA wengine wanasema Azimio, hiyo ni ushamba ya zamani sana. And we are all digital, tumeenda digital. Hakuna mtu mwenye bado hako analog, wote tuko digital. Why don't we respect these leaders? Because at all, kuanzia tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, tarehe 15 huko, these all leaders bado tutawaheshimu, si ni kweli? So kila mtu asimame kwa upande yake. We uza sera yako pande nyingine, mimi niuza yangu, tukutane mwezi wa 8 kwa debe. Mwenye atachukua si huyo ndio tutamsupport. Lakini hii mambo ya kufinyana na yenye huyu nani Otoyo amesema ati kuna watu wanatangulia kufika pale wanaleta fracas. What are you telling now Kenyans? What are you telling Kenyans? Hata wewe kama wewe unataka kuwa presidential candidate, surely Mtu akimbia mbio kama mimi na mama Salina tutoke mbio tuende tupige, alafu ile kina nani wakifika wamefungiwa nje. Is that really hiyo ni politics ya Kenya yenye tunahitaji? Na hii politics ni ya undugu yenye tunasema saa hizi tunataka kesho mtu kama Bernard aenda aombe, asimame Baringo na aombe kiketi na apatiwe. Mimi niende nisimame Western na nipatiwe. Hiyo ni mwaka gani? Na ndio tumeanza saa hii. Watu 10 umetangulia umefunga. Sasa tutaelekea wapi? We are not going anywhere. The Kenya we want is for everyone. Nienye leo hata nikipigwa transfer Kisii, I'm very much comfortable that niko nchi yangu. Si ile nikilala mguu moja iko nje, mguu ingine iko ndani. Mtu mwingine akipigwa transfer Baringo, alale akijua kweli yako nyumbani. Lakini sasa hii mkitustua mapema, hata mimi kesho kwenda Bungoma itakuwa ni wasiwasi. Nitakuwa ninaweka mguu moja nje ama niweke gari huku karibu na mpaka na niende na boda ndio kikiumana nimerukia nikikuja kuchukua gari yangu na nitoke. No, we need to tell Kenyans because each and every Kenyan is looking at this nini Mutembei. Wengi sana. So many of them are following behind the curtain. What are we telling them? Si ni kitu yenye tuna inject mambo ya post violence. And that is uncalled to this republic. Tuna preach peace. Unaona mtu kama huyu mzee anaitwa Chagendube. Ako mpaka saa hii hajashindwa kulala. Huyu ni mzee mwenye anastahili heshima zake, lakini amekuja hapa kutufunza tukue na amani na tukue na hiyo umoja. Raila akishinda tunasema amen na tunasukuma mkurudumu. Ruto akishinda tunasema amen tunapeleka kurudumu ufuchi. Hata akishinda wewe hawezi kukuletea chakula kwa meza, bado utahasuli ile hasuli yako ya kawaida. So we need to preach peace. Lakini hii mambo yenye wewe unaongoja mimi nijenge nyumba yangu, saa ile imefika unakuja kuniambia nizongee kidogo, nitakupea tu miezi kadhaa ukae hapo sitting room. Ukitoka tumekumulikana na wewe. So mimi mambo ya Azimio mimi siwezi nikasema ati mnapatia nani. Nyinyi Azimio mnajua mtu yenu. Why should I come and inject myself in your affairs? Wacha mimi nikae na yangu ya Yuda. Na nyinyi mkae na yenu ya Azimio na tukutane mwezi wa 8 tarehe 9. Ndio tujue kivumbi itaelekea pande gani. Na kama tutaenda kupigia huyu mzee hii ajaba huyu ni sawa. Akituongelesha vizuri tunajua alete sera zake tutajua ni mzuri. Mimi hata nitakuambia kura Baringo ukileta sera zako mzuri. Lakini ukileta mbaya si tutakukanyaga nje. So I rest my case on that place now and then I will inject afterwards.
Thank you Sarah. Mama Selina.
Sarah. Ndio watu waingii bedroom, lakini sasa kitambo nikuje nyumba yako si ulinialika na ukaniambia kuja tukawanye.
Fanya hivi Mama Salina. In good faith, we tangaza yako ya Azimio, mimi nitangaze yangu ya UDA. Usijaribu kuchunguza nguo yangu ya ndani nimevaa kalakani. Haiwezekani.
Oh my God. Kwa sababu Mudavadi alituambia earthquake.
Unajua kwa nyumba ya mtu unajua mpaka chini ya kitanda. Mimi hata kwako sijui chini ya kitanda.
Sara ngoja amalize.
Ngoja Bernard.
Ngoja.
Mama Salina.
Sara nimekutetea.
Sara. Unajua Sara, wacha tuseme ukweli. Wacha tuseme ukweli. Ya umesema ukweli yako. Watu wanauliza. Kitambo nikuja kwako Sara, unionyeshe sitting room na uniwache hapo sitting room. Sikuna vile umeniambia niingie kwako. Kwa sababu sasa Musalia alituambia earthquake.
Na hata mlifanyia nini Kalonzo? Mlifanyia nini Kalonzo? That is why tunasema hapa nyani haoni kundule. Nyinyi mlifanyia nini Kalonzo? Kalonzo na vipi na boma yangu?
Okay. Kalonzo,
Sarah, can you learn to listen please?
Okay, Kalonzo.
We are not making even here. These are two different political formations that are built on different agreements. So we most of us don't have even preview of those agreements. But there is how to balance, okay? There's how to balance. Kwa yale mambo tumesikia, yale tumeambiwa, kwa sababu sisi hatuko chini ya hatukai kwa bahari, okay? Lakini crocodile na alligator ametoka kwa maji akasema crocodile ni mgonjwa.
Lakini Bernard kilicho kuhusu kwa nyumba ya mtu inakuacha na nini? So wewe deal, that is what I'm telling you guys.
Kwa sababu hii nyumba haijajengwa.
Hata nikuulize umesikia? Wewe uliona?
Kenya, okay?
Swali nauliza.
na inataka kuendesha mambo ya Kenya na sisi ni wa Kenya. Kwa hivyo ni tuulize maswali kama hii nyumba
sikiza Bernard.
Ngoja. Kulikuwa na story ya Aratur and Marsage.
Maragarian.
Okay? So walikuwa wanakaa nyumba fulani.
Hiyo ilikuwa Jubilee. Sasa hiyo unauliza mzee huko Uhuru.
Wanatengeneza explosives. Okay? They had to invade the house and find what is cooking there. So UDA is our business. Kenya Kwanza is our business. So is Azimio and every other political formation. Why? Because where this election will put them will affect us in one way or another. Okay? If UDA takes the leadership, we will all enjoy that leadership or suffer under that leadership as Kenyans. If Azimio does, the same thing happens. Hakutakuwa na serikali ya UDA na serikali ya Azimio. So
mimi najua hata saa hii wewe unajua tu baba ameshinda hii kitu. Si kitu yako inakuambia hivyo? Akili yako inakuambia baba amechukua.
Nimesema at the opening of this show, it is our business to scrutinize all leaders so that we ensure that only people who have this country at heart assume leadership, because we need a better country. For us to have a better country, we need better leaders. And as Kenyans, we have a responsibility to scrutinize our leaders. And where do we start to scrutinize our leaders? But from the promises they make one to another. So, kabla tuzungumzie ya Azimio, na vile Azimio ilikubali na Kalonzo, Mama Selina ana maswali kuhusu UDA na ANC na Ford Kenya. Wacha hiyo ishughulikiwe kwanza, alafu tusonge mbele.
Kitambo Mama Selina aende, kitambo aende. Bernard, wacha nikuuliza swali moja.
Mimi naenda wapi na sijaongea?
Kidogo tu ngoja, ninauliza swali hata ni bado ni wewe na Bernard. Juu unajua mko kwa in environment moja. Bernard na Mama Selina, wakati mlitongozwa, wewe ulitongozwa na mzee yako. Bernard ukatongoza mke wako. Ulipromise yeye inji ngapi? Hata Ivory Coast nitakupeleka. Umai ukumpeleka mpaka leo hii. So hiyo ndio promises zenye ziko. Tunakubembeleza uingie kwanza ndani. Tusikie.
This is not that kind of setting of marriage.
This is political. Susikie.
Oh yeah, this is not those are not the politics we are talking about.
Susikie na usikie mambo yanayokuambia.
Sarah,
I'm coming back to that place.
Okay, let me take you back to 2013, okay?
Ngoja.
No, subiri kwanza. 2013, we went for elections. What was the story? Tupigia wawili tuwasaidie wamalize kesi yao, okay? Hawa ndio
ulipiga Jubilee.
Wengine ni analog. Ngoja.
Our day was good. Now, could you have I signed a medication for 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. tomorrow, but I write in the back.
Where we are right now is as a result of the decision we made in 2013, 2017. There is no decision we are going to make in 2022 that will not affect us. So my marriage may not affect you directly. May just affect me. But UDA and ANC and Ford Kenya is going to affect me as a Kenyan. So I'm involved because it will affect me. But me and my wife may never affect you in one way or another.
And that is the example I'm giving you, Ben. Wacha kuruka. Hata ANC hiyo ilikuwa ni marriage. Unasikia?
You are not giving us inside information. We are even learning from you. So it was a marriage, yes. The best man was...
Usijaribu kuuliza the best man hiyo haikuhusu wewe, uliza yenu ya Azimio.
Sarah, good morning.
God help me. Now let's do this. Please, let's do this. Thank you.
Where you guys?
Your president is calling you, but ngoja
kwanza. Who's president? Mimi hata masaa yangu imefika bwana. Unataka niende nifute Western.
Subiri kwanza. Let's make progress. Mama Selina, ask your question. Umalize tuende kwa Lenguru. Lenguru amengoja sana.
Okay, Penat. hata sitaki kuuliza question. Nataka utuwekee hiyo clip ya wasee wa kiama tusikie wamesema nini leo. Ya pili, mambo ya Kalonzo, wacha niwache nyumba ya Mudavadi kwa sababu earthquake yake ilikuwa, unajua wasichana wengi wanadanganywa na baba anasema. Kwa hii Azimio kwa 10 point baba amesema kuna wamama walikutana na kijana akamwambia nakupenda na akamsalia mtoto na ametoroka. So Mudavadi hiyo ni sawa, amedanganywa, ameenda kwa nyumba, amesaa mtoto, baba atampatia. Baba ako na jawabu kwa sababu baba amesema hawezi wacha hiyo wamama wamedanganywa na kijana akasaa akakosa kuolewa. Hiyo ni sawa, tumewachia hapo. Mambo ya Kalonzo alinegotiate na Uhuru Kenyatta na Jubilee, na wakati walikuwa wanakutana alituambia na aliambia Uhuru, unisaidie kusimama katikati yangu na baba. Kwa hivyo si baba alinegotiate na Uhuru, na hata kila kitu ikienda vile inaenda. Hawa nashangaa sana kina Kitula Kilonzo wanajua mahali wange direct mambo yao. Negotiation ile walifanya na Uhuru, kama Uhuru alimwambia Kalonzo kuja Azimio lakini unakuja kwa Jubilee, you know hawakusaini na baba. Na hata wakati walikuwa KICC Kalonzo alingojewa na akarudi akatuambia mimi nilikuwa tayari lakini baba alichelewa. So baba alikuja akusaini kitu na Kalonzo, alisaini na Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Our beloved president is not running for the office. Na Jubilee imetupatia jina mbili, imetupatia Peter Kenneth, imetupatia SABINA Chege. Alafu sasa naye watu ya Kalonzo wametupatia Kalonzo. Baba wakati alikuwa na negotiate na Kalonzo, there were two gentlemen. That was Raila Amolo Odinga, Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, wakianza NASA wakiwa na hiyo watu wawili wameenda kwa earthquake. Na ilikuwa easy. Hii nyumba ingine ni kubwa sana. Baba atakuwa na jawabu yake. Lakini Kalonzo kama angenegotiate na baba direct, today mambo ingekuwa what? Okay. Today mambo ingekuwa tofauti. So, wacha tupeleke Kalonzo polepole na Kalonzo pia atupeleke polepole ya kwamba aliteleza. Penat, ukienda kutongoza msichana na mwenye ulikuwa nataka amechukuliwa na rafiki yako, utatulia. So Kalonzo ajue mahali alianza kunegotiate. Alijua atapita katikati. Na hatutaki kuongea hiyo katikati amenaswa. Unajua ukiwa mwerefu wanasema 40 days penat. Kalonzo 20 wakati ya Kibaki alipita katikati. Amejaribu, amejua, amecheza mpira yake, lakini sasa nashangaa. Wanasema pia, nimeona mkutano ya leo. Na ndiye nataka utuwekee hiyo kura ya, utuwekee hiyo clip ya wasee ya kiama wamesema nini. Kwa sababu Kalonzo tuko na Ngilu, tuko na Kivuta Kibwana, tuko na Mutua governors, na wamesimama na baba, wamenyamaza, wanataka kuona hii vita inaenda aje. Kalonzo akakuja akasema zoning, akachapa watu wamekuta na baba. Baba hajaongea kwa sababu Ngilu alisaini na baba, hakusaini na Uhuru. Kivuta Kibwana alisaini na baba. Gavana ya Machakos sijui kama alisaini na baba ama alisaini na Jubilee. Hapo ndio siwezi sema. But ya Ngilu na Kifuta najua walisaini na baba. So sisi tunataka kusema hivi. Siku imeisha, leo ni tarehe 8, kesho ni 9, tarehe 12 by the way tunajua. Pile UDA wako na deputy president yao, na sisi Azimio baba anaweza pata majina, lakini kwa roho yake anajua he can agree to disagree because yeye ndiye president. Na yeye anataka ule mtu anapatiwa ni mwenye ataserve Kenyans, si mtu atakuja kulete vita. Baba anataka kurelax na aongoze Kenya, atuachie ikiwa kitu moja. So for me Penat, nafikiri ile kitu nataka niseme tu ni kwamba tuendelee kuombea nchi yetu. Masiku simeisha, kampeni itaanzwa, itapikwa vizuri sana, na ninakubali mtu mmoja alisema unajua Bernard, manyumba haifanani. Kalonzo kitu inamsumbua ndiye hata anaenda rokota kina Sonko, na hivyo ndio ilifanya Mudavadi alienda kwa nyumba. Unajua kama una chako na msichana unataka kumuoa na msichana anaenda mbali, anataka vitu ya chuchu, unaomba majirani yako kina Chekendube, unaomba watu wachache, leo anakupatia suit, kesho wanakunyima, alafu sasa anakuambia hata suit yangu nilikupatia ulimwakia chai. Unaona? So for real, this gentleman, wacha tuseme watulie tu. Mudavadi yenye anarushiwa achukue, huku Kalonzo naye yenye atapatiwa achukue, lakini wakitupima shati tunaweza ambia as well as umeingia, tumeona uchi yako, so you can go, you are not a virgin yet. Yote wamemalizwa na maneno yao. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's get this video and then we move on.
Terenga ya mulio ya kemo kibayo iko magana kwa taniro dega madina mbele kumenya riboga yuhao ya mali mahali ka kwenda ka ona
amana siara chindo na ruina tabia ya mwe korinde ona kwa mimi si mwadani kaifara mwana korinde ro kuria negativa dunia matkari sinende ona nya udina bere kutradi na hono bega mwadani kai to ndi beri mo to ndi to mo gura Ketumiri itu bukan tahu pada ningkai.
Ai dah yang lain kirim dulu. Kaya mone tiap kali ante dia lagi dia sana kalau kami. Atau kau hinjau dia, kalau tak kau orang apa? Ayah kau
salah. Kau tu kau nak kita tu lepas mana ni tu kita makan apa itu. Modulnya
kedua Indonesia kita kembali. Ayah kau kau boleh tunjuk.
Waktu kada ni doa mutumia muthuri aciara maratukana ni undu wa muthuri na andu acio mariaga na makanyua me hamwe
siku ya leo tuna maombi ya kutolea Mungu shukrani kwa sababu ya hii ugonjwa ya corona. Wakati ilikuwako tulimwambia tutamrudishia shukrani wakati itaisha, na ndio vile imepunguka. Tukakaa chini kama wazee wa Kiamongi, tukaambiana kile tuliambia Mungu tutafanya, na ndio wazee wakatoa vitu zao, wakatoa pesa, wengine wakapeana mbuzi, wengine wakapeana kinywaji, ili siku ya leo iwe imefana. Tibu tuliweza kufuata ya kwanza ilikuwa ni kuangalia mlima Kenya, ili kwa sababu wazee wale wa zamani wa mababa zetu huko ndio walikuwa sana sana wakiomba, na wakiomba walikuwa wanatanja hiyo mlima, wanatanja hii mlima nyingine inaitwa Kiajahi, wanataja ile mlima nyingine inaitwa Kiabiloiro, na wanataja mlima yule wa Nyandaro. Hiyo milima yote wale mababa zetu walikuwa wakiomba, na wakiomba mambo yote ilikuwa inatimika. Kama wazee, kazi yetu ni maombi, ili hawa watu wawili washikane, nchi iendelee. Kwa sababu mwingine akiangalia pande hii na yule mwingine angalia pande hii, mambo mengine itakwama. Na ni vile nasikianga dume mbili zikipigana, nyazi ndio huumia. Kwa hivyo sasa sisi raia ndio tunaumia.
Kwa tumepanga maombi kurudisha shukrani kwa Mungu kwa sababu wazee wengi hawakupatwa na hii COVID-19. Kuna wengine walienda na Mungu akaona ni mzuri, sisi tukaona ni mzuri kurudisha shukrani kwa Mungu kwa sababu kutoka zamani wazee ndio walikuwa wanaongoza kwa maombi. Wakati kuna wakati jua ilikuwa kali, wazee walikuwa wanaomba na Mungu akaleta mvua na wakawa na mazao mengi. Kwa hivyo after mazao walikuwa wanashukuru Mungu kwa kuwapea hiyo mazao.
Wana matatizo mingi kwa sababu kama tukiangalia sana mambo ya akina mama, serikali imewaangalia sana, imepatia kiwango ya pesa. Wazee hawana pesa, wanapewa na serikali. Hawezi kuenda kwa banki kukopa pesa kama hata vijana wapewa pesa. Sisi wazee hatuna kitu, tumepewa na serikali. Na hii COVID yetu ile tulikuwa naye ndio ilikwisha. Kwa hivyo ndio tabu ile wazee wanayo. Sasa wapewe fio, waombe kwa njia ya amani, wasitumie pesa ya kuhonga watu ili wapigane, kwa sababu wewe unajua ukifika hawa wasiasa wanaleta pesa kanisani, hata kwa wazee, hata kwa watoto wanaanza kupigana. Mimi naweza kuomba wasilete hiyo pesa ya kufanya watu watenganizwe.
Omuthi ni ukaushokiria Ngai witu akirinya ngatho ni undu wa ihinda ria twarinario iritu ria king'uki giki gia COVID-19, na ni twerire Ngai ati turi athuri a kiama hindi iria king'uki mwagitunganite guku tunyitanire turi ithuothe tucokerie Ngai witu ngatho, noguo niguo twika muthenya wa umuthi. Igongana ni gucokeria Ngai witu ngatho na gucokaniria athuri hamwe niguo tugie na ngwataniro njega, na niguo na athuri aria tutahota gukinyira wakoniria tuguthii wakoni ngoima-ini cia athuri magie na kamweke ga kuhota guka wana kundu ta guku, tumahekirira na tumaririe niguo mamenye uma wa maundu, tonoko rigi matimage na kamweke ga kumenya maundu macio. Mathina mathuri rigi na rigi ni gukorwo matari na kanyamu muhuko, ni tondu rigi na rigi kahua ni kagire mbeca, akorwo ni mikorobia riu iria ndaike no turakurira turecia no tukorwo tukiona mbeca, igakorwo kwina uici munene muno. Muthuri agicoka koroka mugunda mikorobia ni tuirwo, wakorwo ni ng'ombe wakora ng'ombe ni kamirwo rucini. Riu athuri makome na mathina maingi muno ni undu wa maundu ta macio.
Wa umuthi ni muthenya turatha bangite mahoya na athuri nigetha tuhote gucokeria Ngai ngatho ni undu wa gutwehereria king'uki gia corona. Twari na athuri amwe a kiama marahotire guthii marathii na corona iyo, no Ngai ria acokire akigitira amwe. Ni turona hena gitumi kiiganu gia gucokeria Ngai ngatho, kumwira ni thengio nundu wa gutuninira. Na urumwe wa athuri ni mwega tondu ona athuri kuma tene nio mahoyaga kwagite mbura na mbura ikaira, na marikia kuona kimera ni macokaga gucokeria Ngai ngatho ni undu wa kuheo kimera kiu na magakorwo magiteithia aria mena mathina.
Kiuga tondu twerekere mwaka wa githurano mweri wenana ni watu andu a siasa mateo tutenganisa twikaga turaikaraga matikarehe mbeca cia haro. Andu mahe imona mbeca ni kunywa njohi makanywa muno, na go Central Province itu andu manyira biu anake mongero bia mekunywa na megothira. Ikugo ningi moria meherio rwa mbeca meke siasa ina thayo, siasa itekumenana matekumenana tondu rucio no ithue Kenya baada tweka githurano mweri wenana tugithie September nithu tugakorwo kuo bururi-ini witu wa Kenya, maundu no maitu ma Kenya na hatie muno gyo kwa ututhiria no ithue koguo tugena thayo tugika githurano.
Mama wenzangu, so far tumefikisha 350k kwa akaunti yetu ya chama. Tufanyeje na hizi pesa zetu?
Naona tununue vitenge zinafanana. Vitenge. Hapana, tununue sufuria za non-stick. Sufuria.
Tununueni curtain.
Curtain. Ai, mama wenzangu, watu tununue kaploti.
Kuna watu wanauza plots na nyuki. Na nyuki? Hebu tuwapigie simu watupe uhondo. Hello.
Thank you for calling Optiven. How may we assist you?
Can we get a plot with 350,000 in Nanyuki?
Yes, you can get a plot at the Great Oasis Gardens in Nanyuki today for as low as 349,000 shillings.
Okay, thank you. Where is Mundu wa nyumba? Nana tutusaidia na hiyo Kikuyu mrefu.
Yeah, I will translate.
Please help us.
Yeah, hao wazee unajua wameona vile nchi inaenda na wamesema wale wamezoea kuleta pesa huko ya kuja kuwaganya ya kuleta vita, hapana. Na tena wamesema wazee wamefinyika sana, wamama wamepata kitu, vijana wana pesa, lakini wazee kwa mfuko haina kitu. Mzee akana ng'ombe yake, akiamuka anataka kukamua, anapata mtu alikamua kitambo. Sasa kama avocado yake akiamuka asubuhi ambata kamejuna usiku. Sasa wazee wamecheswa kweli. Sasa wamesema muangalie hii wakati wataenda kufanya uchaguzi, watafute wale watu wasiko wakuwawa, watu wakuwaweka pamoja ili waendeshe mambo vizuri. Na tena wameambia Mungu asante kwa ajili ya COVID. Hii COVID imechukua wenzao, lakini wengine wamebaki na mama imerudi vizuri, wanasema na asante. Na kutoka zamani wazee ndio walikuwa naomba wakati wa mvua hakuna, mvua inakuja. Kwa hivyo kwa haya majaji, Mungu awabariki.
Thank you very much. That is a good one. Mama Selina, kuna la kuongeza?
Yeah, amejaribu lakini Kikuyu ni kizuri. Kitu moja alisema wanashukuru Mungu kwa sababu we umesema wanasema wase wengi wameenda. Ni kwamba wanashukuru Mungu walipaki. Like Mungu aliwachunga. Na ile kitu amesema, anasema mnalete pesa, mnapatia watoto yao wanakunywa, ulevi imekuwa mingi Central, na wanaambia watu yao wapike kura upande moja, wawache kukawanywa, alafu tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 hiyo mambo itakuwa imeisha, na kutokea hiyo tarehe 10 iendelee. Kenya ni yao na Kenya ni yetu, hakuna mahali watu wanaenda. Lakini wamekanya watu, ile watu wanalete pesa Central kuharibu, anasema wamekawanywa, lakini sasa wase ni kama wanachukua msimamo ya kuonyesha. Na unaona hiyo sherehe yao wameleta watoto wadogo, kuna wamama, hiyo kulia ya wase, hiyo ni sawa. So nafikiri walikuwa na mambo yao ya undani yenye kila jamii inakuanga na mambo yao. Sasa hoteli zimeanza kufungwa Central, mambo yatarudi vile inakuanga. Tuliwaambia Central wanangoja kufungua barabara, na wakati watatoka nje na kusema Mungu ya Kirinyaga, ya Nyandarua, amesema kuna milima 4 wametaja, na hiyo milima hata wale vijana watukutu wawezi pita hiyo maneno. So nafikiri inafika tu penat wase wanafunga, walikuwa ya mwisho. So by another day utaona mtu akiona acha na pesa yako. Na mimi nafikiri wale members of parliament wamekuwa wakipeleka watu kufuruka huko na kukula pesa. Nafikiria hata hao kuchaguliwa itakuwa shida juu wameambiwa mchakue wale watu wazuri na ile watu wanataka kuweka Kenya pamoja. Thank you.
Thank you very much Mama Selina. Hiyo ni nzuri na shukuru. And then nani huyu Captain Baiya anasema advertisement. By the way, we do advertisement, and that is part of how we pay our bills. So vumilia advertisement inakuanga less than half a minute. So it's also good for us to go for commercial. And like I said initially, you can support Mtembei TV. You by becoming a member. There is a membership fee. Ukienda kwa YouTube channel, you get the details on what to do on that. And then you can also get other details on how you can send your support from Mtembei TV. And then more than that, you also need to invite as many people to watch, because we need this information to get to as many people as possible. So even after the show, or even when you leave the screen, keep sharing that link, because only that link will carry this video. So you share it in WhatsApp group, share it in Facebook groups, share it on your Twitter handle. Let the world tune in and get the right information in comparison with the lies that being propelled around. All the same, it is important that we ensure that we do what is good for Kenya. What is good for Kenya is the reason why we stay awake to see to it that this show is done. We want a better Kenya led in the best way for each and every individual in this country to enjoy being a Kenyan. There is too much resources in this country that is, if it put to proper use, we can go first world within no time. So let's ensure that that happens. Let us not get caught up into our tribal cocoons, get caught up into our clanlism until we forget to choose credible leaders who will help propel this country to a better place. Jacob Lenguru, habari ya leo?
Asante sana baba.
Karibu.
Asante, nimeshukuru. Habari siku nyingi?
Fiti, umepotea sana.
Hali ya maisha kidogo, kikasi kidogo.
Sawa, karibu.
Asante. Nilikuwa nataka kuchangia tu kidogo. Sikutaka kuongea kwa sababu sikuwa kwa kuangalia kwa siasa muda mrefu kidogo. Nilikuwa nimeona kana kwamba Kisigumukwiti ambaye nilikuwa nataka kuchangia tu hii mambo ya, nasikia mambo ya Samburu na Maasai na Aljamus. So kilikuwa kuliana kwa sababu nipata katikati watu wakishangia, sikujua mahali ilianzia. Ilikuwa watu wanasemaje, wanasema ni moja, watu moja ama watu tofauti?
Hey, by the way, I'm happy that you've come up with that. Kulikuwa na madai kwamba sio madai, kuna anaitwa Kip alisema kwamba Wasamburu wako Baringo. Okay, kuna sehemu ya population ya Baringo that has the Samburus. And then Sara akapinga kwamba hakuna Wasamburu in Baringo, kuna the Jebus, they call the Jebus. So Mama Selina akakuja kuclarify. Wewe vile ni Masai original. Naomba sasa wewe na Selina mtueleze mambo kinaganaga. Who are these, the Jebus, who are the Samburus? Are they related? Have they divorced? What is happening? Mama Selina, hebu eleza hapo kidogo kabla Jacob respond.
Okay, Jacob. Kip alisema Baringo district kuna kuwa Eljamus, lakini akatumia jina Samburu. Na kuna Bokot. Na kuna Turkana. Sasa Sara akamwambia hakuna Samburu Baringo. So nilikuwa pia hata mimi nilikuwa nje. Wakati niliingia nikamwambia Eljamus, Samburu na Masai ni watoto ya nyumba moja. Baadaye amerudi amesema Eljamus walichitoa kwa Wamasai. Sasa hawa ni kabila yake peke yake. Hawaitwi, wanajiita Eljamus, sio Masai. Sasa tulitaka, hiyo ndio kitu imelete tata, mpaka anasema walienda kotini, na kotini sijui ya nchi gani imepatiwa wachitoe kwa Masai. Mimi nikauliza, naona kila siku sherehe ikiwa ya Masai ya Ma community, Eljamus utamaduni yao na Samburu na Masai ni watu ya nyumba moja. So hapo tu ndiye tunataka wasaidie watu, kwa sababu imelete tata. Najua Eljamus wako Baringo, but sasa utuambie kutoka hapo.
Okay. Sasa Masai and Samburu and Jamus and Torobo ni watu ya jumba moja. wale watu wote walikuwa hao wamama walikuwa wamama wa msee moja. Ni vile tu vijana wakioa kila mtu anaenda kivyake. Na kulikuwa na kabila kidogo kwa Ethiopia anaitwa Changela ambaye ako a part of the Maasai community ako Ethiopia ambaye wanaitwa Changela. Sasa Jamus na Maasai and Samburu and Torobo original name ni Maasai. Kikwetu jina ya kupandika na kuua jina ya familia ambaye sasa mimi nikipandika watoto wangu jina Jacob hiyo baadaye hiyo itakuja kuharibu jina Lenguro. Sasa jina Lenguro nasokuwa mbali kidogo. So kama watu hawezi fuatilia historia ni ngumu kuelewa. Jina Samburu ametokea ulikuwa na mfuko wa mama alikuwa anatengeneza ya ngozi ambaye wanabebea vitu ya maana ambaye alikuwa anaitwa Samburu. So hiyo mfuko alikuwa anaitwa Samburu ambaye wanaweka kitu ya muhimu sana, vitu ya muhimu sana. Alafu wakati wa ukoloni msungu akapita akauliza hii ni nini, wakasema hii ni Samburu. So jina Samburu imetokea. So hiyo msungu ndio walipata jina kwa sababu Samburu ni kitu imetokea juzi kwa sababu jina halisi inaitwa Samburu. Na ilikuwa watu wote walikuwa ni Maasai. Jamus na Samburu wanashirikiana na Wasamburu kwa karibu sana hata kushinda na Maasai. Na Torobo ambaye anajua Torobo ako sehemu la Kipia na Nyuki hapo katikati ya Kipia na Nyuki hapo ambaye mwali na nini ametokea Sara Korere huyo Israeli la Kipia ile ebio la Kipia. Sasa hawa ni Torobo. So Jamus ni sehemu ya hii ma community lakini wamekaribiana sana na Wasamburu kwa sababu lugha yao ni hana tofauti hata kidogo na Wasamburu. Wanaongea the same kwa sababu najua kidogo ya Maasai mara mingi sisi hata wa Maasai ni kama na wanafuta kidogo. Lakini sisi Wasamburu mara mingi tunaenda yetu na kimpisa sana. Hata Jamus ni hivyo pia. Mipaka ya Jamus Baringo imeshikiana na Samburu. Ukielekea sasa kusoma hii map ama ukiangalia mahali wameashiana, mimi nilikuwa Samburu nilikuwa naendesha pikipiki mpaka Jamus, pikipiki peke yake, jana naingia pikipiki mpaka naingia Jamus Baringo. So si ati wale watu wamejitoa katika community ya Maasai. Hawajatoa, ni vile saa hii wa Maasai wanapigania land kama Narok wanapigania ardhi yao kwa sababu ni wakati wa ukoloni watu walikuwa wakihamahama wakati ile. Sasa baadaye wakapata kila watu wamejisettle mahali fulani. So wapata wa Maasai wamejisettle Kajiado, wengine akaenda sehemu za Narok. Sasa Wasamburu wakasettle sehemu za Samburu huko, wakashikana na Turkana huko. Ukaona Pokot akashikana pande ile. Unaona sasa Jamus wakasettle hapo. Torobo wakakuja sasa kushikana hapo karibu na Nanyuki katikati ya Kipia na Nanyuki. Torobo jina imetokea Torobo. Jina Torobo maana yake kikwetu mtu mwenye hapendi kushunga wanyama ama kulisha wanyama. Kama una mbuzi, una ng'ombe, sasa watu wanakuita wewe ni Torobo. Kama wewe ni maskini kwa sababu wa Maasai na Wasamburu walikuwa wanaamini ukiwa na ng'ombe na mbuzi wewe tajiri. Lakini ukiwa na kitu kingine tofauti hawatambua kama hiyo ni mali. Wanatambua kama wewe ni maskini kiasi kwa sababu utaka wanyama, utaka mbuzi. So Torobo walikuwa wanafuata asali. Na ukiana hata nchi yao sasa bado wako na misinga mingi ya hao ndio wanakusanga asali kila mahali. Hiyo ndio Torobo mahali imetokea. Hata sisi Wasamburu wenyewe wakisema wenyewe Torobo kama utaka ng'ombe, watu wanaona kwako hakuna ng'ombe, hakuna mbuzi, wanaita ile nyumba ya Torobo kwa sababu wewe pia una wanyama. Lakini hii ilikuwa ni samani kidogo, si sahi kwa sababu Torobo sasa akona mbuzi, akona ng'ombe, sasa ana tofauti. Lakini ni ile historia ya miaka ambayo silipita kama miaka mingi silipita. Hata sasa kuna nyimbo Wasamburu kama unaona kama
nataka kuuliza Eljamus wameenda kotini kusema hawataki kuitwa ma.
Sikusikia, lakini sina habari kama
tunasema Eljamus.
Okay.
Eljamus wameenda kotini kusema hawataki kuitwa ma ama kukaa na Samburu.
Sikusikia hivyo. Na sitaona.
Okay. I think we should wait for the information to be certified. Mimi si I think Jacob may not be in the picture or the same. What Sarah will provide, and we'll also make our own individual research. So by the show we are doing tonight, we'll come back with feedback. Kamilisha Jacob.
Okay. So kama Dorobo ama Eljamus walienda kotini kwa sababu kujitoa kwa sababu jina ya maa, katika idea yangu ama akili yangu kidogo, kama ukweli wameana kwa sababu kujitoa kwa jina ya maa, nafikiri si kwa sababu hawapendi maa, kwa sababu wanataka kujitoa kwa maa communities. Wanataka kujitoa katika ile usemi kana kwamba kama Eljamus ni moja na Wasamburu, wacha tuweke pande moja, tuhesabu kama kaunti moja, ama mambo ya serikali wacha tuweke, kwa sababu tukiweka Samburu bado ni Eljamus, na tukiweka Eljamus bado ni Samburu. So kama wameenda kotini, makusudi ni hayo ya siasa, kwa sababu Eljamus maybe ni wasese kushinda Wasamburu, na Maasai ni wengi kushinda Wasamburu. So wakipata wasiri, hawezi pia Wasamburu wasiri na wapewe pia Wamaasai wasiri. Mpaka atakuwa mtu mmoja atapewa mtu wa community. Wakipewa Samburu, kwa sababu wakati wakibaki walipewa mtu anaitwa Leserema, wasiri wa interior ile Samburu. So ukisikia wamepatia imepetana kwa Samburu, Wamaasai hawezi pata, na Wamaasai wakipata Wasamburu hawezi pata. So mtu mmoja anapata wasiri ya wa community. So kama wameamua kwenda, maybe wameana kotini makusudi ya kutokutambuliwa kwa serikali, kwa sasa yani kwa idea yangu, kwa sababu kana kwamba wanaona wale viongozi wanachaguliwa kama wasiri ya Maasai ama Wasamburu, hawezi kujitambua kama sisi Eljamus. Sawa, ndio maana tukitoe ndio best tujulikane, ndio tupate kitu yetu ya kidogo ama kubwa ama kidogo, lakini yetu sisi tuipata kama watu wa Baringo ama watu wa Eljamus. Sasa ni nafikiri hiyo ndio wanafanya kidogo tu, kama umeona, kwa sababu ya hiyo niko na hakika, kwa sababu ya kutokutambuliwa kwa sababu ya serikali. Hiyo tu ndio makusudi wanaenda kwa chini, kwa sababu ya kujitoa mambo ya community. Nikimalizia anasema mambo ya Kalonzo na Mudavadi. Nachukua kama dakika moja ama nusu dakika. Mambo ya Kalonzo na Mudavadi tuliongelea last year, lakini tulikuwa tunangoja kuona kana kwamba itaendaje, kwa sababu kitu ya kwanza wameshelewa katika hii muungano, na kitu ya pili walianza kutangatanga kutengeneza kitu si Kenya kwanza, si Kenya kwanza, ile mambo ya Kenya, ile Kenya yao ya kwanza, sijui naitaje ile kwanza ya Mudavadi, na wako na Matakarua, wako na Kalonzo. Na nakumbuka wakati ile Uhuru wamejaribu sana kufuta Mudavadi na Kalonzo wakati ile, lakini walidinda baada ya mkutano Mombasa ya ikulu ya rais. Baada ya hapo ndio sasa wamejitoa wao wenyewe. Na kila safari watu wakijipanga, ukihusishwa mapema, ukishelewa, utapata watu wamekata tikiti, wametoka kwa nyumba, wameingia gari ama wamepaka vitu nje ya nchi kuondoka, ati unamwambia ngojeni kidogo sababu nataka kuenda nyinyi, na safari imekamilika, watu wanaenda, itakuwa sasa hiyo haitaenda, yani haitakuwa sawa. Kalonzo ni vile tu Sara amesema wamesoea kupenya, anangojea tu watu mambo ikamilike, apite katikati. Lakini mambo wakati yoyote inabadilika kwa wakati. Hawezi kuwa siasa ya 2007 ama siasa ya 2013, 2017 Desemba na 2022. Kuna changes ambayo inabadilika. Sasa ndio maana naona kana kwamba Kalonzo lazima akubali Kenya tapewa, kwa sababu nikiona Raila Odinga hawezi poteza Mlima Kenya, kwa sababu lazima apatie Mlima Kenya deputy president.
Jacob, nina swali moja kabla uendelee. Najua nimefurahia umekuja leo na nilikuwa nataka watu wajue mambo ya Nilotes, vile tunakuanga na vile tunakuanga close na kitamaduni yetu inakuanga very complicated na tunakuanga na very many subclans. Tunakuanga na pia hata kuna Masai huko Tanzania na hata wanajulikana dunia mzima. Kitu kimoja nilikuwa nataka kujua ni kwamba watu waelewe vile nasemanga vile counties za Kenya kuna mahali watu wa Maa wamejaa, ama hata kama kwa maelfu 10 kidogo bado wana influence sana kwa hizo ma counties. Ilikuwa imeleta tatizo leo. Nilikuwa nataka kujua ile population ya wanaitanga Central, lakini Laikipia ninaona kuna watu wa Maa wengi ambao wanaweza influence elections ya election results ya UDA na kwamba pia vile watu wanafikiria kwamba ile tikiti ya Jubilee na ile ya UDA ni tofauti, kwa sababu watu wa Maa staki watu waone ni election violence, lakini watu wa Maa walitatazizwa na watu kama Murkomen na Uhuru Murkomen na Ruto kwa ile mambo ya ardhi. Sasa wanaweza pigia mtu kama Raila kura, lakini hawezi pigia mtu kama Ruto kura kwa sababu ya mambo ya ardhi. Sasa wakifikiria wanaweza enda hapo Laikipia wapigiwe kura kwa sababu walifikiria ilikuwa Jubilee last time, lakini wanasahau watu wa Maa walikuwa napigia Uhuru kura kwa sababu ni mtu ana relationship na watu wa Maa. Kuna damu ya watu wa Maa kwa jamii ya Uhuru. Watu wajui jina hiyo Kenyatta inatoka wapi. Sasa hizo ni maswali nataka utusaidie nayo. Mimi nataka kusema kwamba politics ya watu wa Nilotes au wafukaji inakuanga very complicated. Hata Mama Selina anajua. Sasa nataka expand kwa hiyo, kwa sababu nataka watu waelewe, si ati nilikuja hapa na kuleta matatizo kwa hii group, na nimefurahi sana nimepata mtu wa Maa hapa kufafanua mambo yenye nasema, kwa sababu sasa sisi watu wa Talai tuna section ya watu wa Maa, kuna section ya Maa ya Talai hapa. Tunajua tuko na relatives huko. Sasa nataka ufafanue tafadhali, ndio watu waelewe kwamba politics ya Maa ni complicated sana na tena watu wa Masai wana adopt watu kabisa. Mtoto akizaliwa hata kama ni Mkikuyu ama ni Mkalenjin ama Mjaluo ama ni nini, ata acceptiwa na watu wa Maa kama mtu yao, kama mzazi atakubali. Watu wa Maa wanakuanga wana adopt watu sana, kwa sababu ndio unaona Narok wanakuanga hivyo. Tafadhali nisaidia na hiyo.
Kip, kabla nani hajasema, jamii yenyu ya Talai mnatoka Masaini huko Loita. So wakati hawakukuwa na Laibon ilitoka Masaini na baba ya Kenyatta mwenyewe pia ni hiyo jamii. So nyinyi mlikuja Kalenjin, but original nyinyi ni Masai na Laibons wako Loita kwa Masai. Asante.
Okay. Sasa najua familia ya Uhuru kulikuwa najua baba ya Uhuru alifungwa Marala. Hata saa hiyo nyumba ya kufunga baba yake ya ukoloni bado saa hii nalio na askari bara wa sasa. Na ukienda bara ukitaka tu kuuliza uende uangalie, kwa sababu nyumba ameshimbwa ndani, kuna marumu ndani, unaingia huko ndani kabisa. So wakati Kenyatta alikuwa amefungwa Marala, kulikuwa na familia anaitwa Lena, alikuwa anamletea maziwa. Sasa alikuwa anamletea maziwa, na hapo ndio uhusiano ya Uhuru Kenyatta na Wasamburu, kwa sababu siasa ya ma community mara mingi wanakuanga stress sana, hawezi danganya, lakini kwa sababu nowadays mtu akitokea tu mwanasiasa kila mtu anakimbia kwa sababu ya hiyo imeambiliwa, anapata ile 50 wanapata. So sasa kila community wote migao wajanja kodoya hii mambo ya pesa ndokondoka ya kampeni. Lakini ukiangalia Samburu ama Aljamus, kwa sababu ukiangalia Laikipia wamegawaka mara mbili, uko na Aljamus na kuna Samburu. So Laikipia ni katikati ya Samburu na katikati ya Aljamus, na Wakikuyu wako sehemu ya kukwalisia Romuruti hapo. Sasa kuanzia hapo mahali naitwa Mount Mere hapo. Sasa siasa la Laikipia ilikuwa ni Jubilee, lakini 2017 mwaka community walimpigia Raila kura, si Uhuru. Ara Samburu walimpigia Raila kura, lakini kulikuwa na udanganyifu Kenya msima, mambo ya uwezi elewa hapo. Aidha mlipigia kwa ukamilifu ama amkupigia, lakini kulikuwa na udanganyifu fulani ambayo watu hajawaelewa. Shida ni moja wa Maasai na Wasamburu na wale Toropo pia. Wale wa mama hawajasoma, wale wasi hawajasoma. Shida yao wanajua watu wawili tu, jina yao ndio wanajua vizuri. Wanajua jina ya Uhuru na jina ya Raila. Sasa hawa ndio hata mama mwenyewe hajasoma anauliza mtu nani anaitwa Uhuru, wapi wile Uhuru ama wapi ile Raila? Kwa sababu Uhuru amepata sifa kwa Maasai kupitia baba yake, si yeye. Jina ya Uhuru umejulikana kwa sababu ya baba yake, si yeye. Na hapo ndio alifanya jina katika community ya Maa, akafanya related mpaka akawa na usika kwa na baka na mahali imetokea baba yake sijui nini hapo ilikuwa na mahali imetokea hapo. Sasa wako na uhusiano na Maasai. Na Raila aliweka msingi ya siasa 07 kwa account zote ya Maa communities. Na ndio maana ukiangalia siasa 07 2017 Maa communities wanajua jina Raila. Na niko hata na hakika saa hizi mara mingi wa Maasai hapendi kuongea, lakini wako na ile decision, wanapiga decision ya muhimu, si wote kutapatapa. So niko na hakika kana kwamba jambo kwa saa hii gavana wa Samburu asimama saa hii ambaye mtu ako strong, ambaye watu wanapenda, ako pande ya UDA. Na nilikuwa naongea sana watu, napigia simu kuuliza, wanasema tunapigia tu gavana kwa sababu tunampenda, lakini kura ya rais tunampatia gavana Raila. Shida ya community ya maana moja, hawa atambii shama, hawa elewi UDA ama elewi Jubilee, aelewi hiyo kitu kama hiyo. Hawa ajui Azimio ni nini, ajui Kenya Kwanza ni nini. Hawa wanataka wakifika kwa ballot jina anajua jina Raila ama Ruto.
Na hiyo ndio mzuri pia bana, hiyo ndio mzuri, tunataka kusikia hiyo.
So unapata kama anapenda governor yake na anapenda Raila, na shangaa anampigia mtu wa UDA kama governor. Sasa ile governor anasapigia governor wa UDA na anampigia Raila rais. Anasema wapi ile kijana yangu naitwa fulani, hii ndio bisha yake anaweka. Wapi Raila ndio hii inaweka. So anapata yeye hawajui mambo ya kuweka line up, ati weka MCA wa UDA, weka MP wa UDA, umerefa UDA, governor hawajui hivyo.
Lakini Jacob, ukiangalia hiyo mambo, si unaona hiyo ni siasa mzuri, hiyo ni siasa bora, kwa sababu wanatafuta kiongozi ambao wanajua. Na hiyo ndio mambo ya watu wafugaji tunawapenda
kabisa. Sasa mshamaliza.
Sasa mimi nilikuwa nataka kusalamia kabisa, nimegongwa leo mpaka mama Selina alikuja kunisaidia. Na wewe ni Msamburu ama Masai?
Mimi ni Msamburu baba.
Bas, unajua kuna musician mwingine hapo napenda wa Samburu anaitwa Ngaji, aliimbia baba. kuna alikuja hapa Narok, lakini anaitwanga Joy
Saningo.
Alikuwa amevaa gambu. Aliimba wimbo ingine hapo, yani Azimio imependa.
Saningo.
Saningo, hiyo ni wimbo safi sana. Kwanza nataka akuje US. Kwanza wazungu wanampendanga sana.
Kabisa.
Kwanza hata nani huyu senator kwanza si Samburu, huyu senator wa Azimio anaitwanga aje huyu? Huyu anakuanga Sky Team. Anamchukuanga kila mahali.
Landama
anambebanga kila mahali. Very famous musician.
Najua.
Lakini leo umenidicate sana kwa hii mambo ya watu wa Maa, na nilikuwa nataka watu wajue watu wa Maa hawako Kenya peke yake. Watu wa Maa wako Ethiopia, wako Tanzania.
Rendile wanakwanga Kasini sama Rendile ni wapi? Rendile wako na uko na Masai ama ndio wanakaribia Turkana?
Rendile ako uko na Wasamburu kwa karibu sana. Hata ameshikana, najua mahali wako ni kaunti ya Samburu Marsabit. Ameshikana na kaunti ya Samburu na Marsabit hapo.
Na Wasingishu ni yenu ama? Nasikia Wasingishu ilikuanga mahali ya watu wa
Wasingishu ni Wamasai, lakini ni Wanandi walienda Masai.
Bro, najua karibu Kenya. Najua nusu ya Kenya mzima ni wa Masai, ni vile walikuwa hawataki ardhi, walikuwa wanataka nyasi.
Ni nyasi peke yake.
Leo ukiangalia Nairobi town, nasikia Nairobi yametokea jina ya Masai naitwa Nairobi, Nakuru, Naivasha. Hiyo nje yetu ilikuwa ni wa Masai, lakini nilikuwa hawataki ardhi, walikuwa tu wanashuka.
Ni kwa sababu nyinyi mlikuwa mnatembea kutoka sehemu moja, mnamaliza nyasi alafu mnapitia ingine. Sasa mali si yenu, mnatoka mtu mwingine anakuja na ingia, mnaachwa hivyo. Alafu wazungu wakakuja wakasema nyinyi watu mna sehemu. Ndio kwa maana walikuwa wafukuza. Lakini umetufurahisha sana. Unajua wewe ni mtu wa kwanza wa Maa kukuja kwa Mtembei TV, na tumefurahia kusikia historia. Ama unaona aje Bernard?
That's a good one, but it's not the first guy. We had Nani Jana, wewe umesahau Julius.
Hey, Julius. Julius zako Japan. Lakini Jacob, hata niseme Jacob ni original. Na utasimamia kiti gani ukiwa uko Washington ama uko wapi? Ama North Carolina?
Mimi niko hapa Houston, Texas.
Wewe uko karibu na mwenzetu hapa, atakuja. Subiri kidogo, kuna mwenzetu anaitwa hapa Temba na atakuwa jirani wenu, mta exchange numbers mkutane.
Temba kwa hapa karibu?
Ako karibu huyo, lakini anakuanga Houston.
Mimi niko Houston pia.
Bernard, hebu fanya hiyo connection.
Asubiri hapo Temba will come. Let me find him.
Ukitaka, I think sasa au kutupatia muda kidogo. Sasa mimi nilikuwa nataka kupigana na Odoyo, talking about healthcare in Scandinavian countries versus healthcare in conservative areas, kwa sababu naona baba analeta hizi mambo, lakini kuna zingine I do not want us to go too far. Sasa, you know what is why I'm objecting to this, and why this is now we're talking Azimio here. Why I object to some of the things that Azimio might be bringing is becoming too radicalized. Major Mali, Jacob Paco is a red state and it's very conservative. In Kenya right now, Otoyo, there is taxes for everything. Nikiwa na muziki hapa watakuja watanitax. Nikiwa na hii watakuja kunitax.
Yeah.
If I have this, they'll tax me. And that is what Hello, sorry. And that is what I'm afraid of. 6,000 is enough. Let's help the poor. Let's help the elderly. Let's create healthcare for everybody. Nobody should starve. Everybody should have shelter. But let's not go too far as to tax the ambitious people in society. I think I'm afraid of that we're moving towards socialism. Otoyo. Because I don't know how many years you have been in the Scandinavian countries.
Okay. I've been here quite long enough, about 10 years. Now, the question umeuliza, there's one common fact hapa yenye many people don't know, or they've never considered, or they've never thought of. You know, Governor Sankok has been living in Norway. Baba has lived in Norway. And at the same time, Uhuru Kenyatta has lived in Norway. So when those people sit behind locked doors between Uhuru and Baba, they already know how the system works.
Sankok was in Norway. I did not know that. Yet he's acting very funny.
Yeah. So when Baba is sitting with Uhuru, they know how the system works in Norway. But sometimes there are some things that if you want to do or to make certain change, maybe diplomacy might not work or it might not be negotiable. But when you have a chance to sit with somebody who has an experience of what you both understand, then mnaweza negotiate and then come up with something. So with that, maybe it's one means and way whereby they want to start to curb first the issue of insecurity, where people wanaiba wanafanya nini, because the most important thing inafaa ikuwe food, and it's so disturbed.
No, but what does Norway have that that the rest of the nations don't have? They have oil. They are a wealthy nation, so they can afford to do that.
Is not
me and Birin
is not okay.
Me and Birin are in Schengen. I'm in Belgium right now, and also formerly from the United Kingdom. United Kingdom is very capitalist, but Belgium, we are taxed almost 40% of our income, and we feel pain because we don't feel the benefit. This even makes it worse because where I am from, it's very tribal. We have two nations here. We've got the French speaking and we've got the Dutch speaking. So hata Kenyans wanna feel, they know how Kenyans feel. Kidogo, kiasi. They have only 3 tribes. In Kenya, we've got 47. But Norwegians are one people. They have oil. They are a very rich country. They have oil.
Okay, I've studied here in Norway. And Norway, it's over 1,000 years old independent. And 2, wamekuwa colonized for over 200 years. So by the time they were getting their independence, they knew the benefits of sharing. They knew the benefit of the system yenye wanataka kuweka. So their constitution was not built by anybody, but by themselves out of the experience they had.
Yeah, out of oppression from the Danish and the Swedish.
Yeah, and the Swedish. And then one thing that they understand out of the school yenye pia mimi nimesoma hapa nikaenda is that they came to understand that the first resource that we have is the people. how do you get the people to be fruitful? 2, how do you get the people to understand the meaning of what you're supposed to systemize? Do you know what you are doing? After the people know, or the citizen know what they're supposed to do or what is expected of them and the fruits of it, then put the money on the hands of the people. Then you will get the results.
Okay, I think, okay, sorry. I think somebody's complaining that our debate is going back, but Nathan, you need to understand that this is down to our previous argument with Otoyo. We'll come back on the debate about Raila and Sabina. Just bear with us for tupatie tu dakika 5. Otoya, what do you think? Dakika 5 tu tutarudi, si ndio?
Yeah.
Proceed.
So in Kenya, they collect lots of tax and there's minimal things that is offered. One is not because that the government is wrong, there's lots of corruption. First, we need to understand people. We should develop a culture whereby we are supposed to understand that people are supposed equally to be paid well enough to be able to acquire certain things and live a decent life. That is one, everybody generally. If that is done, corruption will not be there. Unakuta mtu saa zingine hata in Africa, you are employed, but the money you want to handle and the money you want to be paid, for a normal person, it wouldn't work. Whoever you put in office. So that is also a thing that generally has to be checked into. Another thing is that...
so you're saying if we feed our people well, you don't even need to talk about corruption?
You don't need to talk about corruption.
So if the guys who are not earning enough don't have to steal to feed their families, and if the guys who are in the office have a decent salaries, like the police, the judges and the magistrate have enough salary, they wouldn't think about corruption because they have a good house, they have a good vehicle, they go to the work, and all they would think about is their legacy and the pride of their work.
Yeah, and then too, we have to understand the reason why we work. Most Africans, we work to get food, money, basic needs. But the question is, do we realize that we can still get the basic needs? Or when we have the basic needs, what are we supposed to do? So you find most Africans or Kenyans, when we get or we have, we don't want to see, we don't want to work, we want to sit, without understanding that it is not about having your freedom, but it's about continuous system that has to be there. You can have the money, but the food is not in the market. Nobody wants to be a farmer. We cannot eat the money. We eat the food. So there is a case I've seen a little bit. I'll attach this to politics because we're in politics. I saw a video where somebody was crying his tears out in media, trashing on the politicians. They live in posh area, yeah, and then they live in shanty ghetto and stuff. But the reality is, every politician who lives in a clean area in Karen, they take the responsibility of the cleanliness. In the ghetto, utapata majuala and every shit. Who trashes it? No politician carries it to go and trash it in the ghetto. Tukitoka super, tunanunua, tukiweka flying toilet tunatupa, and then we anticipate somebody else to come and clean, and then tunadharau pia kazi ya cleanliness. So the mentality we have and understanding is also something that a country.
Okay, that is clear. I don't want to go too far in that topic, but I want to just finally give that before Lazarus akuje kunichapa na CHEGE. There's just one final question I wanted to ask. We talked a bit about the Nairobi politics, and there was an unspoken thing you talked about. I thought that time it was a very heated argument about who was to be picked for various positions in different parts of the county, and especially Nairobi. And ukasema that there's something that was not to be mentioned, but you are alluding to something that I want you to expand on because things were heated at that point. I want you to be very clear as to what you meant at that point. That, yes, politicians
okay.
are...
What I meant is
space before the other two gentlemen come in.
Yeah, what I meant is this. When it comes to the politics between UDA, Jubilee, and Azimio, okay, we had, like from the Westlands, we had a politician who definitely was sure he was going to get it. And previously, he got it under ODM. Okay? And he was sure. That's why he went to UDA with that certainty. But we want to minimize the number of also UDA members in the chamber. What do? We know very well, as they were saying, this guy could have been the best option to Polycarp Igathe.
You're still not answering the question.
Yeah.
The question is, you alluded that there was some machinery in the government that would pick a specific candidate in Nairobi. That ulikuwa umesema that kutakuwa na goons that would come and now you remember. Go for it.
Okay, now we'll tell you. Generally, I'm from Nairobi. I've been voting in Kibera. I'm from Kibera. I've stayed in Mathare. Somebody was telling me, the Luo guy, he's talked about Embakasi. We as well know that. Babu Wina has been winning in Embakasi, Wakamba ni wengi. You know? But when people are to vote, there's a lot of things they consider. Even Simbarati, how he becomes a member of parliament in Kawangware. One, you do the rationing proportion of the voters in the zonal area. Unaangalia hapa, hata tukitoa nusu wa voters, tuwa transport waende wakapige kura huko. Still 100% of the voters here would have voted UDA or they vote ODM. So we know here we don't have a problem. So even if we win with only 1,000 votes, it's still ours, it's secure. So we are looking for numbers. So we will transport voters and change voters to match the number of a certain place. So when you come with a party, those are reality. Those are reality. Wanatoka mpaka huko Western, wanatoa. Skiza.
I cannot allow
voters
that.
Wanatoka mpaka Western, wanatoka mpaka Nyanza. I want to tell you, my father himself was a politician.
Let me tell you one thing. I have somebody here from Nairobi. Lazarus, Ebu just I want a debate between the two of you about Nairobi. Kwanza, you're from similar communities. Give me a moment.
So, what are you trying to say? My name betrays me.
You're a zombie.
Bernard, Bernard, good morning.
Good morning to you. How are you today?
I'm very fantastic. Jacob Suba.
There is Jacob Zuma today.
Jacob, hello.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Jay Oroaku. Chege.
Neigua.
Wemwega.
Jay. Neigua.
Ndi
mwega muno.
Mwathani agoshwo.
Amen.
Naona Otoyo ichio nade.
Chio maber.
Naona keep chamuge.
Yamune.
Mamingala. I hope you guys are fine.
Yeah,
now,
fine.
To be precise to what Otoyo was saying, Keep, I would like to bring to your attention, Keep, that is what your brother from Langata has done. He has brought guys from as far as Nakuru, was in Gishu to enroll in Langata. So if you think what he was saying was just by the way, that is what Korea has done to neutralize the numbers for the guys in Langata, but it won't work. But whatever Otoyo was trying to allude to, that is the truth of the matter. So it's not a hearsay. That is how politics is done.
And then to add on that,
yes,
when party preliminaries, nominations are there, that's why some people are given certificates. And then a party is going to vote. UDA is going to vote. We, the ODM or the Azimio team, we will be there to vote for the weakest candidate of that party. And when the number comes out, that candidate will beat the potential candidate who was supposed to beat us. And then the candidate will meet our candidate and we will vote against that candidate. So that's what brings this issuing of certificates and not allowing the preliminaries to go as it was supposed to go. Because the members of either party, they will still queue in the nominations of the party representative and still vote. Some, they go to an extent, if it was delegates, the ODM fraternity can even pay the UDA delegates to appoint a certain member of delegate or a certain member of that party to win the nomination certificate just for him to come to the main party and be beaten. So before, when politicians didn't understand, like the owners of the party, what it means to have numbers or what it means to think about who you want to put on the ballot box on the final day, then you might end up coming alone into the parliament without a team, and things will not work for you.
Okay.
So in poll,
so
yeah.
you're saying that I'll bring if the strong party nominate somebody, we will bring certain members of the community to come and vote. Yet their voter registration is somewhere else. So this is where the point comes into my friend from Kiambu, Jay. Chege, would you ferry people from Kiambu to come and vote for Polycarp?
To me,
your network is not very clear in Saudi Arabia, my friend. Try again.
Keep, as we wait for Chege to come back,
Yeah.
One thing you need to note, I suppose Ben will be with me on this. That is why, from that analysis, that simple point of analysis is why you realize Jubilee opted to do what we call direct nomination, because they knew how UDA could have infiltrated the nominations. They knew what UDA guys could have come to do on the polling days to get a candidate. They could have just brought guys to vote a weak candidate, then it passes, then they wait for the D-Day so that they can have a smooth sail. So precisely that is what I think the advisors for Jubilee managed to score
So that's
on
what I'm
that.
confused. That's what I wanted Jay to say. Is it that you, the people, are getting people from our close neighbors from Central to be ferried?
No. Let me explain something to you, Jinani Kip. You know what has been happening before? Nomination has been, before this new development of a political party amendment bill, which was passed and ascended by the president, people used to use the register, IBC register. But you see, if you want to note, that is where the trick was, and even UDA could not succeed on it. You know, initially UDA used to tell us they have 8, Bernard, if I'm wrong, correct me, they used to tell us they have 8 million voters in their register as UDA. But when the day for nomination came, their day, they could not authenticate that because they realized the e-citizen and the platform for political party, that one for registrar of political parties, the corrections were done in the system. The system were cleaned. Because you could even realize myself, I found myself to be a UDA member, which had not registered. So initially, in the back of their head, they knew there are 8 million voters for UDA were the people who are going to operate on the final day of nomination. But I think after they went through the system, they find it could not work. And that is why they opted to use 2017 voter register, which was again contrary to the revised political amendment bill, which was stating nominations, if it is not direct nomination from the party, it's supposed to use the party register. Meaning, you must be a member for UDA, ODM, for you to participate in the normal nomination. So, UDA went with the 2017 register. So in this case, if at all Jubilee and
Sorry,
possibly
my network had disappeared for a bit, but I didn't get that part a bit. Are you telling me that I have to be a party affiliated to vote?
No, I was giving from the point of nomination. So that is why even Ottawa was trying to explain to you.
Okay,
you see, the final voting, the one which will be done on 9th, that is open to the sky. That one you can vote anyone. But we are now giving you the genesis from the party primaries all the way up. So what happens? You realize, and possibly that is even what happened to the UDA nominations. Since they were using a register which was from IEBC, which even if you find my name, even if I'm in Langata, and so long as my name appears there or appears in that register, I can vote. Anyone can vote. So in a scenario where you have to literally go, for example, if Otoyo is Jubilee, Bernard is inaitwa chama cha mazingira ya ile ya ule mzee wa kutoka Machakos. You go there and you go to the register of that particular party. So you cannot, there's no way you'll vote in Mazingira, Bernard's party, to Otoyo's party. So you are strictly in line to what you are supposed to vote. I don't know if you are getting it, Kip.
No, because I am allowed to change my mind.
What you'll change your mind? Okay, you know you are building the story. You don't want to. You've chosen what to listen. That is a problem.
Yeah.
So
Lazarus. Lazarus.
So listen. Let me teach you.
No, wait,
Let me.
My voter registration. My voter registration is different from my party registration. So if I register as a voter, I register for a specific ward ward. This is where I'm going to vote. So if I'm voting in Westlands, that is where I'm voting. And then there is my party. I don't have to register as a party member. I can be an independent. So as long as I vote in Westlands, I'm not infringing into the law. So I'm still trying to understand how you'd ferry people from Kiambu to come and vote in Westlands, yet they've not registered as a voter in Westlands. So mambo ya party bado haijaingia kichwa. I'm still confused.
Okay, Kip, there's the party and then there's the general election. We are always told that you have to confirm your voting station. Some of these things are even manipulated from the original registrar's voting department, whereby you check, you find that your station has been changed and you are compelled. And before you realize, there's also a means and a source of transportation. And by the way, when they do that, they also do that in alignment also to your name. So ukiwa we ni Mkikuyu na umepata you are supposed to vote in Nairobi, and then they say, okay, because of those issues, they will offer transport. Inakuwa ni kama accidental.
No.
And then you go there, wait first, you'll find yourself, if you are a Kikuyu, you are going to vote for Igade, not somebody else. So what simply happens is, in elections, there are a lot of things that happen. So they also look at a position before they take you out as a party that has an interest. They look that when we take 100,000 people from here, we push them to this polling station or this other polling station, does it affect the result that we want here? If it doesn't affect, but it gives us more chances to have more members.
No, Otoyo, you're still vying away from my original understanding here. I have voted to vote in Westlands. How is my voter registration going to be switched to Embakasi? How is that possible? I don't understand. My registry has been put here. This is where I registered. I'm going to vote.
It's okay. That's where you register. But there is a trick. There is an intelligence also, always. That's what you are told. And I want to tell you one thing. Any sitting government, be it Kibaki, be it whoever, they try to see how they can extend matters of their interest when they have power. So when they are in office and they can influence and manipulate things, that's what happens. That's the reason why they will tell you, like the way you say, you don't understand it. And you need not to understand why you should go to a voting ballot box and you are told that no, you are not supposed to vote here. It indicates that you are supposed to vote in Kariobangi and not in Madari. Those things happen.
No, I disagree with you there. No, the registrar is there. There's a difference between party registration and election registration. That is why the election registration was extended to February. I think I'm not even sure when.
Kip, let me just tell you something. Eh? We've been given a code for the last 1 week. Eh? For the last 1 week, IBC given out a code to confirm where you're voting. For your information,
why? Is what I'm asking him. Why will you be given a code to confirm?
But you've registered a specific. Hi, God. Okay, I'm confused. This is very confusing to me, honestly.
So let me explain to you. So as of Friday, the IBC itself already has like almost 100,000 plus people saying my voting station was in Embakasi. But if I punch the code, it is taking me to Kabete. You get my point? You as Kip, you didn't transfer to Kabete, but the system has programmed it to Kabete. So this is why you've been given this time to check. So there are people who will not check. By the time they'll be going to a polling station where they think this is the ideal station for me to vote, and they're very smart, like Otto is saying, you'll realize, I'll give you hypothetically, they know this station is bordering. I'll give you hypothetically, Langata is bordering Langata, we have Kibra, and the other station, let us talk of Dagoretti Corner. So when they play the trick, you may realize you've been moved from Kibra and you are told your voting station on the voting day. This happened on the final register done. It will appear to you, you are now voting in Dagoretti Corner. You get my point? Keep.
I'm getting you.
So this this is why at the moment people need to verify and do those amendments. It is happening, but that is not the case. It should not be the case. Let me make it from there. I hope you can now pick it. It is happening, but it should not be the case.
Okay.
No, we even have dead voters who will vote.
Hold on. I'm getting both of you. Lakini
Can I come in kidogo?
I was about to invite you. Unajua unakuanga na nguvu.
Ngoja kidogo. Keep, I want to help you. I am agreeing with you. I mean, there's party nominations and there's electoral where you are registered as a voter for IEBC. So Keep is right. Now Otoyo is talking about something that, of course, probably was happening kitambo, but right now the systems have been improved, right? So even what Lazarus is trying to say, and what Otoyo is saying, it is on very minimum places where you can find people have been moved from one place to another. Those are we are actually right now crossing that part. So what can happen according to what Otoyo is saying is party nominations, right? And the claim like was done by UDA supporters who said, these supporters, how do we know that they are UDA members? Because they just said that this person is a voter, but where is he supposed to vote? So you could actually get people from somewhere to come and vote for a particular person. That is party nomination. But IEBC during the election day, you go and register, and vote, because the registers will be availed at the polling station. So when the register is availed at the polling station, you go check your name, where you voted, and as it is crossed is when you get to the voting place. So it is very unlikely, unless, and very minimum.
No,
that,
but Temba, what is concerning me, and this is somebody on the ground, Lazarus, is saying that he was given, just last week, he was given a code to confirm where he was registered to vote. So it means that the old system is still going on. It means that
it's going on,
are still being aligned.
Yeah, that is possible. That's why they do the audit. You know, it's possible. It's possible that in such situation like what they are doing right now as IPC, you need to clean up. You need to clean up their register. And so when for you to clean up a register, you must first of all encourage people, as many as they can, to confirm where they were registered. So it is important that we tell people, whoever it is, wherever they are, because even between then and now, there are people who have already died. Between then and now, there's a lot that has happened. So you need to clean up the register. And sometimes the reason for audit and cleaning up is so that you can have a near perfect register. Now, it is so hard, like what you're saying, to transfer someone who registered in Kabete to go and vote in, say, in Dandora. Now, this if you want to do that, you do it at the registration. When people are registering as voters, people did that. People transferred their voting, and you could see some of the aspirants telling the people who are supporting them, transfer your vote to this constituency. So it's possible that so many of those people transferred their people to certain places and they registered. So at the registration as a voter is when most of the aspirants probably get many people to come and vote.
Which is legal.
Yeah, that is legal.
Legally, I can tell Temba to come and vote in even where I live, and if never lived there, but I can say, Temba, can you come and register your vote in Anapkoi?
Yeah, that is legal.
That is your perfect legal right to do that.
Yeah, that is legal, yeah.
Temba and Keep.
Sorry.
Yeah, there is something I want to bring into attention, all of you. There was somebody who has been doing statistics. He was here and he told you. And even Kalonzo said, the problem we are having with Kalonzo today is that Kalonzo learned. In Moi's funeral, he said, Moi told him when they went to Africa, the African meeting, he who pays the piper will call for the tune. It's a very powerful thing that Kalonzo has also gotten with him always. And I will tell you this.
No, you're mixing.
Yeah.
You're
No, I'm
mixing
not.
polls.
I'm getting.
You're mixing polls. You're mixing polls. What do you call it? Statistical polls with voter registration.
Wait first. Yeah. Wait first. I will tell you they go in alignment. The reason why it is done, and that's why the guy was telling you, there's somebody. If you want to get the real statistic, find who is paying for it. He's one doing the statistic. So that statistic, it will never be taken on a guesswork, but they will look at the voters registered. So already, the person taking always the statistic must have the access to what is inside there. And if he has found out what is inside there and to be able to manipulate the result as they are supposed to be, because it is an interested party who is paying it to see that the results he wants appear. So there will be, as he said, there are always scandal on statistic and stuff. It helps the political people pushing for the political position, the biggest, like tycoon, the big fish, know what to do from that. One, there is always a narrative that has been spread even today that this group of certain tribe has the majority. When we talk about politics, both internally and externally, external world has always had an interest. I will tell you, in any third world country, wait first, just be patient. Just be patient. I will tell you why everything happens.
No, Otoyo, you're mixing up.
I'm not mixing up. Just be patient. I know you are told you want to hear what you think you want.
No, it's not that. It's not that. When somebody is paying for premium statistical analysis for their poll to see if their campaign is running well. So, like for example, Temba wants to run for Dagoretti. I want to run for Dagoretti, and I pay the most money for it, and he pays less money. His statistician would say that he's the best candidate, and it might not be true. But then I pay the most money, and the statistician will ask the best questions, will pick from the best samples, and then my guys, the ones I've paid the most money, my guys will tell me the truth and say, Kip, no, Temba is better. But since Temba paid less money, he may not even know. He'll just be hoodwinked, and he might not be the best candidate for that situation, or the other way around. He could be the worst, and then I could be the best, but my guys will tell me the truth. That's where the guy who pays the most gets the final truth in terms of politics, because ameangalia every single sample of what do you call it, the political survey he does. So that is what the guy meant when he says he who pays most gets closest to the truth, because he'll do the most research. So
it is more deep than you understood. I want to elaborate it.
For purposes of our discussion here, we try to progress a debate that is helpful.
Okay, wait first. That's why we shouldn't take in context before I finish.
Just hold on. Listen to me.
Yeah.
For purposes of our debate here, we want to progress a line of thinking that is going to be helpful to the debate. In my view, suggesting that I shouldn't vote because somebody is going to manipulate the vote, I don't think that progresses the debate. What you're trying to do is you're trying to suggest that there's someone that's already going into the system. It doesn't matter if a person that is likely, in my view, going to create a voter apathy. All right. No. Whether I vote or not, it doesn't matter. There's someone who is going to access. There's no way you can access my vote before I vote. Now, if voter register is a public document, anybody
can I tell you
no,
something?
Wait
first.
Wait.
No, you know, I've listened to you.
No, listen.
I understand. I understand. I was having a point trying to put it on the table.
Between the two of you, thank you very much. Thank you. Please, let's do
Bernard,
this.
please, I beg. Just, I beg. Naomba tafadhali.
If you can't listen, then we also will not hear you. All right? It is that way. Ngoja kwanza, that is where we are coming from and where we're going. That is where you're inviting us into. We will get into that when we allow it to go that way. As at now, there is what we were debating. For us to remain true to the debate, we need to do justice to what we were discussing. All right? Matters, politics, and how the manipulation process can take place, we can even do a debate on that to give all that. But as at now, that is a digress. It was an example. Now it has turned into a subject, and it will eventually now take over the show. At that, we are not helping the viewers. We are not helping the Kenyans that we need to inform. So take it easy. Let us allow the debate to move forward. But I'll say this. Politicians do what they do. It is their game. They know how they play it. It is possible for somebody to alter, even transfer members. It's just mischievous. Like even the register of persons. There are regions when you see, like, for example, let's say Azimio has an upper hand in Western, okay? And UDA is desperate about getting the Western vote. And they have access to the register of persons. Before the IBC opens the registration of voters, they would hold all the IDs from Western Kenya at the register of persons, so that they make sure that the people in that region don't register as voters. That's the process of rigging begins that way. So that when it times now to vote, hawa wamepiganga kelele wakisema UDA at Pangwingwi, they don't have voters card, they did not register, they don't have ID, but they have been making that noise. So kuna mambo mingi inafanyika, but all in all, let's allow the debate to flow. Bwana Temba, welcome. You're late. You're fined for coming late. I will send you an invoice later on in the day. I have another show at 9 with Msanii mwingine hapa amenikaba. I made a mistake of going to the street with the Mtembei TV talk. And so I got confounded. So I had to book somebody for an interview at 9 today.
Okay.
But, continue the debate mpaka uko na masaa kama mawili hivi ama 1:30.
Ni 1:30
sleep. Jamaa anafaa kulala 2 hours aende kazini kesho. Seriously.
Na kuna
mlikuwa mfanye kitabu leo, sasa sijui itakuwaje, but I was suggesting hiyo show ya kitabu tufanye tu show ya kitabu exclusive.
Yeah, that's I wanted to ask you about that so that we can finalize, and hopefully we do it next week, and we can find a Sunday, maybe before this or after, I don't know, but we can agree. At least we have it exclusive. But you see now they cannot run concurrent with this one because people want also to come and express their views here. So we need to find an alternative time. We can have it 1 hour before this, and then now we start this one.
Yeah, make it 2 hours. Kuchambua kitabu for 1 hour. That's another.
So we can start from 8 to 10, and then
10 or begin at 7:30 to 9:30.
Okay, 7:30 to 9:30, and then we start. So next week, 7:30 to 9:30.
Yeah, that way will be okay. And
even if
it runs like it's overflowing, we can now start this parallel the way we do the Kikuyu Mount Kenya chapter.
Okay.
Yes.
So next week we start it at 8:30 to 7:30 to
7:30.
Yeah.
I think I'll be set on then. But wewe ndio chairman wa hiyo maneno ama ni
Yeah. Nitakuwa hapo, but tutakuwa wengi. All these people will be participating, so we will
mambo ya boardroom bana. Sasa mnaongea mambo ya boardroom hapa.
No, ni yetu sisi wote. This is not boardroom.
These are pangwingwi.
Anyway, I have to go sleep because I needed to see Jacob. Temba, see, let me catch you next Friday.
Alafu Bernard.
Yes.
Kuna mtu aliniuliza kwani anataka kupata bibi, uliua penzi kona?
Sikuua, ni vile hao watu wakunitia moyo. Time nilifanya show kaniacha peke yangu, nikaongea kizungu yangu yote, nikaona hao watu hawataki kuoana, ni kuhepa tu, wanataka kutuchezea kitu.
Anyway, I need to go sleep now. See you guys later. Jacob.
Let's not make it weekly. We should do it once in a while.
Once in a month.
Once in a month, I think that would do.
Okay,
so
the last
that once in a month we do it for a longer time, like 3 hours.
The last Saturday of the month.
The last Saturday of the month, yes. Kama kuna pesa ya kupelekwa nje.
Sawa. So wacha niwache mkalale.
Sawa. Thank you guys. Let's link up later. I think Lazarus and Adams have not made their submission. The rest they have. So Otoy asikusumbue. Otoy ameongea sana leo.
Okay. Otoy mute.
But he's a good guy. He's a good guy. We have enjoyed his insights. Let's keep talking.
Okay. Otoy mute.
Hata mimi nasema good night. Alafu Otoy is going to be a soon frequent panelist huyu. We need DJ mzuri sana. Kwanza mweke. See you guys. Thank you very much.
See you keep.
Bye. Otoya, thank you.
Elia bado inaendelea. Bwana J, if you can't show your camera, we can't add you.
Yeah, Jay, can you have your camera on? Ama tukutupe. Haya.
Kama mtu aonyesha, hata Penny amekuwa hapa mara mingi sana. Especially Penny, aende kutafuta kamera awashe. Asipowasha asiongezwe. Mimi nimesema na mimi ndio Reverend Pastor Bishop Archbishop. I'll be ordained next year.
See you mchungaji. Haya, Lazarus.
Thank you.
Yes, Temba.
Karibu mkubwa.
Temba, I've just joined. I'll allow you to take my time. I'll follow, then I'll contribute towards the end.
Why are you sleepy and you have just come? You should be awake when you have just come.
I've been working on something the whole day, the whole night. So can imagine. I just want to. It is part of my job listening to you and learning. So let Adams go ahead of me.
Adams.
Then Jacob. All right.
I can't go ahead of him, and how do I go ahead of him? And I found him here.
Adams, can you give your thoughts? Kama hamna vitu za kusema, mtoke studio, tufunge studio leo mapema, twende tukalale. I cannot keep people who come to the studio and they have nothing to say.
No, that's not the thing. I just came in and I see the topic running there. Raila Odinga, SABINA, CHEGE, Peter Kenneth in Nairobi, and Team Wanyonyi and the Westlands staff and RUTO in the other side. I did watch the news. I watched them, but now I think I would just request for a little more time to sober up. I'm gonna come up. Give me a little time, or just pick it up, Mr. Themba. Can you wash a motor? Then I join in.
I think what we can do, because you guys don't have things to say, wacha tufunge studio to lale, then we can come in tomorrow. Then tujadili zile vitu zitakuwa zimefanyika. I like it when people don't have something to say like this and then nakuja tu kufunga studio. Napenda.
Temba, I had something to say, you can stop.
Wewe hiyo line of thinking, I don't think it's we want to allow it right now. So let's unless you are progressing a different line of thinking. That one I want to have reservation about progressing that line of thinking. Yeah.
Okay then, so you're closing.
Okay.
Yeah, we can close so that watu walale. Kesho ni Monday, at least pia ni Sunday. We can have a better resting place. Nini? Wacha ni acknowledge wale watu wamekuja huko chini. David Elo, msiende kwanza ndio tufunge pamoja. Otoya ameenda, okay. Kuna George Amisi, Luya. Wacha wewe tufunge na wewe studio leo Adams, kwa sababu sasa studio imebaki yetu na inakaa watu wameshaongea ati wapi book. Neto, we are not doing that today. We will we have agreed tufanye mambo ya kitabu next week, and we will start early. Hopefully we start at 7:30 Kenyan time, so that by we Neto, you want to get in? If you want to get in ni sawa. Labda naweza fanya nani hapa. Wacha nikupatie link uingie. Tuone kama utasaidia Adams kutoa maoni. Utasaidia Adams kutoa maoni hapa. Ndeto, link ndio hiyo.
Hata Themba umekuja tu saizi pia wewe hauja nini? Hauja say anything.
I've been listening at the background and I saw that they have really exhausted on stuff.
Oh.
The thing about Sonko crying on a different grave, he's come out to deny that. They have tried to put a picture of someone else, and walikuwa na suggest ya kwamba that picture is not that person's. I mean the guy who went to the grave, according to Sonko, the guy was paid. It was a propaganda, according to him, created. So we are waiting to see how that pans out, because knowing Sonko, when Sonko is on your side, you need to be very careful, because he bags everything. He will bag people, he will bag conversations, he will bag. And today he was saying that he has heard that Kalonzo has been offered the position of being a speaker. So that is also something that is out there. So we are also trying to Makiadi, karibu tufunge studio na hujafika ba. Makiadi angenimaliza. Nafungaje show na sijafika. So there's that. Then there's Sonko has categorically said that hiyo ni propaganda ilitengezwa ndio huyo jamaa aende akatae, and he has put a picture of a certain person next to Joho. So we want to see how that turns out this week. We also want to hear today. There was when Baba has taken much of this weekend to enjoy his the sports. Alienda akapata ule Omanyala akasherekea sana vile huyo jamaa alirun huko. Yesterday, that is Sunday, he was at the stadium again, AFC and gone, and of course they offered some money. So, but in that time, Kalonzo was with his troops in Makueni. And in Makueni, there was that declaration by one Enoch Wambua. Enoch Wambua says that he is ready to get out of that committee. And the other guy, that is Mutula Kilonzo Jr., comes out and says that according to him, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta had promised Kalonzo that he was the one who was going to be the president when they had that agreement with Jubilee, right? So akasema ati kama hawatapatia Kalonzo deputy president, then actually according to Eno Maanzo, that no Kalonzo, no Raila. And Eno Kwambua said that if they are not giving Kalonzo the DP, even Raila has to lose. I think they are pushing their bargain, in my view, too far, because I really don't understand what is it that they are planning to do. And in my mind, I remembered 2007 when ODM broke up, and then there was ODMK, which had been registered by Daniel Maanzo. So the question comes into my mind, is it possible that when they were pushing for the registration of Azimio la Umoja One Kenya, they'd already gone ahead and posted a certain certificate, so the names are probably, the person who is in custody of the name is someone aligned to Kalonzo. So that come towards the end, then Azimio la Umoja will be owned by one person. Maybe someone, maybe he's already, the way he ran away with the ODMK, right? But also in my mind, I'm thinking the people who are dealing with him, they have not forgotten that journey. So they must have thought ahead and made all the requirements so that when they are saying that when Mutula Kilonzo is talking so strongly that kitaumana if Kalonzo is not made the deputy, and then they're saying no Kalonzo, no Raila, those are threats. So why would you want to give such very outward threats? And then also disrespect the committee that the person that you think is going to be the president has actually put in place. In them also, I'm thinking, are they also thinking that this bickering is working out well for them? Because the person observing, we have watched the bickering between Jubilee partners for 5 years. And constantly there were issues every time the side of the deputy president was on the media addressing the president. Now, this marriage has not yet been formalized. They have not yet gotten there. Even if today Kalonzo was to be chosen by Raila, what are we expecting? We already see the kind of marriage that it is going to be. It is going to be a marriage full of always issuing threats, always sending people to go and address the president, always having other people going to every necessary political podium that they can get to issue threats to the president that will be there. And you see, already in my view, by that alone, and by the fact that they can have the guts to go to this political, there's no any other partner party that has taken it to themselves to issue threats to the president, to Raila Odinga, the way Wiper is doing through his lieutenants. So for me, I find that a little interesting. I do not understand what kind of if they are, first of all, if they're aware of where Kenya is coming from, where Kenya is right now, what has led us be where we are, and if, according to them, even if Raila was to choose Kalonzo, do they think that is the kind of a marriage we would want to see? Because I don't think Kenyans would want another RUTO. I don't think we want another marriage that for the sole reason of winning an election. We would want a marriage for winning an election and governing. But now if you're going to win an election and then every other day is bickering, I think that is, you'd rather not win it then. Because I'm imagining, if you're already fighting for a prize that you haven't won, then what's the reason for us to win and then we end up with another RUTO? We would rather than let's have RUTO winning and then you have a government that is peaceful and you don't have people every time giving ultimatums. to another person. Because these are a marriage that has not yet been formalized. You haven't won the prize, but someone is constantly on a political podium giving ultimatums. Now that for me is what is worrying me, and I'm thinking they need to either think or even give themselves a break. And if it is a way of trying to negotiate for that position, then they are actually negotiating themselves out of it. That for me is what I can say. I can give you Adams, and then we'll listen to Ndeto, then Makiadi.
Yeah, very well said, Mr. Themba. Let's face it. If you've been following the Kenyan politics for more than a decade, like more than 10 years, you'll agree with me that Kalonzo Musyoka and his calibers, those who follow him, or rather the Kamba nation, these people have put themselves in such a manner that they've been babysat for so long. Each and every electioneering year, they want to be babysat. They want to be breastfed all the time. If you follow the trend, if you don't breastfeed them, they decide to do it as though they want to do it alone by themselves. It is a selfish nation. That is how they are set up. And right now, look at how things are. The entire Azimio brigade is a very big house. They are fighting one common goal. That is presidency. Their main focus is to win the presidency. But Kalonzo Musyoka is also joined, rather. We did not join him. He joined. So, with them, if you could hear how they were talking even today, I watched that. These people are fighting for the position of the DP. They are not fighting to win the presidency. That is not their business. While the rest of the Azimio group are fighting and spending sleepless nights strategizing and campaigning day and night to win the presidency, to capture power. A section of them, which is the wiper section, are not fighting for presidency. They're looking for the deputy position. That's where their focus is. So it's a selfish way. It's a selfish political, scenario coming from the wiper, which is Kalonzo and his people. That is what they're doing. If you listen to Mutula Kilonzo Jr., a very, very smart guy, if you hear the way he's talking, actually is inciting people. Mutula Kilonzo today is just inciting the people that no Raila, no Kalonzo, no Raila, no interviews on Monday. If you go for that interview, there will be no interview. Kalonzo is not attending any interview, and he was telling somebody to take notes. I don't know who was that. That's so and so. Take notes. There is no interview on Monday, and he goes ahead and give more ultimatum that Kalonzo is not attending the interview. At the same time, let the panel there, that panel, let them dare not mention somebody to be the DP and say that so and so has been mentioned because Kalonzo did not attend. Let them dare not do that. So it's like these people are trying to own it. These people are just for themselves. I'm telling you, they're just ours. We, not any other people. So if you look at how you brought a very good scenario, Mr. Themba, about the case of ODM Kenya, ODMK, the regional ODM, they misbehaved with it and they disappeared with it. Then we formed ODM. The other ODMK did not even last. At the end of the day, it died naturally, and then Wiper came in, right? And then you remember how they also play fishy games They're with us here. They play fishy games. At the end of the day, they pitia katikati. That is how Kalonzo Musyoka was baptized watermelon, because of their behavior. The people behind him. It's very simple. Show me your friends, and I'll tell you who you are. So look at his friends. That is what he is. We cannot really separate him from those people. How those people behave, that is what he thinks. That is what he is. So, I mean, sometimes I look at it and I say, you know what, these people sometimes, I know we need to win. I mean, their numbers is very important. It's a very vital number of company. The 1.5 is a very vital number. Yes, it's magical. It's the magical number. I don't deny. But when you look at it critically, even if we do away with these people, we forget about them, I think we can still capture power, because these people, even if you do away with them, they are not really going to support somebody else. They will come as though they wanted to go by themselves, so that the two leading functions can go and all of them miss 50+1, and then they go and join the camp, which is almost the one of the camps, so that they form government. That's what they can do. Even if we do away with them, they'll not join Ruto. They'll just pretend to be going by themselves, and then wait. They behave, that's an hyenas behavior. You know, ukitembea hivi, tuliambiwa tukiwa wadogo, when you're walking on the road at night and the hyena is following you, he's waiting for your hand, for your arm to fall down so that he can the hyena can eat. That is their behavior. It's a very weird and awkward behavior, not civilized at all. I mean, the type of politics the way behave, I can't even, I don't know how to describe it. I don't know how the political science school, how that one can be described. Maybe I need to read again. I don't know how I can describe it. Otherwise, it is high time we just ignore them, or maybe we just do away with them, and we go in there and talk to the people. There's a you can decide to ignore these guys and forget about them. Don't give them DP. I mean, let them, give them that the leeway to make their threats real, and then they disappear, and then the Azimio brigade can go to the people directly, and then we get the percentage that we will get, and then we see what we can do. I mean, with it. That's what I think for now, man.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. And let's hear from Ndeto what your thoughts are before I bring Makiadi.
Hey, how's everybody? I hope everybody is doing good. Can you hear me well? Mr. Demba, nice to see you. Makiadi, Adams. Black, umefufuka kutoka wapi sasa? But anyways, these are one of the peoples that, tunapendanga ku debate na nyinyi sana, but I'm sorry I was caught up on something else, but I appreciate to see you guys being here. Najua ni time ya kufunga. Makiadi tumekuja kusumbua huku. Anyways, I'm gonna go real quick. Sasa, okay, first of all, kuna mtu alichekesha huko nyuma akasema inaitwa Raibina. There's Raibina, there's Arua, and then there's another name nimesikia leo. Inaitwa iliitwa nini? Raken. Hiyo ni ya Peter Kenneth. I was here earlier and I said it's a good thing that tunachanganya watu wa nani kina Ruto. They don't even understand nini inaendelea. Ajui ni nani wa attack, because we don't have. And I actually, at some point I was thinking, and I was talking to a couple of my friends, and we were like, that's the best way to do it. Wacha wao waseme wao. We want to do that. Kalonzo, I have cried here forever. That guy needs to take a chill pill and go back and sit down Because Ukambani, I'm talking to people from Ukambani, and people are just sick and tired of this Kalonzo. You see, when you look at Mother Karua, when she goes to campaign, she campaigns about Raila. She doesn't campaign about, being the vice president. When you look at SABINA CHEGE, she goes and talks about Raila, and she's there, and she's a very interesting character that is always around, even today, talking about, being with Raila, just moving around and everything. They're coming in the same chopper, I think, and she's taken a back seat where she's just moving. Sometimes when you want something too bad, it can be a poisonous thing in your life. When you want it so bad, it can make you lose it. Because I can just imagine if Kalonzo just shut up and kept quiet and did not do anything, just campaigned. When he goes like the road trip, he went to Mombasa. Just say Azimio. Don't keep on telling us wiper, nini. And that is what is killing Kalonzo. People in Ukambani are starting to get fed up with him because now he's becoming a crybaby, running around crying like and you want to tell us you're a big person, you're supposed to be the third of the highest people. That's Uhuru, Raila, and now you want to be the third person. But of all these two people, they are going to do their own things. Watch Ferdinand Omanyala running and doing everything, and you, instead of going to sit down with them there to show us that, yeah, you are a statesman, you're out there crying foul and sending your goons to come and talk foul about you. You're fighting about vice president. And this Sonko, remember, he used to record people. Huyu ni muuzaji, haka nikamtu akaizi sema kitu yote. Sikamewambia leo. He just said it. That, because Ati Kalonzo is being told to get the speaker. He said it. We didn't say it. Ain't nobody said anything. He said it. So we know what Kalonzo is being offered and why he's running away from. What's wrong with being offered the deputies? I mean, the speaker. Or even a super minister. Why can't you just let another person have a vice president? What's the problem with that? Vice speaker, I mean, the speaker, actually, you're becoming the third powerful human being in Kenya. Why do you want the second one so bad? And how are we going to trust you to get that? Kama unashinda ukisumbua. Why can't you just chill out, man? And time is coming. I think it's all written. He's not going to be. And he's not going to do anything. And I think yesterday, at Bernard's time, I said it. At this point, I think I'm at a point where I want Raila to actually just say it. Hata kama najua tuna confuse Ruto, hawajui kama ni msichana mama watachukua ama baba watachukua, hawaelewi nini, kama ni Kindiki, kama ni nini. They're waiting for us to make a move. Even though we're doing that, I'm starting now to actually ask Baba. Just say it. So that way, Kalonzo is not going anywhere. There's nowhere he's going to go. He's just fighting from within. And the moment we finish that, achague kama ni SABINA CHEGE, kama ni Mother Karua, kama ni Peter Kenneth, achague saizi Kalonzo ajue achaguliwi ayuko. And then now we start seeing our governors coming back because Kalonzo is not going to go anywhere. He's now going to start fighting about other things. And that's what, for me, I'm fighting for. That let Baba, we only have 10 days. Chapa hiki tuilale. It's not Kalonzo. He's not going to get it. Itakuwa mwingine. Mwenye atakuwa. And Kalonzo will still be there. He is not going anywhere. Hata akitoka anaenda wapi unless ako independent. Sasa na independent ya nini? Ya kutoka Mlolongo mpaka nini Mariakani, which is what he made us a show of. ya kwenda sijui Mariakani, and he wasn't even, you know, fighting for Baba. He was fighting yeye na Sonko huko, talking about at sijui vice president sijui nini sijui interview and stuff like that. At this point, you should be fighting for the president, the person that is there. And we see. So me, I guess Demba, I know you're not there in touch mtu mwingine, but for me, it's something I'm reading from a part that is really hurting Ukambani in general, and also hurting Baba. But also Baba, we can see him is not worried about those things. And I have come to admire this lady called SABINA CHEGE, and also Mother Karua, because those people are really focused, and they're not hawako hapa kwa hizi fights za primary school and all that. So I'll let anybody else talk. I think Demba is doing something. So maybe I guess Makiadi, you can take over this one, and najua Black atakuja nigonge, but Black, I like you, man. I think wewe ni wetu ushaingia box. Wewe tunaenda kufanya campaign na wewe next month.
All right, thank you, Martin. I say hi all. I hope you had a good day, a good night, wherever you are. I think I don't have a lot to say today, but I'm gonna focus my my short submission on Kalonzo Musyoka also. I know Ndusi in the comment section is one person who is really passionate about Kalonzo Musyoka. Yes, please.
I wanted to ask Ndeto a question. Ni vile nilikuwa nini kidogo. Ndeto pole. Can I ask you a question? Tuambie kama Kalonzo ameficha certificate ya Azimio la Umoja.
Sorry, uliza tena, sijakusikia vizuri.
Tuambie kama Kalonzo ameficha certificate ya Azimio la Umoja.
Kalonzo at this point is not, has nothing to do with Azimio la Umoja. He might have something to do with Oka. And if you remember, before he went for his road trip, alisema we are going for Oka, which I don't know which Oka is talking about. Azimio la Umoja is locked by the things that you're seeing outside Kalonzo, and that's why he's fighting. And he cannot fight it. It's done.
Sasa ulisikia vile Mutula Kilonzo Jr. aliongea leo. I mean, if you read, there's a word he said which I thought those two words were actually a direct threat to Raila.
Which one?
The first one was, musipochagua Kalonzo kitaumana. The second one was tuwekesa. Remember, this is a committee that has been selected to help the person that you're going to work with as a president. And you're threatening, you're first of all disrespecting the chairman of that committee by saying andika hii, huyu jamaa hatakuja. So, do you think, in your view, because I read the body language, I read the way he was talking, that kind of disrespect shows of someone who knows something that probably is not known by many people. Because I don't think they can just decide. I mean, there's a level in which you can say that, okay, fine, this one is okay. But when you see a certain level where you're going ahead to threaten, is there something that like he said that the president had promised Kalonzo that he was going to be the president?
Demba, do you know a person who was a big person? I mean, he used to be in Kiss 100 called Kibe. He used to be with Kamenengoro. You know Kibe?
Yeah, I know Kibe. He's in the US right now.
Kibe is in Texas. He's Temba's neighbor.
Yeah. You know, those people, Mutula Kilonzo and Kibe went to the same school, and they were best friends. They used to sneak out together. So if there's something called show me your friends, I tell you who you are. You know, Kibe is not a bad person, but he pulls his moves. And ni watutuka sisi, when you want to push it and you push it, and sometimes they don't understand, you can push it way too far, then you over exceed. Mutula Kilonzo is a joker. Not really a joker, he's a very serious person. Kibe is a very serious person in what they do. But Nwalo Atu, they can push their, you know, you told, push it mpaka pale mwisho, and then you turned out, you know, unaachi hapo. These guys, what they are, Kalonzo and Mutula, what Mutula is doing is pushing it mpaka pale mwisho. They're trying to milk. There's something you call milk it until you have no milk again, and then now you can back up. That's what is happening. They already know. I don't know why people are having a big fuss about this thing. When Mutula talks, and ukiangalia anacheka, he didn't even go the whole trip. Hiyo road trip ya kwenda ya kutoka hapo kwenda Salama sijui nini Kibwezi, he didn't even go. He alitokea tu ya kwanza akapotea. The guy is so smart, anajaribu kusukuma Kalonzo. They are trying to milk the last milk. Right now, it's either now, it's a do or die. At this point, I'm telling you the truth. If Raila today says either ni Raibina ama ni Rarua, right now, saizi, kesho, utaona kina Mutula wote, kila mtu wako hapo. Wenye unasikia wakiongea hivyo ni ile tu wanasukuma kabisa kabisa, Yenongi lazima tuangaliwe sijui nini. No, Kalonzo, keep on pushing it, don't leave it. In fact, I think Kalonzo is already done with this thing. Kalonzo already knows he's not the person to be, but he's been pushed by these people because they want him to push it and milk it, which I also like it, because they also changanya in the other side kina Black, hawajui sasa running mate ni kina nani, you know. So wamewachanganya kabisa, and it might be even orchestrated. But I think, and I know, Kalonzo knows already who's gonna be the running mate. He knows he's not gonna be. He knows he's gonna have a good chunk of the government, and he's not going anywhere. He is in Azimio to stay, and nothing can change that. This drama will happen next week and the week after that. Remember me.
Let me just
I would want, before I bring Adams, I would want to believe you, but I go back to ODM and ODM Kenya and the way Kalonzo pitiad kati yao. By the time Kalonzo was pitiaring kati yao, akina Raila were thinking that Kalonzo is still with them. So he was actually tilting there, and they were thinking that since Kalonzo was like someone who had run, because Kalonzo had run that election, he was part of the president. So they thought that because Kalonzo was opposing the government of the day, he had talked so badly about Kibaki government. He had, because it was then he ran with the LDMK, and now he ran on ODMK. And he had come a distant third. He had like 800,000 votes. So obviously, being an opposition to the government of the day, you'd have expected that the obvious linking and the obvious going where he would have gone was to be with Raila. So Kalonzo has been in this position before. But before you comment, I want to give Adams and then Adams.
Remember, while you're saying that, I want you to remember what Sifuna said today if you listen to it. While you're analyzing it that way, I want you to remember what Sifuna said if you actually watched it. I just want you to interrogate to that. I'm not trying to cut you short. I just want you to, while you're talking, remember what Sifuna said, because some things are, sometimes it's what is not said than what is said.
Yes, Adams.
I just want to comment very little. You see, the whole package of Kalonzo Musyoka's behavior. There is this thing people say nowadays when Raila was getting into the entry of this thing that Raila Odinga is now behaving presidential, is being presidential, is he wants to be that statesman. He don't want to be that vibrant Raila Odinga that created himself. So I think this thing of Raila being presidential is the only thing that is making Kalonzo Musyoka to survive with all his theatrics for so long. Otherwise, if Raila being can just decide to say, hey, you know what, let me take this presidential behavior and keep it for me here. I'll be back after 1 week or after 2 days. Raila can just go one rally like this, or make a trip in Kambani. The things he can say about that guy, he can just finish him. The only politician who can finish Kalonzo is Raila Odinga. But because his eyes are pegged and tagged to the prize, he's restraining himself so much that restraint is what is making Kalonzo Musyoka to behave the way he's behaving.
Okay, now let me bring Makiadi. Makiadi.
All right, thank you, Ndemba. Like I said here before, I know we have a fan number one wa Kalonzo Musyoka anaitwa Nathan Thusi, atakagi Kalonzo aguzi huko kwa comment anachemka ili hakuna. And also I just seen here that there's a guy ambaye anauliza kama do you believe you have a cheating partner? I don't know kama mnakubalia watu ku advertise vitu kama hizo hapa. Shema, do you think your partner is cheating on you or do you want to spy on someone? Then worry not. I don't know kama mmefungua commercial ya kuinvestigate watu ambao wako na cheating partners. Anyway, he's called Mike Hacker. Mike Hacker hapa tunapiganga siasa, tuchunguzi mabibi ama girlfriends za watu. Anyway, there's one thing that I was looking at today. There's a tweet that came from Professor Kivutha Kibwana. And he was saying that he's really concerned about the potential, the possibility of having zoning in Ukambani. And he said, please, Raila, you are a statesman and you should stick to our initial agreement that there will be no, the zoning, especially in Ukambani. And just an hour ago, I opened my Twitter account and I saw that Wetangula, on Wetangula's page, he said that he just tweeted and said, welcome to Kenya Kwanza, Pa and Maendeleo Chap Chap. I do not know how true that is, because that's just something that I bumped into a few hours, I think 1.5 hours ago. So, Wetangula sometimes anakulaga vitu zake, so anaweza kuwa amekula vitu zake na aingia hapo tweet. So I don't want to speculate, but when we wake up in the morning tutajua. So Kalonzo Musyoka, I am a bit sad that Kalonzo Musyoka has decided to go with the likes of Sonko to be his spokespeople. If you have a boardroom deal that is not complete, it would be very, very unnecessary or immature to pronounce such a boardroom deal on a podium. So when I heard the person of Mike Sonko standing on a podium and saying that Kalonzo Musyoka is being promised the seat of speaker, the speaker's seat in the next parliament, I was a bit frustrated, and I was asking myself, why would such a person of Sonko's reputation be informed of what is happening in the boardrooms before it has even matured? And there's one thing we say, that you are supposed to keep something a secret until it becomes real. So if Sonko has inside information that Kalonzo Musyoka is being promised the speaker's seat in the next parliament, then it shows you that Kalonzo has really gone down the value ladder. I think he has degraded himself as what we used to call a principal You know, remember when they and Raila Odinga and Kalonzo Musyoka were called the principals of CORD and also the principals of NASA. He has really degraded himself that he is able to speak, you know, weighty matters like those in public, and especially with people like Sonko who have no reputation of keeping secrets. Every one of us knows what Sonko has been doing, especially to people that he wants to trap or wants to blackmail, including the judge who actually is going to lose his job. You know, women rep. Even he has even recorded. He has even put the president of the Republic of Kenya on a loudspeaker. You know, remember when he visited those houses that were being demolished in somewhere along Molongo, I think, next to the airport. But what it shows us is Kalonzo has really gone down the drain. And I said here before that Kalonzo Musyoka that we knew, the Kalonzo Musyoka that we knew the other day, the person who was really, you know, standing behind Baba with that pay bill number. If you guys can remember, wakati pesa ya NASA iliisha, Kalonzo Musyoka ule mwenye alikuwa na roho ya kusimama nyuma ya Baba na pay bill number ndio watafuti pesa. That Kalonzo Musyoka is long gone. The Kalonzo Musyoka we see right now is a Kalonzo Musyoka who is out just to seek his own self-interest. And I believe that these people, the Azimio coalition people, should no longer entertain his nonsense. They should ignore him. The panel that is in the panel that has been formed to interview people should do its work. If Kalonzo Musyoka feels like he's too big or he's a very, very important politician to attend that panel, let him not go. Those people that will go there, the likes of Martha Karua, Peter Kenneth, Joho, and all those, you know, Peter Munya, if he's interested, let them go there. Let them proceed and do the interviews. And then the final stroke that will break the camel's back will come 10 days. Let Raila Odinga name the person that will be fronted to him. Let him nominate one name, whether it is Kalonzo Musyoka or not Kalonzo Musyoka. Wacha ataje jina moja yenye atapewa, alafu tuone sasa Kalonzo atafanya nini. By the way, I can say here without fear of contradiction, if Kalonzo Musyoka does not get the deputy presidential slot in Azimio coalition, he is not going to get the same slot in Kenya Kwanza Alliance. That is for sure. That is something that is tumepiga rubber stamp na tukaweka hapa. So my question to him is this: Kenya Kwanza Alliance already has arranged its house. He's either in Azimio to fight in there for his place and bargain from within, you know, just as Azimio prepares to form the next government. I think he should bargain from in there, give and take. It's all about, you know, ceding ground here, ceding ground there, so that you get what you want, and also somebody else gets what they want. We have seen Nairobi, for example. They gave him the deputy presidential, the deputy governor seat. So I'm just wondering if the likes of Mutula Kilonzo, and remember you've said here before, that some people are just hanging on Kalonzo's coat so that they can be able to, you know, to get their seats. People like Mutula Kilonzo is not even campaigning in Makueni right now. He's not even doing his campaigns. These people are just there to show the Kamba nation as such that they are really pushing for Kalonzo Musyoka to get his goal. But at the end of the day, they are not even concerned whether he gets it or not. Their end goal is to make sure that they ride on that popularity of pushing for Kalonzo's interest to get their seats. And when Kalonzo does not get this nomination, if he's not selected by the board to be Raila Odinga's deputy presidential candidate, then I can tell you for sure these people have nowhere to go. Kalonzo Musyoka atabaki na aibu na ataonekana mtu bure kabisa. This guy is still campaigning for Wiper Democratic Movement. So my question to you guys is he part of Azimio, or is he trying to push an agenda for wiper democracy? Is it a fallback plan for him? Does he think that he can run for presidency if he fails to get the deputy presidential slot, or what? Because from where I stand is, if Kalonzo Musyoka bolted out today, unless you tell me that he has a background deal or back of the curtain deal with William Ruto, then I don't think he has the resources to run a presidential campaign. Unless you tell me that they have some form of arrangement with another person in another coalition so that he can split the votes for Azimio, I don't think Kalonzo Musyoka has the capability and the financial muscle to run a presidential campaign. So if he takes the second option and decides, you know what, since you didn't give me the deputy presidential slot, I'm going to run as an independent, then I would think that our speculations will be confirmed that this guy was in Azimio to wreck the boat from within, and he has finally gone to the masters. We've seen these things in politics, and every time we comment, some people say here we are being unfair to them. We saw even with Wanjigi, people say, dear, the likes of blacks came here and told us you should have allowed Wanjigi to come to the ODM because he wanted to run for president on ODM. We told black here, we know these people, we can smell them from far, the way they walk, the way they talk, the way they sing. These people are here to wreck. And it came to pass. The person that was invited as the guest of honor in Jimmy Wanjigi's presidential campaign launch was the master. We saw it. So Kalonzo Musyoka, we are looking at these steps. We are looking at the way he's talking. We are looking at the way his lieutenants are talking. We are looking at the way he's campaigning. This guy is not by himself. There's somebody behind the curtain, and as soon as Azimio, throws this guy under the bus, as soon as possible, you will see him go back to his master. I rest.
If it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it must be a duck. Thank you, Makiadi, for that. I mean, we are seeing the duck. It is quacking like a duck. Now, there was a statement that was done that Kalonzo, apparently in that prayer meeting, Raila had been invited, but he sent Kalonzo. That's according to some reports, that Raila had been invited to go and attend. That is one statement I wanted to make. The other statement is true. I've not seen Mutula Kilonzo campaigning for governorship Makueni. But I've also heard when Kalonzo was announcing his caravan, he said that he's going to meet the Makueni governor, Maanzo. Could there be some maybe fights between Maanzo and Mutula Kilonzo? So they are trying to work hard to catch the master's eyes. So whoever pushes harder is the most likely person, because I noticed that the Mutula Kilonzo has gone low on his campaigns for governorship. Makiadi.
I don't know. I just wanted to ask you, the Maanzo guy you're talking about is Dan Maanzo, right?
Yes.
And the Mutula, do they both come from Makueni County? I didn't know that.
Yes, they do.
So Martin is saying no. I don't know, because if both of them, then I think they're fighting to catch the master's eye. Martin is saying that they don't come from the same county. I don't know how true that is.
Daniel Manzo.
I think Mutula Kilonzo Jr. already got the wipe nomination certificate for Makueni gubernatorial seat. So I don't know about this other guy.
Daniel Manzo is an MP from Makueni.
Yeah, but the nomination is over. Junior already has the certificate for gubernatorial.
Okay, I don't know. He wants to be a senator. Okay. There's something Kalonzo said.
Manzo is from Kitui. He just has the Makueni thing. His home is in Kitui. Actually, not Kitui, Hapo Mwingi. Mutula is from the other side, but they've always been at loggerheads.
But Manzo is an MP right now, right?
Yeah, Dan Manzo is an MP right now.
For which place is Makueni MP? The name in Makueni.
I have no idea, but I'll check and let you know.
Now I've checked it. I'm on the whatever right now, Parliamentary Commission, Parliamentary website. He's saying he's an MP in Makueni.
He's a member of parliament from Makueni, according to the website of the National Assembly.
Yeah, he's Makueni member of parliament.
But his home, he's not from Makueni anyway.
The home doesn't matter.
You can have your home anywhere, my friend.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is Manzo and what Richard was asking, Manzo and Mutula Kilonzo have never seen eye to eye.
Oh, maybe. I don't deny that.
Okay. Black.
Yes.
Haya, tuambie vile unafurahia vile tunajigonga huko na nyinyi mnapigiwa kelele huko. The guy was booed big time. Ground imeshift.
Hapana. Kwanza acha niwasalimie mjambo.
Ground imeshift muda. Ground imeshift.
Hamna kitu kama hiyo.
Uliona vile leo Ruto alikasirika?
Hii ni mambo yenu tu ya kulipana tu bana. Of which sasa since siwezi substantiate, siwezi sema.
Na Black, mumeanza kuchapa watu makofi. Mumeanza kuchapa watu makofi.
Nani alichapa kofi?
Alikasirika mpaka ana point mtu huko chini anamwambia wewe wacha tuweke hiyo kitu chini. Wewe.
Kuna kitu pengine alikuwa anataka kufanya ambayo tu kuona. I mean, no. So I cannot.
Oh, Black, just a minute. Let me just read something. And then but somebody says here Dan Maanzo, Ruth Onyi anasema Dan Maanzo is the MP for Makueni and is a Senate aspirant for Makueni. So ni kama anataka kurun for senator.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that information. Okay, bro.
Sasa mjambo bwana kwa studio na wala anatuangalia huko kwenye alipo. Well, me nimefurahi tu, yani I was just watching you guys the way you bash each other and it's good for us as KKA sometimes to watch you people fight among yourselves. It's very interesting. There seems to be a lot of trouble happening in Azimio, but I would not be surprised. That's what happens wherever Baba is, sorry to say. I mean, whether he's in a government, lazima ni shida, and there's just problems wherever he is. Power wants to leave. Now chap nasikia ni hivyo, Kalonzo ni hivi. Nominations, I don't know who was given, who won the nominations, but karatasi inachukuliwa na peano. I mean, there's a lot of trouble happening there. I mean, what's happening? And imagine you have not even, won the elections, assuming you had the government. What kind of government would we have right now? I don't know who's fighting for what, who's fighting for. I mean, it's not a good example that you're giving to us. I mean, take a look at Kenya Kwanza. As much as you try to hit us with so many things that we try to put here, I see Bernard. I mean, and I post videos, I don't know, 19, I don't know when, za kitambo, and just to try and bash us. Look at how we are managing things. We may not have such, a team with such big names, but at least we are efficient in the way we are doing our things. It goes to tell you, or give you an impression or an image of what kind of a government we're going to be once we take power in 2022 August after the elections. I mean, it's not always a matter of having big names in your team. It's about how you organize that team to achieve a certain goal. And I think that's the problem that Azimio has right now. You must have rushed so much into getting people aboard without having a master plan as to how you wanted to run your team. So I really doubt the government that you people are intending to build. I mean, it's like, as long as I get into power, that's what Raila is all about. The rest is irrelevant to me. But in KKA, we have managed to have our issues organized from the MCA all the way top to the president. The only thing that we've not yet mentioned right now, until now, is the DP position. Now, when it reaches a point, sasa paka mnaanza kudharau mtu kama Kalonzo for the things that he's done. Mpaka nasikia ndugu yangu Mato hapa anaongea mbaya kuhusu Kalonzo. I mean, saying that it is best that he takes the speaker position. I mean, do you know the level of Kalonzo? I mean, Kalonzo as he is, eti anaenda kuwa speaker kwa parliament, akimanage wale MPs wake wa party yake. Come on. Can you try and reverse the same if it would have been Raila now? Eti sasa yeye aambiwe eti aende akuwe speaker parliament. I mean, come on. You are undermining this guy.
Mr. Black, are you in any case trying to compare Raila Odinga and Kalonzo?
It's not that I'm trying to compare. What I'm trying to say is this. Raila is a party leader, with MPs. It's not about what Raila has achieved as a person, as an individual. Kutoka ile ukombozi wa Kenya politically, ile namaanisha as a party leader with MPs in parliament and then going to oversee them in parliament in the title of a speaker. It's undermining them. It would be undermining him. So equally so, imagine putting Kalonzo as a speaker in parliament, eti anaenda kusimamia ma MPs wake ama pengine yake kwa Senate, eti sasa come on. The picture I get here is perhaps whatever these party leaders were told when joining Azimio is not exactly what they see they are going to be given. Ni kama walidanganywa in one or another. That's how I look at it. So ameona pengine venye tuliambiwa sio venye tunaona tutaenda. Afadhali tujitoe mapema. So in short, the one word that I see here is deceit. Politics of deceit could have taken role here. Makiadi, I see you laughing, but that's the truth. When you see these people wanting to quit so fast, na wanalazimishwa naambiwa hapana, ile tulisign lazima mubaki hapa. There's something wrong in Azimio. So I urge all people there, you think twice. Ukiona watu wanakimbia hivi and they are, one of the parties there, you ask yourself questions. Thank you. Nay, sorry about the issue ya Wanyonyi. It is so unfortunate that mtu alienda paka nominations until the last minute and then someone who did not vie at all eta nakuja baadaye ananyang'anywa makaratasi na peana mtu mwingine. No.
Are you forgetting the case of Alfred Ketel?
Acha niulize ni watu.
Ketel, at least there was a recount which he lost in the recount.
Relax.
Was there
recount gani?
Ngoja
ulifanya recount.
Ngoja. Sasa niulize. Are you guys serious? You want to ask Black question?
Yeah, because he's making allegations. We have to ask him questions. I like the way he's talking, though.
Black is just poking the bear. What has he said of substance? What?
The fact that no. You're trying to undermine
nothing. Black now. Wait, everyone. Now, ngoja Mato. Black, can you now make your submission? Because you haven't made any submission.
Okay. That's what I was saying. I think when
no. Wait, Black. Now,
yes,
don't repeat what you have said because you haven't made any submission. Now, can you make your submission on the topic? Now we are ready to listen because I really didn't hear what you are saying.
When you put a topic like Raila, SABINA, CHEGE, and Peter Kenneth take on Nairobi, what have they taken in Nairobi?
Now make your submission now. You have 2 minutes.
So, and that's what I'm saying. When you put a topic like, because point Team Wanyonyi, it is one of the title here, right? So I've spoken about it. When you talk about Raila, Kenneth, and SABINA, they take on Nairobi. What have they taken from Nairobi? What I saw is walikuwa uwanjani wakawatch mashemeji derby. That was it. There's nothing big out of that. So there's nothing I can talk about that.
You didn't have a view on the topic. It's okay unasema tu leo sikuwa na view. Then
nimeongea.
Nionyeshe sura, tuone, tucheke. Hapana. Relax. Just stay there. I'll allow Makiadi, then Mato, alafu Adam. wakwambie wame acknowledge your presence. So wacha nianze na Makiadi. Acknowledge presence ya Black tafadhali.
Okay, Black, it's good to see you. I think it's been a while before we met on this show together, and I just want to make a sweeping statement. You know, we have 10 days to nominate a deputy presidential candidate, and I can tell you, we will be here. We will be here after the 10 days, after the person that has been nominated to be the deputy, on both sides. Na utaniambia ni nani anakuwa analia.
Okay, I want also to allow Martin to acknowledge the tafadhali na utaje majina ya Black yote, acknowledge that ni mtu hiyo ndiye anataka. Tafadhali revamp his esteem na acknowledge what he has said.
Mi kwangu nilikuwa nataka kushukuru sana Black, you know, we love you, na kujanga unatuona na kila kitu. Alafu nilikuwa nataka kuintroduce kwa watu wenye wakujui, especially Adams. Nilikuwa nataka kumintroduce kwako, nimwambie hivyo ndo kunaendaga, cheza kaa wewe na usijisumbue sana.
We all have to acknowledge the presence of Black. Adams, tafadhali give him the acknowledgement.
Yeah, I acknowledge you, appreciate you, Mr. But Mr. Black, in the spirit of appreciation, there is verbal language and there is body language. Your body language is not in UDA. Your body language is here, but your verbal language forces you to say otherwise. So I think you're an interesting guy.
Okay, we have acknowledged you, Black. Black, tumekuwa acknowledge. Sasa tena kuna shida gani? Tumekuwa acknowledge, umekuja, so you will have a time. Relax hapo, tutakupatia tena time baadaye utoe submission. But karibu, kikombe cha chai kiko hapo, utapewa na Mise hapo, so endelea kukaa hapo. Mise, karibu.
Asante sana. So hata mimi nimekuja kupatia Black support, moral support. I recognize that he is determined. As Black, I'm with you, and I'm here today. I'm not going to say much, but I also wanted to recognize that Martin Indeto, I saw. I don't know the dose you gave Martin. Martin today has been very, very obedient and submissive. So that's all I wanted. That's really what brought me to the show, to say that we should do so. And even Robert, you should give him the same dose. I think in this it will bring sobriety and serenity in the debate of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mise. Wa Murungu ama ni nini? Wa Murungu tafadhali, lakini sasa wewe uko job bwana. Hiyo unaweza ongea uangushe track. Wa Murungu, you are muted.
Oh, siwezi kuagusha bado. Mimi nimekuwa na nyinyi tangu usiku mpaka saa hii ni asubuhi hapa kwetu. Sasa mimi hata nilikuwa nataka kucomment, nimeona Deto ndiye ameniguza sana. Nimesikia akiongea kuhusu Kalonzo na nikazidwa, nikaona yeye anasema Kalonzo hana numbers, na hata kulingana na vile yako ajue hatapata. Kwa hivyo kama anataka kwenda aende tu mapema, na inaonekana ni kama Kalonzo mahali amesikilia anapepelezwa, anaendelea tu kupepelezwa pale kwa Azimio, asiende. Hawamtaki atoke, lakini hawataki kumpatia chenye anadai. Although ukiangalia kupata Kalonzo kiti ya deputy president inaonekana hatapata, na kulingana na vile serikali ya Jubilee imekuwa ikiendeshwa, hiyo kiti ya deputy president imeonekana kukua kama useless. So hata mtu akipewa, ama upewe speaker ama upewe nini, mwenye ako juu anaweza kukufanyia mambo anytime. Kama kulingana na venye Wetangula, tuangalie maneno ya Wetangula venye aliingia na akachaguliwa kukuwa kiongozi wa walio wachache bungeni la Senate. Alirudi akaambiwa hana namba na akaweza kufuruzwa na ikapatiwa Orengo. That means hata kama mtu akipewa kiti chochote, as long as baba ame access to the power, anaweza rudi apage serikali yake kivingine vile mtu hapo anatarajia. So viti zenye zinapiganiwa saa hii hakuna mtu akoshua nazo. Lakini mimi nikiangalia kwa upande ule mwingine ni kama hakuna ile kung'ang'ania maneno ya power. Ni kama wamejipanga, wanagojea tu hao wakitangaza na wao wajitoe na waseme vile serikali yao iko na waiendeshe, tugojee tu 9th of August. Hiyo tu ndio naweza sema kwa saa hii.
Haya, asante. Weka macho kwa barabara. Your safety comes first. Kalonzo anaweza pata asipate, lakini wewe safety yako ni muhimu. Usiingie katika shida. Na Ndeto, sema Ndeto.
Mimi yangu ni kushukuru na yangu inaendea mise. Unajua mise, let me tell you something, yeah? And you have to realize with something with leadership. Mimi ni mwenyeji huko, ndo nasikiaga Themba akituita hapa the usual suspects. Sasa when you're on top of something, cause najua ulikuwa unanichokoza, acha sasa mimi nikuchokoze sasa. When you're on top of something, you have to also, you know, create the little ones to, I mean, the wale wako chini pia unawavuta juu. I had to take a sabbatical leave so that I can get you to get somewhere. Unaelewa? Ukue ujue kufunga, ujue kuimba national anthem. I had to bring you, I have to groom you. Unajua, cause this is the usual suspects hapa na kina Makiadi. So I have to train my little ones wakuje. Wacha kusema hapo unanichokoza ati sijui nini. Ama usual suspect here, umeona? Saizi ilikuwa inaenda kufungwa, Themba amerudisha, unaona tuko ngapi? Cheza kwa wewe, ukigrumiwa grumika.
Mato ilikuwa lazima ugonge mise. Sawa tu. You world. Yaani ilikuwa lazima utupe misa kwa mise. Si mbona natupa? Yes, Makiadi.
Nimesikiza hiyo statement ya Murugo vizuri kabisa, na imenikumbusha statement moja yenye niliona imekuwa published kwa newspaper, I think ni jana. William Ruto alienda Western akasema yeye Moses Wetangula na Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi wamesikizana ya kwamba their coalition is not about kugawana power. Their coalition is about what is good for common mwananchi. Nikajiuliza kitu moja hapa. William Ruto already is the de facto presidential candidate wa Kenya Kwanza coalition. Hakuna mtu anabishana naye kwa hiyo kiti. Look at the psychology here. Angalia vile tunachezewa akili hapa. Wewe mwenyewe unasema you are not interested na kugawana mamlaka na watu, lakini wewe mwenyewe hakuna mtu unataka abishane na wewe kwa hiyo kiti ya presidential candidate. Haya, hiyo ni yako, hiyo weka kando. Haya, kuja number 2. Musalia Mudavadi alisacrifice nini yake, ambition yake kuwa president, akakuja kukusupport, ukampromise mtaunda serikali na yeye. Musalia Mudavadi is a candidate ambaye anatosha kuwa deputy president, so umemweka box ako hapo kando yako. You've not promised him kitu yenye utampatia already, because in the eyes of your supporters mambo yenu si ya kugawana power, so you have Musalia Mudavadi hapo kando yako. Haya, ukaenda ukachukua Moses Wetangula. Moses Wetangula ni source ya Mudavadi, so we are not going to talk about him. You've tried to bring other people on board. Right now, I know very well wanawinda Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka atakuja. For example, Kalonzo Musyoka akuja wa join as an independent candidate if that's possible. Kalonzo Musyoka hatapatiwa hiyo deputy presidential slot. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu Kenya Kwanza Alliance is not about kugawana mamlaka. It's about the good of the Kenyan people, common mwananchi. Haya, sasa angalia, finally we have people wakina Black wanakuja kutuambia hapa. We have people in Kenya Kwanza Alliance ambao wanangojea kutajwa kama deputy president. There's nobody, there's nobody in Kenya Kwanza Alliance who has the capability to force William Ruto to name them as the deputy presidential candidate. Why? Because all these guys wamewekwa hapo, they have no say. Azimio watu wanajipigania kwa sababu they have freedom to talk. They can speak out na kusema mimi na I think I also qualify as a deputy presidential candidate. So Kenya Kwanza Alliance, you are living under the yoke of dictatorship. But in the eyes of wananchi mnakuja kutudanganya hapa ati mpigani. Power is about, running for election is about, kutafuta power. Already the person that wanted to be the president has already taken his slot, amejibukia, and there's no one ambaye atapigana naye kwa hiyo kiti. So Black, wakati unakuja kutuambia hapa ati nyinyi mnapigana, I'm telling you na nitarudia. Sabina Chege alisema hii statement, and you might think she didn't know what she was saying. Alisema, the moment William Ruto mentions mtu fulani ndiye atakuwa deputy presidential candidate wake, hapo ndio utaona vita itaanza. And you've seen it today. Umeona ile kitu Gachagua ameongea huko na kina Cecily Mbarire. Wamesema wakati Mudavadi alikuja Kenya Kwanza Alliance, hiyo deal ilikuwa already sealed. Kwa hivyo asijaribu kuongea hiyo story. And somebody came here akasema Kalonzo Musyoka asipopatiwa hiyo kiti in Azimio, then the Ukambani vote is gone. So mimi nataka kuuliza, why is it that the Ukambani vote is gone? Black, this question is to you. Why is it that the Ukambani vote is gone, but then the Western vote is still intact with the Mudavadi missing that deputy presidential slot?
Thank you, Makiadi. And it's good you brought that, because I needed us to push this misnomer that these guys are telling us here. Oh, in Kenya Kwanza, things are peaceful. No, Guru has already said the other day that I'm also capable to be a deputy president. And now there are two things. Kuna kitu anasemanga ya kwamba still waters run deep. Ukiona maji inakaa ni kama iko still, hiyo ndio huko chini iko very very kuna shida zaidi. I want to take us back 2017 when they were busy saying that CORD wanaendelea kukutana kwa mikutano, sisi tumeagree. What happened? 2017, what happened? The pseudo peace, kumbe ndani kulikuwa kuna boil. What have we seen right now? The drama that what you are calling here, that there was peace. So I agree with you, Makiadi. These people coming here telling us, oh, Kenya Kwanza tumejipanga. Hakuna tu. Mtu mmoja alikuja akachukua yake, akaweka kwa mfuko, akasema sasa nyinyi, akakuja kwa Makiadi, akamwambia Makiadi, we kuja, tutaform government na wewe. So there are those people who had, kila mtu pale alipromisiwa kuwa DP. Gachagua akapromisiwa, Alice Wahome akapromisiwa, and you can go back to the media doesn't forget. Unakumbuka wakati DP alienda Nyeri, akasema mtanipatia huyu nifanye na yeye huko juu. Haya, akaenda kwa kina Kithure Kindiki, akasema mtanipatia huyu tufanye na yeye huko juu. Akaenda kwa kina Alice Wahome, akauliza mtanipatia huyu tufanye na yeye huko juu. So those are three people who have been promised. Then there is what Makiadi has said. Musalia Mudavadi, wakati alikuwa na fold yake, naye pia aliambiwa wewe pia unatosha kuwa nini, deputy president. Sasa huko na 4 people umepromise, unawaambia kwamba wamenyamaza. Afadhali hata pale baba ameenda cassette, we only hear from people that, oh, the deputy president is talking to people. Where is openness? In your doing your thing, hata inani aliuliza wapi openness? You're not even coming out and saying, okay, fine, these are the people we are negotiating with. This is the person we are talking to. And you're busy saying, oh, kuna shida. Zile shida ziko UDA ni mingi. In fact, Kenya Kwanza ni mingi, ni kibao. Yani ni ile anataka kurule na dictatorial tendencies za Moi. Ile you are supposed to just keep quiet and wait. And we cannot take Kenya back to that point. So, Black, it is our submission that you guys have more problems than us. Ukionanga zile deep water, don't swim on still waters. Ukiona zile iko still, usiende hapo nasema hiyo ndio maji imetulia. It is deeper. It is deeper than what you are seeing. I just hear Adams and then I bring you back.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate something about Mr. What's the name again? Wamurungu. Wamurungu says that according to the regime of Jubilee, the past experiences of Jubilee regime, hata hiyo position ya deputy president is useless because of what happened between Ruto and Uhuru. Somebody said here, I don't know if it was Makiadi or who, that if you've been to a relationship or let's say marriage and it didn't work, it was so bad, maybe it was mad with the violence domestically, until you filed a divorce, you had to part ways. Don't go out there and start telling people that, hey, you know what, marriage doesn't work. No, it didn't work for you. It doesn't mean that it's bad. It's a good thing, even though it did not work for you. So the position of DP is a good thing, Mr. Wamurungu, but it didn't work for your person. It didn't work for the Sugoi man. Okay? But it's a good thing. We have to agree on that. It is a good thing. He went on a campaign spree instead of working. So he messed the game. He messed the whole show by himself. So you guys should stop telling us or lecturing us here that no, it's a useless thing. It doesn't make sense because it didn't work for him. No, it is a good thing, but he mismanaged it. It didn't work for him, but it is a good thing. All right. So coming to in terms, you guys are talking about power. I don't know. You are not interested about power. When you look at the UDA, it is a one-man show. One person calls the shots. Any other person, you can talk down here, but one man calls the shots. And that is none other than Ruto. He's the final, the buck stops at him. And his word is a law in UDA. So what does that one tell you? In political power is the ability to control the behavior of people and maybe, to influence the outcome of events and enable them to control policies in different groups. So politics is about power. So when somebody comes and tells people, hey, we are not interested in power, then you're not a politician. You are not in politics. Politics is purely, number one, it's about power. With the power is when you can do whatever you want to do. It's all, the primary goal is power. So you guys stop misleading us.
So,
okay, Black.
Yes, Adams, I totally agree with you. In politics, the primary thing is power. And that's what you've just...
Mtu apatie mtu kreti moja juu yangu mwenye amesema saizi nani Adams, kreti moja juu yangu.
Yes, the primary goal is power, to be able to control. So that's what that's what seems to be lacking in Azimio. There's no control. You've basically painted the exact picture I was trying to say earlier on. There is nothing, there's no control. So there's no power there. You've actually painted KKA and Ruto in the good sense. Thank you, Adams, on that. Now, if I may proceed, sorry?
Yeah. Hold on before you go.
Yeah.
What is control according to you?
Sorry?
How do you define control?
To me, having things, factors, or something going into the direction which you'd like it to go.
So is control an event or a process?
It's a process. It's not. It's an action, not a process. It's an action.
Also,
it's an act.
For you, control is an act. It's not a process.
Yes, it's an action of doing something. Process is how it's being done.
So, how do you know that you are in control?
Because you'd see the outcome which you intended to be being realized.
What is the outcome of the processes going on right now?
Outcome of be specific, please.
It's a political competition.
Yes.
What is the general outcome?
General outcome of what? Because we have not gone into the election, but there are some other things that are happening in the background that are not going. The outcome is not as per the expected, which would be having a house in order.
I want to move it maybe closer to you. Right
Yes.
now, you are here.
Correct.
Are you in control of what is going on around you? Maybe you are at work. Are you in control?
I'm in control of the whatever actions I am supposed to do, and the outcomes which is expected to come out of my actions.
So what we
other
see,
things around me, no.
What we see
Yes.
is just a tip of the iceberg. The process of achieving that is now a different thing. So how you achieve that control differs from one person to another. So what we are differing is not the event of what you're seeing, is the process of achieving that. Now you are saying, because you are seeing like your side looks like it is in control according to you, that process is in question. It's just like running a government. Do you know Zimbabwe was still running as a government? And another country was also running as a, actually Museveni also had an election and he was chosen, all right? So how do you separate? You separate processes. You don't separate you don't separate the result effect. You don't separate the end. You separate the processes. How did you get that? So someone will achieve it by the hammer. You hit people, you threaten them, you rule. Another will achieve it by consultation. So I when you start saying that now, when you see that someone probably is not necessarily, control does not necessarily using a hammer on the head. So actually in Kenya Kwanza, there's no control. There's dictatorship.
Again.
Can I ask a question?
Can Adam please again
let
repeat the exact words which he just said?
Adam did not say anything. He just said what politics is. Politics is,
yes, in his definition, having control of, being in control of
okay,
what?
Oh, you want me to repeat what I said?
Yes.
Okay.
So that you can go in context with what I said.
I was basically talking about the political power, Mr. Black, and I told you very well that political power is the ability to control the behavior of people and influence the outcome of events. And I also added further that political power enables, the owner. I mean, it enables people to control policies and function of the, in a society. Like, you influence them. So it's all about power. Politics is about power. It's not about anything. It's not about, going out of the glass. No, it's power, my friend. The baseline is power.
So can I ask a question in regards to what you said, Adams?
Wait, Miss Black hadn't finished.
It's in regards to what Black said, and then
Black,
it's
Black,
okay.
Black hadn't finished, Mr. He was trying to get that definition so that he can make his point.
No problem.
So, being able to control the behavior of people in order to achieve i.e. a political agenda. In a nutshell, that's how you call political power in your definition, correct? Now, if Ruto's way of showing this control in order to manage the behavior of people under KKA is making him achieve his political agenda, that's why we seem to have thing in line, then he's doing everything right, isn't it?
Then if that be the case, Mr. Black, then you guys are supposed to withdraw your statement.
Do we first agree on that, so
Hold
that we
on.
can proceed, so that we don't go back again?
Hold on,
we are in line. Adams, agree with him. He's right according to his view, because right
that is what I'm
relative.
I'm trying to streamline something here in a minute. That if that be the case, what you are saying, Mr. Black, okay, then you guys are supposed to withdraw the statement that is flying out here, that your camp are not or is not interested in power. Because according to your explanation, you are interested in power. The only difference is the formula. So, but you are interested in power, meaning you are not realistic.
Do we see members in KKA being uncontrollable out there? No. Do you see any party showing any misbehavior or
you see you are being selective. You are being selective. Wait, Makiadi has raised issues for you, and you are running away from them. Stop being selective. Makiadi has highlighted. He has highlighted for you. It was just the other day when one Mr. Malala said that if you don't give Mudavadi the deputy president, this is not going to be smooth. He was given the governorship. They are still demanding for the deputy president. If you have heard, he has also said that Makiadi has highlighted also. You are selectively refusing to highlight that Gachagua and Cecily Mbarire have raised their issues. You have also refused. You are selectively refusing to accept that the other day, Anne Waiguru issued a public statement that I'm also, if there's a consider, now they have been reduced to beggars. This side, people have been reduced to beggars for positions they deserve. And this side, our people are actually demanding. Which one is more democracy? The begging
or the word is they're humble. They're humble. They're humble.
There's no humility. There's no humility. They're making it allowed, both of them. But these others are begging to be considered, while these others are, politics, like Adams has said, demand for the position. You have equal rights. But what are your people doing? Begging. Please, if you find it right, I'm also here. That is not...
they have humility. They're humble. I mean, it's a virtue. I mean, it's something good. They're humble in their way of asking.
Black,
Anyway,
I don't like interrupting you, but I want to tell you here, it is either Ruto's way or the highway. The more we listen to you guys tell us about humbleness here, the more it loses meaning. Because you guys are telling us here that Ruto has organized his house. We are hearing voices from the side. People are complaining that this thing of deputy president is ours. We had an agreement with the Gachagwas. We've had people like Anne Waigoro. We've had the Malalas who were bribed with switching places with Halole so that he can shut up. Let me tell you something here, and I repeat again. The deputy presidential issue is not on Azimio alone. The deputy presidential issue, even in Kenya Kwanza, is going to be a thorny issue. And the earlier you accept it, the better, because we will come here again. We will come here to debate about this issue. I can assure you, and I can assure you today, leo ni tarehe ngapi? Tarehe 8 mwezi wa 5. Ninataka kukuashua namna hii. When the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, William Ruto, ataname one person for that slot, ndio utaona mahali vita inaanzia. Na utaninunulia chai.
Unajua Makiadi unasema itaanzia hapo ama sasa itakuwa inaendelea, yaani itakuwa ni kitu imekuwa
Makiadi,
ikibuild.
Makiadi ni shai ama ni chai? Unajua umesema shai.
Haya, Mise, you had a question to Adam.
Yeah, to
Unajua
Adam.
masaa kama haya tunakwanga tuko kidogo ni free match, so tuko open kidogo,
Okay,
tunasukuma ndio tufunge.
Sure, no problem. So, Adam, you say that you and Makiadi argue that that it's either Ruto's way or you hit the highway, and you have rounded that into one word, which is dictatorship. You know, so we've also heard in the past that nobody opposes Baba and leaves, right? Would that be of a similar interpretation? That's the first question, and then I'll ask the next one.
Thank you for that, Mise. Let me tell you something. Whenever you are posing such kind of questions, you are right until you started comparing, not even comparing, but putting Ruto and Raila Odinga to be one thing. That's where you missed the mark. Okay? Deal with Ruto as Ruto and deal with Raila Odinga as Raila Odinga. Their politics are different. Ruto is trying to learn the intrigues of Raila, but he has not even reached there yet. Okay? So it is not... the way Ruto does his stuff, like he's a one-man show. That's my statement. His game is a one-man show, meaning there is no democracy there. So if you want to use the word dictatorship, then it goes with him, okay? Because if you see the side of Raila Odinga, there's a lot of voices, dissenting opinions. That one tells you the level of democracy. Democracy is about opinion. I have to give in my opinion. Whether you like it, you may like it, or you may not like it. An opinion is a personal thing. So where do we see opinions in this game? The opinions are a lot of opinions and different voices. We hear them a lot of it in the side of Raila Odinga. The other side of the aisle, there are no voices. There are voices, yes, but those voices are under the blanket. They're just, wananung'unika tu. They're not loud enough. So
They're
whispers. They're whispering. So that one can tell you. That one can tell you between the Mr. Mise, between the person who is talking loudly and the person who is whispering, who is afraid of something?
So, you ask a very good question. So I'll compare myself with Ndeto. Ndeto is a little bit when he speaks, someone would mistake him for either he's upset or he's a little bit hyper when he speaks. When Makiadi speaks, is calm and so on. Would we say that Makiadi is afraid to speak, or is afraid to express himself, and then Ndeto knows what he's doing and is confident to speak? Or because when I look back,
Mise, stop philosophizing obvious issues. You see, you're trying to philosophize a very obvious. Now we should now study the personalities in communication, or the way maybe it is their personality to be quiet. I mean, Mise, you can do better than that. In fact,
I wanted to say that the culture in KK might be.
No, there's no culture. What culture is there?
And the way, of course, they are also concealing their intentions so that they can, at a later stage.
They are not concealing nothing, because we know, we can hear.
Mise is talking. Somebody who's preparing a dissertation. Maybe are you in the process of making a thesis? Maybe you're doing a PhD in something, because
no.
What you're talking about is something else.
I've no intention, but I'm just looking at the things like Themba said earlier on that regardless of it's a physics Gay-Lussac's law. says that regardless of the route that you use, the product is the same. So the route that KK has chosen to take, they are aiming at the same product that this Azimio is aiming at. So I don't see any problem with that. Even though sometimes it might look as such, at times, if you look at successful leaders, sometimes they appear to be dictatorial in nature, but they were very successful and they deliver.
Mister, there's a popular saying in law that I want to, because I noticed you doing that, yeah. And this is what they say. There's a Harvard law professor that used it, and lawyers use it a lot. When it is used in parliament, it's called filibustering. When lawyers use it, there's these lawyers. Let me quote it. You know, pound the law. Yeah. Let me get that quote so that because I can see you doing that because you have no facts, so you are just trying to pound something. You know, you either pound the table, pound the fact, or pound the person. So when you lack facts, now you start pounding the table. Lawyers will most likely talk a lot more when they do not have facts. So they'll be, they'll be around. They will talk loudly when there's nothing to say, or even attack you when there's nothing to say. So what I'm seeing from Mr. has no defense on that. You know, he is
actually Mr. is drinking something. He's drinking something there. I think
yeah, there could be. Can we acknowledge if there's actually not anything that can?
This is Coke, my brother.
Yeah, it has no influence on your decision because we want to confirm that everything is in order. You're talking
before Makiadi.
You know what we are trying to say, Misa, is this. We acknowledge the challenge that is facing both sides, but the knack of the Kenya Kwanza proponents to come and paint for us a rather quiet house when we can actually see the leakages is what is so much confounding us. We are wondering, surely there's noise. One side it's a bit more directed and allowed. The other side it's quieted, but it is leaking. So let's have, as Makiadi said, let's have accept that fact that the deputy president's issue is an issue in both sides. The way the deputy president, William Ruto, is dealing with it, he's buying them out, he's paying them, he's promising them, I'll fund your campaigns. He's telling them, he's actually calling everybody to the room and telling them things that Raila has not promised anyone anything. And that's why he said the panel. So you go out, prove yourself, show yourself worth. And it is out there. What do we know about Kenya Kwanza? If people are shouting until they have been turned to beggars, one Waiguru is coming to beg. When it finds you well, kindly, even me, I'm here. Why should you be begging for positions that you can actually demand? And they say that demand is about democracy. Democracy is about demanding, right? So when you are dealing with issues in Azimio, when we are busy, when you see two brothers fighting, you might be left hapo katikati. So let them fight. But you know what that has done? I think you must have been probably, if you had done a little bit of politics. They say in politics there's no negative publicity. So for as long as even the other people are talking about you, that is already propelling you. This weekend alone, Baba has not attended any rally apart from going to a football match and watching an athletics run. But Baba has been mentioned more times than any other politician in Kenya over this weekend. In fact, someone said that Kenya Kwanza mentioned him many times. They went to Bungoma, and the whole of Saturday they were mentioning Baba. So Baba can be campaigned for even before he goes to any rally. He has already been campaigned for. So that for me is what I wanted to say. Adams, we wanted to say something. Wamurungu, I'm a bit concerned when I see someone on the road driving and they are speaking. I'm very, very concerned. I really don't want you to compromise on your security. I sometimes prefer someone maybe pulling over and speaking. But I give you 1 minute.
Yeah, please. I would like to correct because somewhere I see I heard Adam said something. He talked about William Ruto don't fit Baba. And if he doesn't fit Baba, you can't compare him with Baba, then I don't think if he may be giving the whole of NASA Azimio coalition the panic that now, and even we are now witnessing, tunaona yani ile interest iko Azimio ni power sharing, sio interest ya mwananchi wa kawaida. Haya, ukikuja kwa majina yenye mnasema hao watu wana demand kwa viti za deputy president kule kwa Kenya Kwanza, the names of those people who you are mentioning already they have shown their interest for defending their seat in the coming general election. People like Didi Nyoro, Anne Waiguru, Gachagua, and those others. So sidhani kama hapo haionekani kama hapo kuna mtu ako na interest ya, ni vile tu kuongea, wanakuwa endorsed na wao wanasema wanaweza kubali, lakini hawako pale kudemand. Okay, internet yangu inaweza katika, so tutaonana tena.
Wewe kaa kwa barabara. Tunaogopa, tupendi watu wakiingia hapa kama wako kwa barabara. You can be arrested, you can compromise your Metiani.
Wacha niongee. Wamurungu usitoke, weka tu mic mute ama Ndemba mute ndio tuweze kusikizana. Mise, you know the reason why we are having this discussion about the deputy president at this time is because of what is happening in Azimio. It's not because of what is happening in Kenya Kwanza Alliance, because there's nothing that is happening in Kenya Kwanza Alliance. So, Wamurungu is saying here that those people that we are mentioning, the likes of Waiguru, the likes of Ndindi Nyoro, the likes of Rigathi Gachagua, are people who have shown interest in running for the current positions they have. That should tell you one thing. That should be a good indicator that these people know that William Ruto is going to lose. And so they do not want to throw away their political lives with William Ruto. In Kenya, in Azimio, you can see the people who are seeking for these positions. Very powerful people who have been in politics for a long time. I mean, if we talk about a person like Ndindi Nyoro, for example, what would make you even tell us today that Ndindi Nyoro is fit to be even a president? You know, sometimes when we talk about the person being nominated as a deputy president, we also look at the ability of that person to step into the shoes of a president just in case anything happens. So I want you to tell me, Mise, as we talk about this, deputy presidential issue, why would you want to tell me that one day, right now, as it stands right now, that Ndindi Nyoro is fit to be the president of Kenya? If he is picked, why would you tell me that Rigathi Gachagua, in fact, we talk here every day and we remind you guys that Rigathi Gachagua has a pending court case. He was accused of, I think, money laundering and corruption. There's over 200 and something million shillings in his account, which he cannot tell where it came from. And you want to tell us that these guys are the ones you want Kenyans to entrust with leadership. So Kenya Kwanza Alliance cannot be discussing about the deputy presidential issue because they know that these candidates have no ability to force William Ruto to select them. They are at his mercies. The likes of Kalonzo Musyoka are making a lot of noises because Baba is a democratic person. He has given them space to do that. And he is trying to make a process that is going to be open. Just like we vet the judges, just like we vet the ambassadors and everything. People bring their names, you scrutinize their names, you look at their qualifications, and then you come up with names that will be forwarded to the person who is going to appoint them. There's nothing like that in Kenya Kwanza. You guys tell us you are following another route, you have your own route. Which one is it, Mise? Which one? What are you doing? Can you tell us what qualities you are looking at for the person that you are going to appoint as deputy president? There is none, because this thing is a one-man show. Ruto is going to wake up in the morning one day and say, huyu ndio nataka kuwe deputy president yangu. The rest of the people, you can hit the road na hakuna kitu mtafanya.
You know, Makiadi, why are you telling these people the truth? Why should they have a vetting panel when there's nothing to vet? If you vet on integrity, there will be nothing you'll get. There's nobody who will qualify. If you vet on constitutionalism, nobody will qualify. If you vet on work ethic, nobody will qualify. So you can't set a vetting panel for people who will fail. You set a vetting panel for people who can qualify. You see what Baba has said. Even that list of vetting that Baba has said, if they were to copy, who will pass? Who will pass the constitutionalism, corruption? Who will pass? So the thing is, Wambie, they have already picked. Actually, William Ruto is the best president. Anne Waiguru, you guys should pick Anne Waiguru. Anne Waiguru is a good running mate for the deputy president because they share a lot together. They have both been mentioned in corruption. So that is something that the chemistry is going to be awesome. They have both, delivered on issues of corruption. They have led actually previously in, if you ask any child to corrupt people in the country, deputy president comes first, followed by Anne Waiguru. I don't know why you are taking too long to mention those two, Mise. No need to struggle. You don't even need to defend both of those ones. And if you look so far, kindly also consider Gachagua. There's no way Gachagua can work so hard for those many years and then you guys don't give him the deputy president. That will be a disservice to Gachagua. And I want to tell you that kindly, you must consider Gachagua in your list. So you have one very, very able president in the deputy president. And of course, he has one Anne Waiguru. Mise, why aren't you arriving at one Waiguru? The statement I was looking for is this. If you have the facts on your side, you pound the facts. If you have the law on your side, you pound the law. If you have neither the facts nor the law, you pound the table. So what Mr. will be pounding right now, because he has neither the facts and he has neither the law, he'll be becoming wordy and pounding lots of words. You know, Mr., it is not how you speak that makes us imagine you are saying very nice things, because you can imagine now you are saying them too slowly, so they are so nice. No. It is a no fact whether you say it slowly or you say it loudly. So can you tell us why you are not, and of course we are winding down now. I know Mr. Kamau has come right now. After Mrs. speaks, we'll start the winding down because it's that time. It's way past our time. So Mr., kindly tell us, ukijibu Makiadi, I know there's no vetting mutafanya because you can't vet, you'll throw away everyone. So just tell us why you're not picking Anne Waiguru.
That's a very good question, and I want to be honest about that. Just not for the purposes of debating, but just to be factual. The truth is the deputy president's reputation and that of Anne Waiguru has been on a different trajectory, and for that reason, I don't think that will do the KK. I don't think it will serve them well. I think it will serve to the negative. And I think it is in the best interest of KK that they do not have such a ticket, RUTO Waiguru ticket, because there are a lot of scandals that have been attached with Anne Waiguru. You know, remember the NY scandal and so on. And I think it won't be very good for the party. So Makiadi, you said very well, and I do agree with you that truly this issue, some of the challenges that we see on the other side of the aisle are the very same challenges that can be mirrored on this other side of the aisle. So no one is going to be to be there posing as though they are not going to face challenges. But you know, we believe that these challenges are going to make the party strong. They will learn from those challenges and become better and strong in the future. And in terms of why we are not, you know that when you go to the war, when you go for war, you don't, even when you have casualties, you don't say or you don't disclose this to the other soldiers because it discourages them. And that is why I believe that I know there are challenges probably within the KK, and perhaps if we reveal or reflect them to the public outrightly and admit that we have these challenges, it will appear as a sign of weakness, and as such, KK is trying to walk away from that. I think that would be my response to Makiadi.
Of course, there's no response. So Monapo, I
acknowledged.
You cannot defend corruption successfully, and you know, when he's defending them and he goes on and on. Today hata hakuna kitu anasema kwa sababu there's no marking scheme. Martin, are you there? You know we are not supposed to be in the curtain, right? So so this is
yeah,
it.
Demba, I had to look at the comments. I can't look at them when you guys are on there because I'm using my phone at this point.
Don't worry about the comments now.
Let me say something, Mr. Themba, just a minute.
Tunafunga show, Adams. Unajua leo ni Monday.
Just a comment.
You'll comment as you finish. So okay. Thank you so much. Musiende tunafunga sasa show. We really appreciate everybody. Mr. Kamau najua amekuja hapa, but tunafunga. And
lakini them itabidi unipatie dakika mbili na Mise.
The usual suspect are here. Mise mtakutana naye. Mise yuko hapa, amekuwa usual suspect. So kila siku, kesho pia mko naye hapa. So we want to appreciate every one of you. And thanks for joining us. Alex, do you have to hit everybody at yours? Do you fake lawyer? Alex, yani hizi missiles zako hazina ubaguzi. You hit everybody. Mr. amefanya nini? Mr. is
if Alex is referencing to me,
yeah.
I think he lacks dignity and doesn't know where to draw boundaries between professionalism, politics, and you know, personal attacks. They don't really help. If I want to attack him, I can do, but I choose not to. And like I said, when I come here, I don't come to represent anybody. I come here as on my capacity. So if he's referencing to me, it kind of reflects his ignorance that
Demba, no, I cannot take it anymore. Miss, now you're pushing too much. Ushani Kanyaga. Now, by the way, now you're pushing it way too far. By the way, Miss, watch yourself. Watch yourself. Kuna watu wanaweza kuambia wewe ni arrogant. By then nitafukuzwa tena. Miss, watch what you're talking. Umenikanyaga leo nikanyamaza.
Relax. You don't have to threaten anybody here. Nobody has the right to threaten anybody. Let's debate with decorum. Everybody here is important. Mise, Mato, you know that. I mean, why are you becoming Adams, Makiadi? You veterans, you should be the one setting the example right now. And Misa is right. Let's not attack the person. Let's attack what they have said, not whether he's a lawyer. He can even be not a lawyer. He can be anything. You can even be in the house. You are just doing nothing, but you have given your points. So we don't care what you do when you leave the debate. Hapa tunapiga siasa. Ukitoka hapa, what you do is up to you. So we don't care. We have said here before, and we are saying it again. We don't care what you do. You can be a doctor, you can be a professor, you can be someone in the house, ujenda shule, but if you can have the internet and you come and speak, we listen to you. So let us be that respectful. I think Mr. is right. Let's just be respectful to the individual. Let's differ with what someone says, not necessarily what they do. We don't know what you do, yeah, and we don't have to know. That is not why we are here. So, Mr.
Thank you.
Apologies for that.
Yeah, thank you, Themba. Let me say one more thing. You know, a fake lawyer is that person who has not who has not passed the exam, or who is impersonating as a fake lawyer. We live in a first world country. If it feels, you know, my political opinion does not align with my knowledge. I might
but
be.
But why are you defending if you're not fake? So what are you defending at?
No. What I'm trying to say, you know, what I'm trying to say.
You're giving it more.
No. This is what I wanted to say. You know, when he says that, it kind of injures my profession. So if he feels and he has any question in terms of my capability alongside or besides politics, I mean, he's very much welcome to do that. But I do respect him. I don't know what Alex does, and let us keep it professional. And Ndeto, man, I thought you know, Ndeto, sometimes you get hyper, and you come out as someone who
Mr. You're going on, but
Mr. Themba, let me say one thing only. One thing.
I'm upset with the.
Hold on, Mr. Mise. Let me tell you. Civility calls for attacks on ideology, not the personality. And Mr. Mise, the way let me tell you, this is politics. Politics is not a church business. Sometimes you can be attacked. It's propaganda. Propaganda is part of the game. The only difference is is it verified? And who cares to verify propaganda anyway? So if today I call you that, for example, if I call you something, you've ever heard people calling men are dogs. You've heard some people say men are dogs. Are we dogs? Are you a dog? So you want to explain how you are not a dog. You know, I don't have a tail. I cannot bark. What are you talking about? You are becoming guilty. So whether you are a fake lawyer, you're a real lawyer, whether you are a housekeeper, that is none of our business. This is political forum, man. Understand the intrigues. Thank you.
Now, thank you. Now, Mr. I want to tell you something that has happened with me. I've been called name. This guy here called Ndeto has called me a dictator. I've been told to do what, but I've been in these streets. You can call me any name you want. Yeah, I've been branded everything. So sometimes you see, listen, today will come, will pass, tomorrow is another day. Life goes on. So learn to be happy. Some of these things shouldn't worry you. But again, also we want to say, let's be very civil. Musiite mimi mnaweza nipiga. You know, I can take it. But unaweza amka hapo niite kila jina. Wewe ni dictator. Aliitwa nani yule jamaa Makiadi yule? Alikuwa anaitwa nani? What's the name of that guy?
Awori.
Before Wakoli.
Wewe ni dictator. Awori wewe ni dictator. So Neto,
it was in parliament. It was in parliament buildings. Wewe ni dictator.
Wewe ni dictator. Worry. Anyway, we were closing, and Mr. Welcome to Siasa. So
no, you know, me I've been, you know, I'm trying. I've been.
No, it's okay, Mr. Don't
2017,
go.
I was in parliament. Sorry, I was in the race. I know what it means, but I don't like when we come here as you know, people who are civilized here. In that way, if I attack you, you wouldn't like it. But let the people in the comment section attack us. I take that. But the people, the panelists here, we become trivial when we attack one another. Let us attack people on our ideologies, on you know, constructive criticism. I take it. You know, but if you later you want us to start attacking one another, I'm very much open to that. That's all I'm saying. But if you want me to say and criticize your character, I will do that. I'm very happy.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
No, we have let that rest. Have you ever had let it rest? That is what is called let it rest. Neto, let it rest. Neto, let it rest. So let it rest, Neto. You are a veteran here, my friend. Now, thank you, Linet Wabomba, girlfriend ya Makiadi. Wacha tupatie girlfriend of we don't know kama ni Makiadi ama ni Ndeto. So I'm now confused. Makiadi alimtupia Ndeto, Ndeto alimkataa. So Linet Wabomba, we are now wondering which person here is going to take you, because you seem to be a hot potato. Umeshinda Makiadi, Makiadi amekutupia Ndeto, Ndeto amekataa. So lakini anasema Makiadi, ukweli usemwe, UDA wanatop. What's that now? Wanapenda propaganda. I don't know what that is. I can't understand.
Hiyo inasema wanatubo sana.
Oh, okay. Okay. Unaona, unamuelewa, Waswahili hujuana kwa vilemba.
Nilikwambia ni mtu wa nyumbani. Waingo.
I would love to hear how Mise attacks. No, Mise is Kiswahili ana point, ataongea vitu mingi.
Itakuwa kesho.
Alafu anakuja anatusomea 48 laws of power. Na hataki kusoma law number 1. Anaendanga kwa law number 24. Anzi law number 1. Anaruka law number 1. Sababu anajua hiyo inamgonga.
You know, Mise wants people to behave in at par. It is impossible. That's not life. Life is not at par. Life is ups and downs. You can't expect everybody to behave with the same maturity level that you have or someone else may have. And by the way, you may think that you are so mature in a debate, yet you are the most immature. Nobody else. We don't have the measurement here.
Adams,
you understand? So
I totally agree with what you're saying.
Hold on. Listen. Mise, if you want to learn, you must learn the art of listening to wisdom when people are talking. Listen first before you talk. Don't talk back. Some of us, you don't know us. We are not going to tell you whether we are dishwashers, but we can inject wisdom in you because we've seen the way you behave. You are very easy to be provoked. You behave like that beta X. No, don't come here with that. Be flexible. Just be man. Play cool.
Adam,
levelize. It will be fine.
Adam, I think you get it. I think you just picked it up today. I take this up. Maybe you don't know.
No, me, I love you. I've been smiling. I've been smiling at you all the time.
Adam,
wait. Mise, wacheni nifunge show. Mise, wacheni nifunge show. Nyamaza. Wacha nifunge show. Wewe. Unajua sisi tutakuwa unadefendiwa, unajidefend, unaambiwa, unajidefend. So tutashinda hapa. Wacha nifunge show. Linet Wabomba anasema all are men Themba. Sisi ni watu wa double. Kwisha nyinyi, Makiadi na Mato. Makiadi.
Okay. Tumemaliza tuende.
Bado ngoja. Si unajua vile tunafunganga show.
Oh, ni mimi nafunga. Naomba.
Makiadi tupatie article.
Okay, thank you Themba. Article ya leo ni article 50 ambayo inaongea juu ya fair hearing. Number one, every person has the right to have any dispute that can be resolved by the application of law decided in a fair and public hearing before a court, or if appropriate, another independent and impartial tribunal or body. Number two, every accused person has the right to a fair trial, which includes A, to be presumed innocent until the contrary is proved, B, to be informed of the charge with sufficient detail to answer it, C, to have adequate time and facilities to prepare a defense, D, to a public trial before a court established under this constitution, E, to have the trial begin and conclude without unreasonable delay, F, to be present when being tried unless the conduct of the accused person makes it impossible for the trial to proceed, G, to choose and be represented by an advocate and to be informed of this right promptly, H, to have an advocate assigned to the accused person by the state at the state expense if substantial injustice would otherwise result, and to be informed of this right promptly, I, to remain silent and not to testify during the proceedings, J, to be informed in advance of the evidence the prosecution intends to rely on and to have a reasonable access to that evidence, K, to adduce and challenge evidence, L, to refuse to give self-incriminating evidence, M, to have the assistance of an interpreter without payment if the accused person cannot understand the language used at the trial, and not to be convicted for an act for an act or omission that at the time it was committed or omitted was not, Roman 1, an offense in Kenya, or Roman 2, a crime under international law. O, not to be tried for an offense in respect of an act or omission for which the accused person has previously been either acquitted or convicted. P, to the benefit of the least severe of the prescribed punishments for an offense if the prescribed punishment for the offense has been changed between the time that the offense was committed and the time of the sentencing, and Q, if convicted, to appeal to or apply for review by a high court or prescribed by law. 3, if this article requires information to be given to a person, the information shall be given in language that the person understands. 4, evidence, remember this thing is really long. 4, evidence obtained in a manner that violates any right or fundamental freedom in the Bill of Rights shall be excluded.
You can stop it. You can stop it, and then you continue tomorrow.
Let me finish number 4 then. It says evidence obtained in a manner that violates any right or fundamental freedom in the Bill of Rights shall be excluded in the admission of the evidence the trial unfair or would otherwise be detrimental to the administration of justice. So tomorrow we'll continue from 5 to 10. Today we've read from 1 to 4.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. And as we finish, as I say, next week we have already agreed. Mato is here, Makiadi is here, Adams is here, and any other person who will get a chance next week on Sunday from 7:30 to 9:30. We'll start our book review and book analysis. So Adams, Mato, I don't want to be on the studio alone, and I don't want to be the only one who will be taking us through. All of us will be giving our point to it. And Makiadi, Neto, Adams, and Mise, if you guys can come in. We'll
What
come.
book is it, Themba?
We are doing The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli. And you're free to read and reference and cross-reference. and look at the life and times, because normally writers are influenced by their time and life around a certain period of time. You'll discover what Niccolo Machiavelli did. He was a diplomat. Around that time, there was a lot of fights in Italy about certain states conquering and others. How he failed in some of his escapees, and of course how he died a miserable man. The book was not released until after his death. So that background gives him what he writes about in The Prince. So he wrote other books, Discourses of Livy, Art of War, and several other books, romantic. He was a humanizer. When he wasn't succeeding in his escapades as a diplomat, he was busy getting different ladies at different times. And of course, you can read that and get interesting views about him. Now, next week, Sunday, God willing, if we're all here, inshallah, like they say, we'll start at 7:30 up to 9:30. We'll be going chapter per chapter, or we'll be looking at it one after another. Now, subscribe to Mutembei TV and also subscribe to my channel. We are almost getting to the 600 mark. Hey, mnanisaidia watu, mko poa? Hey. I'm sure by the end of May, we will be at 1,000, and we'll come here and pop the champagne with the Ndeto as the one who will be leading that journey. So, Ndeto, tafadhali, subscribe to Temba and Lulu Show. Tafadhali, wala hajasubscribe wa Murugu na wengine. Tafadhali, ukienda pale YouTube, subscribe to Temba and Lulu Show. Subscribe to Mutembei TV. It is almost coming to 300,000. That's also good. Now, yesterday, Adams took us through the three. I hope, Adams, you are not reading from Google. But before Adams, I want to say this from a quote from the Prince, Niccolo Machiavelli.
No, I wasn't reading. I had to go. I did read before, because this is something I did so long ago. So I had to read to, so I crammed it. I know it now. Now I know it.
Thank you. So a quote from Niccolo Machiavelli: never attempt to win by force what can be won by deception. Never attempt to win by force what can be won by deception.
That's deep.
Beto, close for us the maombi.
Yeah, na bado leo umenikalia sana, bado naitwa jina, but just nothing much. I mean, just I really need to put this to Mise. Mise, when you come and tell people and call them arrogant and call them by their personality, this is not what we do over here. And sometimes we can do that, and it's not nice, because here we're thinking of a country that is going. I had a lot to answer to you, but Themba once and Makiadi has always once and time and again told me it's not worth it to counter. And he just read you something right there. And if you listen, Article 3, I think it was 30-something H, it also said something about it. I want you, please, when you come over here, don't just throw names over there, because this is a TV. I mean, this is a TV. It's not just a discussion that we are here. People are watching us. Look at how many people are watching when you look back at it, or how many people are tuned in. So you have to be careful in who you talk to, how you talk to them, and what you do, because it's not the six of us that are here. These people talking. Themba knows that. We've been into it. We've been in the trenches, me and Themba, where I had people calling me about something, and I had to talk a different way and see whatever it is, and, protect Themba, and even him protect me on that side. So when you come into an open forum like this, please, I made a joke with you, and I said, I was grooming you, groomika ukitaka, I mean, groomika ukigrumiwa. Respect the forum and realize that what you're talking about and who you're talking to and how you're talking to, there's fathers here, there's mothers, there's people who are known. How you
I don't
talk
know
to
what
people,
is this for.
be easy.
I don't know what is this for. I mean,
No, you've already
if
called
you're
my
acting a
names. I
barbaric,
haven't even called your name. I just
if
wanted to tell you when you come here.
you're acting
Me
a
said,
barbaric way and call my name,
okay,
I mean,
okay,
I would be able to
wacha
say
tufunge.
that.
Wacha tufunge bas, because you won't hear and you will go out there and I bet I will not be the last
It's
person.
like you're lecturing me, and I do not appreciate that.
I'm not lecturing you, bro. I'm
You
just
are.
okay. Imeisha, kubali yaishe
Okay.
bas.
And I
All right.
appreciate that you don't do that again. Thank you.
Okay, and don't call my name again if you don't want me to say anything.
I hardly call your name, sir. I don't.
You just did 4 times.
I just today, because I was calling you out that you
This is now getting petty.
Kufunga shot wende home. Ama mtaki kufunga shot.
Ni mise hataki kusikika, hataki ameniita huku kote. Anyway, we imeisha imepita bwana. Wachana nayo.
Mato sikiza, wewe uko sawa, mise ako sawa. Ni nini fujo? Mnataka kwenda kama nini? You guys are both okay. Can you ebu salimianeni kwa hewa alafu tumalize hii story.
Siingilie personality yangu bwana, siingilie personality yangu. Na mimi si ule wa kukimbiliwa hivyo. But anyway,
funga show. Mr. uko sawa tu, relax. Na Mato ako sawa. So wacheni nini. Kwanza mimi sipendi watu wakienda kufunga show wanaenda kulala. Mnaenda kulala kama it's not good. Inafaa mnaenda kulala kama relax, mmetoa nini. So let's Mato tafadhali straight to maombi.
Haya, tuombe. Mungu wetu ni mzuri bwana. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. That's our very first stanza that tells us to protect our country and tushukuru Mungu wetu na ile kitu Mungu ametupatia. Number 2, amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye zote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda. Let's protect our country. Na tujenge taifa letu. Ndiyo wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima. Tuungane mikono pamoja kazini. Kila siku tuwe na shukrani. That tells us, let's hold our hands together na tujenge taifa yetu, and that is what all those 3 stanzas is what Azimio stands for. Azimio la umoja, the declaration of unity.
Mato lazima umalize na hiyo.
Mr. Themba.
Ngoja sijamaliza, wewe ngoja sijamaliza. Tuongee na tusipoongea we'll start fighting.
Mr. Martin, Mr. Themba. I just want to propose here that besides singing or saying our national anthem, I can see here Mr. Mise has got a Kenyan flag somewhere there. I think it could be better too sometimes, once in a while. Yeah, thank you. Yes. If you can just come up, I think there are 4 colors. You come and explain to us the meaning of green, red, black, and the emblem there. And especially today, it could be better if we could dwell on color white. Then the color white now Kenyan national flag could sort all this mess today.
Color white is called peace. Red blood, black our color, green our land.
Okay.
Ngao is our shield.
Yes,
Ndemba, unajua leo watu wamekuwa na uchokozi kutoka mchana, hata kuna wengine hapa karibu wapigane kwa screen. So peace brothers, sometimes you win a war by not fighting it. So Mise, Mato, vita saa ingine utashinda bila kupigana. You guys have been in this channel.
Richie, unajua shida ni Ndemba huachwa nigongwe kwa sababu anajua yeye ni rafiki yangu. Huachwa nigongwe alafu ananiambia need to be the bigger man. Unajua, and I respect that. Lakini sasa unapata mtu kama Mise anakuja na nita by name na
Sasa Moki
nikirudia
nimefungua tena. Wachana now, let it go.
Let it go, Mato.
Let it
Now
go.
listen, it is Sanzu.
Good night.
Sanzu says that a good soldier is one who wins a war without fighting. Now listen, wacha tumalize na good note. Linet Wabomba amesema huko chini, Mato na Makiadi mupatane huko tafadhali, wamalize hiyo story. Ninyi ni watu wa nyumbani, anawapenda nyinyi wote wawili, so mugawane masiku. Mato atakuwa Monday to Wednesday, Makiadi from Wednesday to Sunday. See you. God bless you.
I am not boarding. I am not boarding.